Seeking Out My Mother in Another World. By Yu Fujiwara. Volume 4, Childhood Memories and Silver Bracelet. Translated by SHM Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 18, The Third Prince, Attack. Chapter 18.1, An Energetic Guy. The gradually rising temperature hints at the arrival of summer. The forest, surrounded by trees, feels cooler than the urban areas. When I'm at home, I don't sense much heat. However, as I walk through the streets of Sidera, a subtle sheen of sweat appears. According to what I've heard, it will take about half a month before it becomes full-blown summer. For someone like me, accustomed to Japan's scorching heat, it's honestly not a big deal. Perhaps the difference in temperature and humidity plays a role, but the absence of heat radiating from asphalt and concrete is significant. The intensity of sunlight also seems less pronounced. So that feeling of dizziness when stepping outside in Japan is now a distant memory. No, I apologize. If I no longer need to experience it, that's for the best. Speaking of which, do they have ice cream around here? I inquire with Karen, who walks beside me. She nods in response. There's ice cream. Street vendors will start setting up along the main street soon. I see. Magic makes it relatively easy to keep things cool, right? Ice cream ingredients include milk, sugar, egg yolks, and heavy cream. It's even better if you can add some vanilla extract for flavor. Mix milk, sugar, and egg yolks, heat them until just before boiling, then add the cream and stir. After that, simply chill it. Even the tea at cafes has ice floating in it. Speaking of cafes, it seems Tomo's place has finally started attracting long lines. Really? Since the rainy season began, I haven't been in touch with Tomo-san. Not only her tomato jelly cheesecake but also a few recipes I shared seem to have become popular and caused a buzz. If she's busy, I wouldn't want to drop by her shop casually. No worries. Tomo said you're welcome anytime. After all, you're a distinguished guest. There's always a reserved seat for you. Do you want to go? I am merely stating the facts. Tomo welcomes you, and the cake is all you can eat. If the shop is thriving, it would be impolite not to check it out. In short, you want to eat some cakes. As I've said before, I'm just stating the facts. Is that so? Well, maybe I'll go alone then. After all, Tomo-san's warm welcome is specifically for me, right? Sway. Why would you say that? Don't you think it's disrespectful to both me and Chocola? Don't you care about us at all? Is it all about what's convenient for you? Bark. Bark bark. Looks like you've won Chocola over. Chocola seems to enjoy the milk from that shop as well. Even though we can get striped goat milk in the Dragon Village, there's something different about the taste here. Perhaps it's due to variations in breed or environmental conditions. Well, I do drink plenty of milk sourced from the village too. Understood. If we have time later, let's go. My stay in Sidera is surprisingly tight on schedules. Since G-Liz is waiting for us, it means we can't afford to be leisurely. Besides, I have specific tasks to accomplish during this visit. I usually aim to finish within 2 hours before going home. At home, Mother, Pochi, and Mint are keeping each other company. But today, we're only supposed to visit the guild. Yeah, that's right. I'll talk to Cliché-san about the progress on the powdered dragon consommé, greet Grandma, and then swing by Novium-san's place. Once I've infused magic into the iron, we're done. If we finish early, maybe we can visit Skylark Pavilion. Sway. Since we're here, let's invite Grandma too. Agreed. Hopefully, she won't be too busy with work. Bark. As we chat amiably, we continue down the central street. Soon, we arrive at our destination, slip through the entrance, and step indoors. The Adventurers Guild building has a distinctive design. The lobby is spacious, featuring several circular tables and chairs. It serves as both a waiting area and a place for conversations. Light refreshments and snacks are also available. As you proceed straight ahead, you'll find reception counters on the left and right, with a central staircase between them. Upstairs, on the second floor, there are meeting rooms, offices, and reception areas. Branch Guild Master Cliché-san usually works there. The reception counters on the left and right are separated by the staircase and serve different purposes. The left half is for general visitors, where people with requests can go. Next to it, on the right half, is the adventurer's reception. Here, requests are accepted, achievements reported, and rewards collected. Now, where do you take the monsters you've hunted or the materials you've gathered? Not at the main entrance, but rather around to the right, where there's a dedicated loading area. This consideration prevents showing potentially dangerous items to visitors. I remember once trying to bring a bicorn's corpse through the main entrance without knowing about this arrangement, and I was promptly stopped. My apologies for any inconvenience caused. This time, of course, I won't be bringing any materials. Beyond the main staircase lies my purpose, meeting with Cliché-san. In the lobby, several parties are seated at tables, perusing notice boards. There are familiar faces among them. Ah, Sui-san. Long time no see. How have you been? Sui-kun, Karen-chan too. Welcome. Our presence is acknowledged, and everyone greets us warmly. What brings you here today? Another meeting with the guild master? Must be quite busy. Yeah, I've been testing that powder that turns into soup. It's impressive. Yeah. Being able to create such delicious dishes during a quest is remarkable. Now, about the price. Any idea where it'll settle? Haha, that's a secret for now, isn't it? True. But please keep it as affordable as possible, okay? It seems that Bird-san has been speaking kindly of us, and everyone appears quite favorably toward us, which makes me feel somewhat embarrassed. Back when I was in Japan and reading fiction, situations like this often involved unsavory characters bothering me. However, that was in the past, an event my father had to deal with. Moreover, the person who used to bother my father is now looking out for me to ensure I don't face any trouble. Yes, we have a meeting with Cliché-san. Oh, and regarding the consommé, we'll certainly do our best. But initially, it might be a bit expensive. Until we establish a production system. I bow my head while answering the question. The reputation of our consommé is excellent in terms of taste and ease of handling, but currently, everyone seems concerned about the price. Simultaneously, I scan the lobby, but Bird-san is nowhere to be seen. Could he be out in the forest? I apologize for this. Our scheduled time is approaching, so we'll catch up later. Thank you for providing feedback on the taste and your desired price, it's truly appreciated. That's a small matter. Honestly, we'd like it to be more affordable, but everyone knows you won't engage in any underhanded dealings. If anything, we're worried that the guild master might overpriced it. A seasoned adventurer says this, and the group chuckles in agreement. Indeed, Cliché-san can be quite cunning. We exchange wry smiles and wave to everyone before ascending the stairs to the second floor. And there, as if on cue, we encounter a burly man resembling a bear and a slim man with a cynical expression but an oddly friendly demeanor. Bird-san, Schnee-san. You're here as well. Hey. Bird-san raises a hand. Ah. Schnee-san shrugs his shoulders while keeping his arms crossed. We're about to meet with the branch guild master. Are you both heading out for exploration, or something? Well, you see, we've been waiting for you. What? I had casually asked, intending to engage in small talk, but Bird-san's response left me bewildered. What's the matter? Is it related to the consommé? No, it's not about that. We've got order from the guild master, and even from Sub-Zero-sama. I apologize, but could you wait here first? That's fine, but... Grandma too? Grandma Seralind Muker possessed the Sub-Zero magic eye and held the title of a witch. She had married the former king's brother and once served as the head of the Royal Magic Academy. In other words, she was a prominent figure in the kingdom, incredibly influential. You mean something is happening that needed someone like Grandma to intervene? Karen also looked puzzled. Yeah. Honestly, it caught me off guard too. While the party involved said to just treat him as an ordinary adventurer. Considering the circumstances, the guild master couldn't help but call for Sub-Zero-sama. Now, both the guild master and she are in the reception room. But, well, I don't think you guys need to get involved or someth. You're here. Bang. With a crashing sound, the door to the reception room swung open behind us. Emerging, or rather, leaping out, was a young man. His appearance was similar to mine, perhaps a little older. Since he didn't seem to maintain his youth through magic, he was likely the age he appeared. His chestnut brown hair was unruly, giving off a mischievous vibe. However, his facial features were impeccably chiseled. In other words, he was handsome, fresh-faced, translucent, and exuding an air of refinement. Despite the mismatched wild hairstyle, his good looks compensated for any incongruity. Tall and well-postured, he had an adventurer's attire but carried himself like a noble. The rapier at his waist added to the effect. Could a rapier really handle monsters? Ah, so you're Suhateno. I see resemblance from your esteemed mother. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ah, yeah, yes. He approached me with enthusiasm, firmly shaking my hand and vigorously pumping it up and down. I was utterly taken aback. He mentioned esteemed mother, but does he know my mother? Lady Tutoria, it's been a while. Are you in good health? I'm genuinely delighted that your wish has come true. Truly wonderful. Still holding my hand, the handsome man turned to Karen and smiled. It was the first time I'd heard someone address Karen by her middle name. And Karen, well, she looked perplexed, or rather, exasperated as she observed the handsome stranger. Eventually, she sighed and spoke. Prince Nope. What brings you all the way here? Ha ha ha, spare me the prince title. I've come to Sidera as an adventurer. I heard from my father and mother about the son of heavenly Belsama. Ano. As he continued to bombard me, I felt a sense of foreboding. Or rather, within the snippets of conversation exchanged between this handsome man and Karen, ominous words were subtly hidden. Me and Prince. You, perhaps. Just as Sue suspected. Karen confirmed my guess with a weary shake of her head. This person's name is Nope Merrill T. Sorks, the third prince of the Sorks Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Titles don't matter. Didn't I say I'm an adventurer now? Amidst hearty laughter, he slapped my shoulder, and I gazed up at the ceiling. Something extraordinary had indeed happened. Chapter 18.2. Another energetic person. This person's name is Nope Merrill T. Sorks, the third prince of the Sorks Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Titles don't matter. Didn't I say I'm an adventurer now? Karen's explanation and the prince's boldness made me look up at the ceiling. Wait, what should I do? The third prince of the Sorks Kingdom? The king's son? In other words, an incredibly important person? What are the proper manners for addressing nobility in this world? Should I kneel or bow my head or something? But even Karen, not to mention Birdsan and Schneesan, is just standing there casually. What does Chocola think? Cooin. Bark. There. Just wait a little. Karen was talking with the prince. Aren't you supposed to help your master when they're in trouble? Ano, I apologize. I'm not well versed in etiquette. If I've been rude in any way, I told you not to worry about such things. Just treat me like any other adventurer. Besides, your esteemed mother has the deer slayer, right? It's not you who should be concerned about being rude, it's actually me. And then it happened. Enough already. Bam. With an incredible sound, Prince Nope's head was smacked. Ouch. You're being too forceful. Can't you see the other person is troubled? The one who scolded him was the girl accompanying him. A beastkin. She had a fluffy bobbed haircut with wolf-like ears. Her tail swayed gently behind her. Although I occasionally saw such beings in the city, meeting one up close was a first for me. For a moment, I wondered if she was some kind of illusion. The reality of it didn't quite sink in for someone raised in Japan. Like the prince, she was dressed as an adventurer, but this girl had an unusually revealing outfit. Her arms, legs, and even her stomach were exposed, making me worry about her defense. Her features were charming while the prince was handsome. This girl had round, captivating eyes that would surely catch anyone's attention. Now, about this beast girl. Listen, Noah. Just because you're here as an adventurer doesn't mean everyone is oblivious to who you are. When it comes to royal matters, your behavior matters. Understand? Honestly, it's such a hassle. These situations are the most awkward. I wish father and the others would just disown this wayward son of theirs. If you leave the royal family, we won't be engaged anymore. Is that okay? That wouldn't be good. I love you, Parkel. Is this really the time to say that? Bam! The second slap landed on the prince's head. Ha! What's going on? I could only stare in disbelief. Engaged? The prince and this beast girl? Well, that's fine. But why are both the royal family and their betrothed dressed like adventurers, standing in this remote place? Beside me, Karen stood up and leaned in to whisper. Sway, don't mind them. For beast people, touching someone's head is the highest form of affection, reserved for family or close companions. Parkel is just playfully pretending to hit him. Thank you for broadening my understanding of different cultures. Although that wasn't exactly what I wanted to know. Don't pay too much attention to Prince Nope. He's always been like this, and even the king and queen have given up. Just treat him normally. Karen, are you close with him? Somewhat. But I'm closer to Parkel than to the prince. Parkel, it's been a while. Karen, I've missed you. The beast girl, Parkel-san, responded to her name, pushing Prince Nope aside and rushing over to embrace Karen. Is that him? Congratulations on your reunion. I'm glad. Thank you. Karen smiled as if she were tickled. Let me reintroduce you. This is Sway, my childhood friend who returned here due to the fusion phenomenon. The son of Heavenly Belsama, right? Nice to meet you. Parkel turned toward me, her smile as bright as the sun. I am Parkel Iota. If I were to formally introduce myself, it would be Parku Luluwi Iota. I am the 13th daughter of the Beastkin Territory's governor, Aziu, and the fiancée of Noah, Prince Nope of the Sorks Kingdom. Eto, nice to meet you. I'm Sway Hateno. I don't have any particular social status, and I'm unfamiliar with the customs in this world, so I apologize if I'm being rude. Let's not worry about that. Considering your background, we should be the ones showing respect. You're my friends. Well, childhood friend, and it's an honor. I appreciate that. Can I call you Parkel-san? You don't need to use honorifics, but feel free to do so. I'll just call you Sway. Despite the strong impact of our first encounter, things seemed to settle into a more comfortable atmosphere. The fact that Karen knew them was a big relief. By the way, why are both of you here in this place? Well, that's... I intended to ask about the reason for their visit, but Parkel-san nodded and was about to explain until her gaze shifted diagonally behind me and stopped. There, sitting obediently, was our clever dog. Kuan. Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This is Chocola. Our. See you, Sith. As if to interrupt my introduction, our doggo, Parkel-san was immediately stunned. In front of Chocola, she jumped down in Caesar. Ah. The fairy dog, see you, Sith. To think we'd meet our ancestor and messenger of the gods here. She puts both of her hands at the ground and lowered her head to begin worshipping. Our ancestors, I thank you. I express gratitude for your divine hearts that protect us from calamities coming from the valley and bestow blessings overflowing from the valley. I am thankful for the fortunate encounter with our guardian deity here. Bark! Chocola, suddenly faced with this unexpected prayer, tilted his head. Yet, he didn't hide behind me, perhaps he sensed the situation. I forgot. Karen said with a wry smile. In certain parts of the Beastkin territory, Sith is an object of worship. Especially for wolfkins like Parkel, they revere Sith as their ancestor. It's customary to offer something and kneel in prayer when you encounter one. I see. Sway, you don't need to hold back. Call me Noah. No, what kind of timing is that? Your fiancé is praying. Even though it's the faith of someone beloved, it doesn't concern me. Waiting won't move the conversation forward, right? Let me introduce myself now. What's going on with these two? I glanced at Bird-san and Schnee-san, hoping for some assistance. They remained like statues against the wall, avoiding my gaze. Chapter 18.3. However, fate has woven our paths together more deeply than expected. So, are you truly traveling both within and beyond the kingdom as adventurers? Indeed, That is correct. Prince Noah-san nodded confidently in response to my dumbfounded question. The setting had changed. We were now in the reception room. It wouldn't do to linger in the hallway, so we had relocated. Present with us were Branch Guild Master Cliché-san and Grandma Seralind. Although Bird-san and Schnee-san had politely excused themselves with a wheel pass on attending, I understood their true motivation. They simply wanted to avoid the hassle. Well, to be fair, both Bird-san and Schnee-san had been inadvertently caught up in this situation. Noah-san and Parker-san had visited the guild lobby, and somehow, they ended up waiting for me alongside Cliché-san and Grandma Seralind. And here we are. Both Guild Master Cliché-san and Grandma Seralind wore expressions of bewilderment. After all, before them stood the third prince of the kingdom and the princess of the Beastkin territory, an unusual pairing. They were undoubtedly pondering how to handle this situation. Unable to avoid it any longer, though I wasn't particularly thrilled, I decided to get straight to the point. Noah-san. May I call you Noah-kun? And is it acceptable if we dispense with honorifics? Ah, what an honor. Noah-san's handsome face lit up with delight. Thank you for saying so. Well, though it may be presumptuous, I hold your esteemed mother, Heavenly Belsama, in high regard as a master of magic. As her son, it feels rather awkward to be addressed as Your Highness or treated with undue reverence. Understood, then, Noah-kun. I braced myself for the impolite question that followed. Forgive my bluntness, but is there absolutely no political significance to this? The atmosphere froze momentarily. More precisely, it was Guild Master Cliché-san and Grandma Seralind who stiffened. After all, I had cut to the heart of the matter they had been hesitant to ask. I see. Well, it's a natural question, Noah-kun said, crossing his arms and lowering his chin. Beside him, Parker-san chimed in with an exasperated tone. Shouldn't you have explained this beforehand? Noah might be clueless about these things, so it probably had slipped on your mind, but you're still a royal. Yes, that's true, Parker-sama. Grandma Seralind agreed, exhaling deeply before asking. Prince Nope, how did you come to know about Sway? My mother sent a letter. From Fauncha-sama, is it? As Grandma Seralind murmured, she turned her gaze toward me. Sway, you're aware that the Queen is exceptionally astute. And as you know, both their majesties hold Viol in high regard. So, at the very least, there's no intention to exploit or manipulate you or any member of your family. My parents had made significant contributions during the King's ascension, though it involved some rather reckless, or rather, daring acts. As a result, the Hateno family itself was treated as untouchable by the kingdom. Well, even if Sway were to take a liking to His Highness and form a friendly bond, it's probably more about simply introducing their son to a friend's child. Grandma Seralind continued, her gaze distant as if lost in thought. Noah-kun, sitting next to her, spoke with a sense of nostalgia. Grand Aunt, have you changed a little? You're wearing the expression of someone freed from the constraints of the fence. As sharp-witted as ever, Your Highness. Ha ha ha. Well, being praised by you instead of being called not very smart is kind of unusual. So, Noah-kun considered Grandma Seralind a relative too. She was the granddaughter of my grandfather, the late king's half-sister, making her his grand-aunt by marriage. Our connections were indeed similar. Indeed, that's the situation. After all, I'm quite the prodigal son. In terms of fulfilling royal duties, my adopted brother, Idol, who is now the Prime Minister, seems far more like a true son. Idol-sama is their Majesty's adopted son and the current Prime Minister. Grandma Seralind added in a hushed tone. At that moment, Karen spoke up. What about Parker? Has there been any talk from the Beastkin territory? Anything of that sort? Ha ha ha, not at all. Parker-san replied with a laugh. Do you think that country would bother with such convoluted matters? Even though I'm engaged to the third prince, they haven't said a word to me. Besides, if they ever tried to interfere, I'd just mention that I have a fairy dog Seusith as part of my family that would scare them off. Chocola, sensing the intense gaze upon him, tilted his head. Bark. It's nothing. I reassured him, scratching him behind the ears. As I was petting Chocola, who still looked bewildered, Grandma Surilind turned back to us and nodded. Well, I believe we can trust this. I've known Prince Nope since he was a child, and is not the type to scheme or involve himself in political matters. If anything, he keeps his distance from politics. In fact, I'm closer to the center of power compared to him. Haha, exactly. After all, as a royal, I'm hardly even a decoration. As the person himself says so, he has even returned his court expenses. He has lived entirely as an adventurer and hasn't accepted a single coin from the kingdom. If, by any chance, His Highness were to involve you in politics, I'll take responsibility and put a stop to it, whether intentional or not. I, too, will also be vigilant. If such an embarrassment were to occur, the palace should be raised by Heavenly Belsama herself. It seems my mother's influence within the palace remains substantial. Well, considering the unbelievable tales from the past, it's not entirely surprising. In any case, since Grandma has also vouched for them, let's treat them purely as the normal people who came all this way to see us. I address Noa-kun and Parker-san once more. Ano, thank you for saying that you wanted to meet me. However, we don't actually live in this town. We'll have to return to the forest shortly, and our visits are irregular. It's not like Japan, where it's just a 30-minute train ride or anything like that. I don't know how long it takes from the capital to Sidera, but even if it's not short, you came all this way to meet us, right? Yet we only met face to face for a few tens of minutes, and I don't know when we'll meet again. It feels a bit unfair, doesn't it? Unless there's some political motive or ulterior motive involved. If it's truly just because you wanted to meet me, to see my face, then I want to offer something that makes you feel glad you came. At my words, Noa-kun briefly opens his mouth in surprise. But he quickly breaks into a wide smile and says, Sway, you're quite the honorable person to consider even the unexpected guests who barged in just like this. No, I didn't expect this. And I like it. I want to talk to you more. Spend more time together. He says it so straightforwardly. But if that's the case, it makes me feel even more apologetic. I'm sorry, I mentioned it earlier, but not too frequently. It doesn't matter if it's not today, does it? We'll wait. Or would that be a bother? No, it's not a bother at all. But even if you wait. Very well, that's good. Let's buy a house. What? Noa-kun's following words leave me gaping like a fool. House? Buy a house? Where? In this town? Branch master, if there's a trading company that deals with real estate, I'd like to ask for their assistance. If there are no vacant houses, even just the land would be fine. Let's decide to build. What? Yes. Oh, no. That's fine. But Cliché-san, suddenly drawn into the conversation, freezes. I've come to realize recently that despite his appearance resembling that of a Yakuza boss, he's surprisingly timid or, well, weak when it comes to unexpected situations. Well, I'm equally surprised. Wait a moment, Noah. Are you ignoring my opinion about buying a house? Parker-san interjects, as expected. Of course. Since they're acting together, suddenly talking about buying a house here is unexpected. Let me decide the location and layout. I won't settle for anything without a garden. And we'll need enough rooms for Karen and the others to stay. Also I thought. Sway. You probably already know this, but those two are a couple of weirdo. Karen leans in and whispers to me. But I think we can become friends. Neither of them seems to have ulterior motives or cunning plans. Prince Nope might be a bit overbearing, but if you can tolerate that. The last part wasn't an insult. Even so, Karen's voice rolls on cheerfully. Seeing the two of them excitedly discussing what kind of house to buy, they look so happy, so I hope I can get along with them too. Chapter 18.4 Mother looks nostalgic too. Nope actually came. That must have been quite an ordeal. After taking care of various matters, we returned home. When I reported today's events to Mother, that was her first comment. The sun was setting, and it was almost evening. It was almost time to start preparing food, and the gentle breeze of early summer felt pleasant. We didn't need air conditioning yet, so I opened the sliding window to let in the fresh air from the veranda. In the garden, Mint and Chocola were playing as usual, while Pochi relaxed nearby, folding its limbs. Chocola. Next, up. Bark. Mint kicked the ball into the air. Chocola leaped vertically, catching the ball at its highest point before landing gracefully. Great. Amazing, amazing. Bark. The ball was something I had seen in the city of Sidera a while back and decided to buy. It was about the size of a softball in Japan, with a leather-wrapped core that had just the right amount of elasticity. I wasn't entirely sure what sport it was meant for, but Mint was thrilled to throw it or kick it, and Chocola loved catching it. By the way, even if it accidentally flew out of the yard, Chocola always managed to find it, so there was no need to worry. As she watched her children play in the garden, Mother continued, "Nope. That boy resembles both parents in some ways. The kindness comes from the father, and the intuition from the mother. But neither of them has such a hot-headed personality. Still, when I look at them, I think, he's definitely their son. Mother, he also mentioned you were a magic mentor. It's not that big of a deal. I taught Noah a little because our attributes were similar. Fire and water, yes, although it wasn't as intense as mine. Having water as the primary base with a touch of fire is considered unusual in the world." Mother's expression grew slightly stern. Despite having cleaned up considerably compared to before, there are still plenty of worthless individuals around, especially within the royal palace. So, I couldn't bear to watch them for long. From her tone, I could sense something about Noah-kun's childhood, what circumstances he had faced and what emotions he might have harbored. My impression of him was that he was lively, exuberant, and somewhat carefree, a delightful person. But perhaps amidst his upbringing, there were adversities beyond my imagination. Well, it's best to hear the details from the person himself. I haven't done anything significant. Still, it seemed like he admired you, Mother. Indeed. Mother smiled. When they first mentioned buying a house, I was truly surprised. It's fine. Both of them have earned quite a bit as adventurers. Their abilities are remarkable. Prince Nope and Parker are both sages. Karen tilted her teacup as she spoke. The title Sage was bestowed upon mages. It ranked just below the highest title, which, while my surroundings were filled with witches, the continent had only about 50 sages. By the way, there were 5 levels of titles: Witch, Sage, Oracle, 8 trigrams Seer, and Priest. Their social status corresponded to the noble ranks of Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Mothers who held the title of Witch received treatment equivalent to that of a duke from the country. Of course, titles didn't grant actual power, but even so, being a sage was considered on par with a marquis. Noah was undoubtedly impressive. Oh, Parker was promoted to Witch recently, wasn't she? At Mother's words, Karen looked astonished. What's with that, Weren't you her recommender? I wasn't. I don't know. Parker didn't say anything. Karen was taken aback, while Mother seemed surprised. I see. So that girl didn't rely on acquaintances. Quite impressive. Vile-sama didn't recommend her too? Yes, even Aunt didn't recommend her. At this rate, I wonder if she hasn't sought help from the witches in the Beastkin territory. One of the conditions for a magician to obtain the title of witch was to receive recommendations from at least 3 existing witches. Parker-san, it seemed, had managed to collect these votes without using her personal connections. So, does that mean she met people who weren't familiar with her and convinced them with her own abilities? That's exactly what it is. Parker. Quite resourceful. Karen looked somewhat pleased. Perhaps she found it exhilarating that her friend had boldly forged her own path. Regardless, they have enough money to build a house, and if they make it their base, Sidera will benefit significantly. Although I doubt the exploration team will reach this house. But they might be able to venture into the deeper parts of the middle layer. Will it also benefit Birdsan and the others? Or will they just burn their hands? While the guild had struggled with handling the situation, Karen wondered about the impact on their allies. No need to worry. They'll surely benefit. I see. If Karen, who knew them well, said so, it must be true. Noah-kun and Parker-san, the 2 of them. They were like a storm. Despite meeting them for the first time, they closed the distance rapidly, leaving me momentarily bewildered. They were the type of people you can't just keep up with. Yet, strangely, I didn't mind. Amidst their wildness, it felt as though they were still paying attention to us. When we visit Sidira next time, making time to meet with them sounds like a good idea. I agree. Let's meet them and have a leisurely chat. How about having tea at Skylark Pavilion? Mao. In the end, I missed out on cake today. It's all their fault. I'll make sure to hold them responsible. You're quite demanding. Bark. As we discussed this, Chocola came running over. With Mint riding on his back, he stopped right in front of me. Chenen. What's up? Sway. Karen. Play together. Bark. Alright, what should we do? Are. Not moving one. Eto. Daromasan kill. You want to kill? Wait, Mint, it's a bit different. It's called Darumasan fell down. Darumasan kill. Fell down. That's it. Well done. Note, it's the Japanese name of the red light green light game. Karen gave an overly sweet evaluation and patted Mint's head. Mint snorted happily and hopped off Chocola, holding Karen's hand. Let's go. Quick, quick. Watching Mint and the others dash through the garden, I couldn't help but think. Just like life in the forest, even beyond the forest, encountering new people and having new experiences must be a source of happiness. I'm looking forward to reuniting with those two. Section. Mage titles. 1. Witch, Maju around 20 people in the world. 2. Sage, Kenja around 50. 3. Oracle, Fujiki around 100. 4. 8 trigrams Seer, Hakumi around 500. 5. Priest, Saisha more than 1000. The above is the rough guide to the number of people. In this context, the term world refers to the recognized habitable area of the continent centered around the Sorks Kingdom, where various people of races reside. If we were to survey the planet, there might be undiscovered continents, people living there, and unknown cultural regions. Furthermore, the term mage encompasses all those who earn their livelihood by practicing magic. As a rough estimate, mages make up about 1 in 10 people in terms of population. Assuming a total world population of 50 to 60 million, the number of mages would be around 5 million. From a layperson's perspective, even the lowest ranking priest would be an exceptional talent, occurring at a rate of 1 in 5,000. Chapter 18, Interlude, Sorks Castle, Room of Silence. The king's chambers were scattered throughout the royal palace. Originally, they were meant to be used by the king and his consorts according to the lunar calendar, but in the present day, King Shaps had only one queen, Fauntia. Moreover, changing sleeping quarters every time was deemed wasteful and costly. Thus, he had been using only the Room of Silence for an extended period. In this Room of Silence, at midnight, King Shaps, dressed in his nightclothes, lay back on the bed, while Queen Fauntia glanced at the floating text on the communication crystal. Nope has arrived in Sidira. Hearing the queen, the king turned his face toward her. Is that so? Did he suffer any injuries on the journey? I don't think so, but even if he did, he would keep it to himself. Besides, he's already ventured into the forest as an adventurer. That's fast. Apparently, he also met the son of Violsama. That rascal, has he been disrespectful? The king's voice was filled with anxiety. Understandably so, thought Queen Fauntia. The heavenly belle which Viol Ella Muker Hateno was someone they couldn't afford to offend. From the disputes during her ascension to her ongoing efforts to rectify the corrupt noble society, Viol and Kazutaru had exerted considerable influence, albeit often through force. Furthermore, since Kazutaru's disappearance, the royal family had granted Viol a position akin to that of a deer slayer to keep her within the country's borders. If they upset her, they could be obliterated, and even then, they wouldn't dare complain. However, Fauntia considered Viol a friend. Thus, there was no reason to fear a friend, and she certainly wouldn't stoop to exploiting her in any base manner. That little guy is a little too bold. Because of that, she understands why he still worries about it. Moreover, is it pure parental concern? Are you that worried about Noah? Well, you see, her husband wore the face of a father. Despite his uncertainty, He cared for their child, a common fatherly trait. Him leaving the palace and distancing himself from the royal family is due to our insufficient power. He may not admit it openly, but when we hear about his adventures as an adventurer, I can't help but wonder. What if something had gone wrong? Perhaps he would still be living peacefully under our protection. Maybe he'd be carefree, without any worries. Fauncha's heart tightened at his lament. As a queen, but even more so as a mother. The third prince, their beloved son, was intentionally addressed as prodigal, a balance achieved by his behavior and how others referred to him. Although the deeply rotten parts had been excised with the help of the Hateno couple, the aristocratic desire for power remained largely unchanged. The removal of prominent troublemakers only made the behind-the-scenes struggle more cunning. Shaps and Fauncha had 3 princes and 1 princess. Which of them would ascend the throne? Whose ascension would be convenient for the nobles? Their clandestine plans slithered and crept, entangling the royal family. Even if the family stood united, even if their royal intentions were perfectly aligned, like raindrops eroding a rock, these schemes could penetrate unnoticed. Their cherished youngest son had chosen that path to shake off the shadows whispering behind him, a fact known to the entire family. The water magic infused with fire was slandered as a failure. To demean Queen Fauncha, they claimed that she gave birth to a failure. They exploited a loophole in the royal protocol, insisting that a prince cannot be counted as such if the number of princes falls short. They even tried to force concubines to bear more children. A rather underhanded tactic. As a result, the youngest son fled. He did so to prove the usefulness of his magic. Simultaneously, he wanted to distance himself from the royal succession, seeking guidance from the heavenly bell witch and earning the title of sage. By being engaged with a beastkin princess in marriage, he subtly declared that he wouldn't contribute to the bloodline. And so, he became an adventurer, keeping those who sought to manipulate him at bay. Of course, it's the path he desired. He was a child who found palace life stifling, preferring the hero tales and adventures stored in the library. He fell in love at first sight with the beastkin princess he met at a banquet, and it was he who courted her. He must be smiling now, reveling in life. But as parents, their hearts ache. They can't help but feel the pain, the hidden wounds behind his smile. Beside her contemplative husband, Fauncha took a seat. As she gently stroked his back, she spoke. Right now, the best thing we can do for our children is to strengthen our family. No matter what schemes the royal court devises, they won't succeed. Whether it's our eldest, Lupo, our second son, Lorabo, our daughter, Unia, or even our adopted son, Idol, they all love Nope just like we do. We can't allow our actions to cause each other's unhappiness. Can I, someone so mediocre and feeble, do it? As her husband expressed his doubts, his wife leaned in and kissed him tenderly. You may speak of yourself that way, but can you think of any other king in our country's history who shot a deer without spilling a single drop of blood? You are the only one who accomplished such a feat. Be more proud of yourself. And yet, it was because you were holding my hand. Oh, do you think I'll ever let your hand go? Fauncha chuckled and clasped her husband's hand, just like in the old days once upon a time. Besides, she recalled the image of Kazutaru and Viol from that day. The two who had pierced through the stifling lives of Shaps and Fauncha, creating an opening. The ones who propelled them forward by kicking them in the back. Is it foolish to have high expectations for their son whom they have yet to meet? Fauncha wondered aloud. Could Nope become his friend? Is he someone who can say, royalty or not, I don't care. You are you. If he could say that, if he could scold him, then, the distortion and stagnation that Nope is holding, perhaps he could alleviate them. Born into the royal family, yet shunned by it, he continues to be conscious of keeping his distance from the royal family to maintain his sanity. Don't look in the mirror while wearing a mask. Don't give up on yourselves. Don't give up on your own hearts. Remembering what he had once told them, Fauncha stowed away the communication crystal. Chapter 19. Forging Destiny from Molten Iron. Chapter 19.1. The Shape of Blades and Their Rightful Place. 5 days after meeting Noah Kuan and Parkasan, Chocola and I set forth once more toward the town of Sidera. This time, I was accompanied by my mother. Since Pochi and Mint joined our family, it became rare for all three of us to visit Sidera together. We always made sure someone stayed behind to watch over the house. Perhaps someday, our family would venture beyond the forest, embarking on a journey together. While I harbored a desire to explore the world like my parents, I also cherished the quiet moments spent with my family. Our home held a special place in my heart, and the thought of being away for too long was hard to bear. Well, the uncertain future would reveal itself in due time. As we descended upon the town, our first destination was the blacksmith shop of Novium-san. Suekuen, you seem delighted. What? Is it that obvious? Maybe my expression gives it away. Yes, quite clearly. Bark. See, even Chocola agrees. Our footsteps quickened along the streets, but it couldn't be helped. It had been approximately 3.5 months since I placed the order. Finally, they were complete, my set of knives. Turning from the main road, we entered a side alley, which led to an even narrower back street. Beneath a modest sign hung the shop that had become one of our most frequented places in Sidera. Hello, we've arrived. Ah, I've been waiting. Is your mother with you today? Novium-san, nice to meet you. My son has been in your care. I heard you're an apprentice of William. Ah, so your mother has met the master before. Novium-san rose from behind the counter, tapping his right shoulder with his left fist, a dwarven gesture of respect. Forged by the hammer of William, renowned for its mastery over the kingdom's prized iron, I am Novium-san. By a twist of fate, I find myself forging a blade for your son. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am All-Night Wizard, Kazutaru Hatano's wife, Heavenly Bell Witch Viol. I apologize for the belated condolences. I learned about your esteemed master through my son. Your words touch my heart. Yet, there is no need for regret. As you may have heard from Sway, he passed away peacefully. 10 years ago, during his passing, Heavenly Beldono must have faced challenging times as well. Please do not dwell on it. Novium-san smiled bashfully. Furthermore, his own disciple now forged blades for the son of an old friend. Surely, in the realms beyond, it will become a worthy catch for my esteemed master. Yes, my husband should be there as well. My mother's cheeks softened, amused. Now then, shall we proceed? Would you like to see it? After the initial greetings, Novium-san tightened his bearded face. My mother stepped back, and I stepped forward. For over 3 months and 10 days, we had visited this place repeatedly, discussing details. What types of knives? How many? What would they cut, sever, or slice? What characteristics did I want to imbue? What properties would prove useful? Above all, what emotions would I infuse into these blades? I conveyed this to Novium-san through words and sketches. We examined prototypes, debated, and explored the magic-infused metals, seeking what was possible and what traits we could bestow. And now, the culmination of our joint efforts was about to meet my eyes. Don't be surprised. With those words, Novium-san bent down behind the counter. With reverence, he placed it on the tabletop. Ha! Surprisingly, Novium-san words fell on deaf ears. I blinked, taken aback, my eyes wide. After numerous discussions, I had requested a total of 9 knives. First, there were the bone skinner, and skinner. Next came the chef's knife and the sujihiki, slicing knife, for meat preparation. In addition, there were the diba, fish knife, and the yanajiba, sashimi knife, for fish. And finally, for vegetables and fruits, I had specified the nakiri, vegetable knife, yusuba, thin-bladed knife, and petty knife. Admittedly, it was quite an extensive order, but since Novium-san was creating a set for me, I wanted to be thorough. I compared these knives to the ones available in this world, specifying shapes and purposes. Honestly, the fine-tuning process took the most time. However, the knife that Novium-san placed on the counter was just one. A plain chef's knife, nothing remarkable. What about the others? There are no others. Certainly, the chef's knife was versatile, alongside the santoku knife, capable of handling various tasks. With this one knife, I could manage most cooking needs. Yet, Versatility also meant that it fell short in specialized areas. That's why I had requested 9 blades, which even I thought was a bit excessive. Ano, Novium-san. I understand what you want to say. Well, I intentionally made it sound more challenging. In other words, I wanted to see you puzzled. Now, go ahead and take it. Novium-san's lips twisted in amusement as he urged me. Careful, no magic-enhanced strength this time. Ha! Yes, understood. Intentionally disrupting the usual flow of magic power I unconsciously circulated, I reached out to lift the knife. My cheek twitches involuntarily. What is this? How many kilograms? It was incredibly heavy. Ridiculously heavy. I remembered chef's knives being around 200 grams, but this one felt like it weighed in grams. Was it 2 kilograms? 3 kilograms? Apply the body enhancement spell. With your magical prowess, it should be a breeze. Following his instructions, I restored the flow of magic energy. Now that I constantly maintained the enhancement, the knife felt significantly lighter. It would be easy to handle. It was heavy, wasn't it? Not some drunken delusion. It's because we used that much iron. For this knife. Shall I reveal the secret now? Novium-san reached for a bottle of sake he had placed aside, took a swig, and held it in his mouth. Not that he needed alcohol to set the mood for storytelling, perhaps he was simply in high spirits. The knives you ordered total 9. Some are commonplace in this world, while others are peculiar or have unheard of shapes. We've shared knowledge and iterated through prototypes together. Yes. The Deba and Yanajiba knives, which don't exist in this world, were quite challenging. Thanks to that effort, during the prototype stage, Novium-san perfectly captured their purposes and characteristics. Honestly, I almost wanted to take those prototypes home. But he wasn't satisfied with just prototypes. Moreover, he saw a goal beyond that, a goal I hadn't even imagined. Novium-san spoke, his eyes filled with pride and confidence in his skill and results. That single knife represents all 9. Each blade is encapsulated within that swing. To put it simply, it can transform according to your will. A. Choose any of the 9, imagine it in your mind, and infuse it with magic. Alright, the Yanajiba. Thin, elongated, sharp, the kind that could slice fish meat paper thin. As I channeled magic, the chef's knife transformed right before my eyes. The iron twisted, elongated, and bent, as if it were dipped in shape memory alloy, shaping itself into the ideal Yanajiba I envisioned. Stunned, I murmured my next words. Bone ski, I said, describing a unique shape resembling a slender, notched right-angled triangle. Nakiri, I continued, envisioning a broad, rectangular blade. Petty knife. A small, sharp blade suitable for precise vegetable and peeling work. Incredible. Mother exclaimed from behind me. You used dark magic to fix multiple shapes and coordinates. By channeling Suikuan's magic power, the blade would transform according to the shape of the coordinate. Not only the blade but also the handle underwent the same treatment. The handle's shape was also changing. When it becomes a smaller knife, is the iron compressed. Even though the apparent size changes, the weight remains the same. No wonder it's heavy. Mother's gaze toward Novium-san held respect. Regardless, this is remarkable craftsmanship. To explore what dark magic can achieve and conceive of this idea, then bring it to life, it's impressive. You've incorporated your own magic, haven't you? Suikuan isn't capable of such complex spells yet. And above all, he's genuinely surprised. It's quite an honor to hear that from the Heavenly Belle herself. Indeed, I infused my magic into it. Fortunately, I also have a faint mix of dark attributes. It worked well with sways. Novium-san's reddened face might be due to the alcohol or perhaps embarrassment. However, when he turned back to me, his expression was once again resolute. Nevertheless, this wasn't a whimsical or impromptu decision. Sway, I can't deliver just the blade without the accompanying set. He tossed a wooden sheath toward me. Attached to the sheath was a leather belt, complete with fasteners on both ends. As I took it, I realized something. The sheath, the belt, and even the fasteners all bore a familiar design. Put it on there. It should fit perfectly. He pointed to my left hip. The sheath that housed my father's sword, Riddle, connected by the belt. I mounted it. The handles of the sword and the kitchen knife aligned beautifully side by side. The design and color scheme were so perfect that it seemed as if the same person had crafted them both. Handing over 9 blades in a row, I doubt they'll fit next to each other. It would be inconvenient for you to carry them, and the appearance wouldn't be practical either. Besides, I had confidence. This one would become a blade worthy of comparison even with the master's finest work. Standing next to the person I once admired, the one whose back I followed, I wanted to stand there. The blade my father once carried for the sake of our family. Now, the blade I would carry for my family. Both of them at my waist, side by side. Novium-san. Thank you, this exceeds my imagination. I apologize, I can't find adequate words of praise. I said, my heart swelling with emotion, my face breaking into a joyful smile. When I return, I'll boast in front of my father's grave. My friend forged this sword for me. With this, I'll protect my family. I'll boast to the master too. I was able to give my friend the finest masterpiece. Just like you, I'll say you'd protect your family with the blade I made. And there it was. I accepted the offered bottle of sake. Taking just a sip, enough to moisten my lips, the alcohol still burned like fire. Chapter 19.2. I guess like father, like son. Very well, then let's consider it payment. Novium-san replied, returning to his craftsman demeanor after we had shared a drink and exchanged laughter, though I had only touched my lips to the cup. We celebrated each other, and then he continued, I've brought the agreed-upon amount. I retrieved the check from my pouch. Despite being just a piece of paper, it carried a weight that seemed proportional to the sum written on it. The payment for the knife, a hefty 2 million nibs. Here in this world and in Japan, the scales of logistics and production industries differed significantly, making direct currency comparisons challenging. However, if we roughly equated 1 nib to about 10 Japanese yen, it made sense. In other words, 2 million nibs translated to 20 million yen. The fortune I had left behind in Japan, combining my father's inheritance and life insurance premiums, amounted to roughly 10 million yen. This payment was twice that, an astronomical sum. Yet, I didn't feel it was expensive. The cost of materials for the knife was substantial, and as a remarkable craftsman, Novium-san took pride in his masterpiece. If anything, I wondered if this payment was still insufficient. Well, perhaps I can think this way because I've been fortunate enough to accumulate substantial wealth. Are you going to pay the entire amount up front? I just got a tremendous amount of money from the Bicorn variant buyout. It was 4 million nibs. And that was after all the taxes had been deducted. Taking away my enjoyment, aren't you? Making the young ones shoulder the debt is an old man's amusement. Please refrain from burdening the youth with debt for your entertainment. On the flip side, if I were penniless, he would have waited indefinitely. I recalled my mother's stern words against me totally relying on her. Very well then. I've indeed received it. Novium-san examined the check's amount and the guild certificate inscribed with magical runes. Taking it to the guild would allow for conversion into currency or direct deposit into an account. Don't forget to exchange it. There's a deadline. As lazy as I am, I won't forget an amount like this. Besides, this serves as proof of a job well done. Letting it expire would be like breaking a hammer. He chuckled, downing another gulp of his drink. I couldn't help but worry about his nonchalant attitude. Was that really okay? Amidst my wry smile, Novium-san suddenly made a request. Now, listen here, Sway. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? If it's within my abilities, I want you to give that blade a name. A name, is it? I blinked, caught off guard by the unexpected words. It's a tradition passed down among us dwarf craftsmen, a kind of wish. When a masterpiece is forged, we bestow a name upon it. This becomes the final tempering, and the blade attains completion, becoming eternal. It's an old custom, but since you've come this far, I'd like you to wield the finishing hammer. I see. So that's why my father. The sword at my waist had been crafted by Novium-san's master. My father, upon receiving it, had been similarly asked by the master to name it, hence its moniker, Riddle. Well, the origin was a bit unconventional, but as I chuckled, reality hit me. How did one even go about naming something? What kind of name would be fitting? Eto. A name. Just give me a moment. I'll think about it. I promise. My mind raced, stumbling over itself. This was bad, I couldn't come up with anything. I'd always been exasperated with father's choices. Naming a weapon after one from a favorite online game, was that really appropriate? And in video messages, I'd sometimes boast about it, wondering if I'd carried over a certain mindset from my middle school days into adulthood. But now, faced with the task, I realized, what kind of name? I apologize, father. I'm truly sorry. I know how you must feel, and now that I'm in the same position, I understand. But what should I name it? Chocola, do you have any good ideas? Kuan, I guess not. Chocola seems bored, sniffing the scent of the basket in the corner of the shop. Maybe the mix of bamboo and iron smells caught his interest. Perhaps I can't rely on mother. True. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to interfere between Suikuan and Novium-san. Mother smiles gently. She probably knows myths and legends unique to this world, and she could casually reference them. But for me, what's the name of a fictional weapon from Earth? Excalibur or Fragarak? No, it's a kitchen knife. Ah, right. Novium-san. Whoa, why the sudden loud voice? Well, Novium-san's name. Does it have any meaning? For example, my name Sway means green in my world. My name. Yes. What is it? It's an old dwarven word that means there are no gods. In artisan families, children are often given names like there are no gods or surpass the gods. It's a way of wishing that they become craftsmen who rely solely on their own skills, without relying on gods. And our master's name, Williamram, means defeat the gods. There are no gods. God, absence. And that kind of name for a weapon, yes, I remember. At that moment, I blurted out reflexively. Kanaji. Kanaji. What does it mean? It's a word from my world, signifying the absence of gods. Since you made this knife for me, I'd like it to have a name with the same meaning as yours. Is that okay? Novium-san hesitated for a moment. He smiled broadly, but at the same time, he averted his gaze slightly. Thank you, he murmured. Then he turned back to me, his expression solemn. Understood. With the inscription Kanaji, I hereby transfer ownership of this blade to you. Wield it to your heart's content. And someday, after your family has had their fill, allow me to taste your cooking as well. Yes, Kanaji, with the inscription, I have indeed received it. So I promise that soon, I'll make sure you get to taste my cooking. The dishes I create with this knife. And so, I placed my hand on the knife's handle, responding to my friend's words and making a silent vow. Within my chest, there was a mix of embarrassment and just a hint of guilt. Because I had told him a lie. In Japanese, or rather, in kanji, God, nothing, is not pronounced as kanaji. The correct pronunciation would be konna. However, that sounded too much like a carpenter's planer, konna, and I resisted it. Suddenly, I remembered a weapon inscribed with the kanji pronounced as kanaji. It was the name of a short sword, similar to a kitchen knife. And so, I had already spoken the word aloud. No big deal. It simply meant that I was undeniably my father's son. I had inherited even those peculiar aspects. Kanaji. The name of a weapon from an online game I used to play before coming here. Chapter 19.3. He seemed to be doing well. Afterward, I left the shop after discussing a few things with Novium-san. There was something else I wanted him to make for me. It seemed that the knife wasn't the end of it, though I felt both grateful and apologetic for the trouble. However, unlike the frequent consultations needed for the knife, this matter didn't require as much back and forth. Since the materials would take some time to arrive, we decided to work on the details once they were in hand. Now, there was only one more task for today. We're going to the Adventurers Guild and that's it. Suikuan, may I stock up on a little alcohol on the way back? Mother asked hesitantly as we walked toward the Adventurers Guild. Isn't there any in the city's warehouse? No, unfortunately not. We've been getting everything we need for your daily life from Suikuen and the others, but alcohol is a different matter. The warehouse, located on the outskirts of Sidera, stored relief supplies for us. However, it was impossible to bring everything back home. Currently, under the management of Grandma Seriland, some of the supplies were sold to the townspeople at a low price. As for our own needs, we occasionally brought things back. Should I ask Grandma Seriland to arrange regular alcohol supplies for us? Well, it's a bit embarrassing. Mother looked away, fidgeting nervously. Cute. It's just alcohol. We won't need that much. Just occasionally when I feel like it. Did you and Father drink together often? Sometimes. It was more like having a drink together in the evenings. Not every day, though. Mother never drank enough to get drunk, it's true. I understand. I replied with a wry smile. Did Father not drink over there? He drank normally. There were always beer cans in the refrigerator, and he'd have a drink during dinner. But Chocola disliked the smell of alcohol. Whenever Father smelled of it after drinking, he'd avoid him. That's why he was always sulking. Bark. I patted him on the back as he barked as if to say it was Father's fault. I see. Mother would be careful after drinking too. Maybe it wasn't alcohol itself but the smell of beer that bothered him. Wine might be okay. Well, we'll have to ask Chocola. Bark. Shall we buy some wine or something? If we put it in the cupboard, it'll count as part of our stock. Really? Thank you. Let's choose something easy to drink. And when Suikuen comes of age, we can enjoy it together. Yes, that sounds good. That stuff Novium-san gave me earlier was a bit. Just putting it on my lips made me go you. I thought Father probably wanted to drink with me once I reached adulthood. So perhaps Mother was doing this on his behalf. As I pondered this, we continued walking along the main street. When we entered the Adventurers Guild building, the people in the lobby glanced our way. Today, they were all unfamiliar faces. Yet, from a distance, they observed us and whispered among themselves. Is it because of Mother? I apologize, Mother said, shrugging her shoulders. She wore a pointed black hat and a black cloak, the attire reserved only for witches known both within the country and beyond. In the past, nearly all those who held the title of witch had adorned themselves in this jet-black ensemble. However, in the present era, there was only one person who wore this outfit, Mother. Viol Mucaire. When the extraordinary mage emerged into the world, all the witches had looked on with reverence and astonishment, abandoning their black hats and cloaks. Compared to the Heavenly Bell, I can't even be called a sage, but rather an oracle or even a 8 trigrams seer. If the pinnacle of magic is embodied in the title of witch, then the epitome of black attire should belong to her alone. When I heard this story from Grandma Seriland, I thought, is that really necessary? But in truth, neither Grandma nor Karen, both of whom held the title of witch, had ever been seen wearing the same outfit as Mother. According to Karen, she had received the attire as a grant from the king when she was bestowed the title, but she had never actually worn it. Because it feels like I'm wearing Viol-sama's clothes, she said. Nevertheless, in the city of Sidera, rumors circulated that someone dressed in witch's attire occasionally appeared. Adventurers, in particular, knew that these were not mere rumors but unmistakably genuine. Are they still not back? Ignoring the curious glances around her, Mother scanned the lobby. It should be time, but since they're out in the forest, things might not go as planned. Shall we wait, then? With that, she walked purposefully toward a round table. Suikuen, over here. Ah, sure. Prompted, I took a seat. Wait, isn't this incredibly conspicuous? Aino. Hello. If you'd like to order any beverages. The receptionist Onisan hurried over. I'd seen her a few times before. She was friendly when Karen was around, but now she seemed a bit intimidated by Mother. Could I have a citrus orange soda with sugar syrup? No ice, please. And for Suikuen? Same for me. Oh, here's the payment. Hi Yari, please wait a moment. Soon, she returned with our drinks. Mother carefully dropped a few small ice cubes into my glass. Here's yours, Suekuen. Thank you. I tilt the glass. It's delicious. But the atmosphere around me is slightly awkward. For adventurers, having the renowned Heavenly Bell which casually relaxing in the lobby is probably an incredibly unusual situation. It's like having a Hollywood star in the same coffee shop. Of course, no one bothers her or tries to start a conversation. They all act normally. But the tension in the air makes me feel apologetic. It's almost unbearable. It would have been better if I had at least one acquaintance here. Speaking of which, Suekuen, do you need anything? If so, let's buy something along with the alcohol to take home. Yeah, maybe some fruit would be nice. What's in season right now? In that case, the citrus orange you're drinking. It's called summer orange, and it's a variety that's about to reach its peak harvest time. Like Valencia oranges or summer tangerines, huh? Let's go with that. Oh, and speaking of chocola and mint, do you think there's any play equipment we could get for them? Bark. Besides sticks and balls, maybe something like a frisbee? Bark. Mother is so matter-of-fact that I respond normally. Or perhaps it's easier for everyone if I act as if nothing is out of the ordinary. Maybe my awareness of the social atmosphere comes from growing up in Japan. Or maybe Mother's nonchalant demeanor is exceptionally thick-skinned. As I ponder this, our savior finally returns. The doors of the Adventurers Guild swing open, and a group of about a dozen people enters. They're all dressed in worn attire, but that's precisely why they hold their heads high with pride. The burly man leading the group and the lean young man beside him notice us. Hey, isn't that Sway? Are you with the Heavenly Beldono today? Sorry for being dressed like this. It's Bird-san and Schnee-san. I stand up and rush over to greet them. Welcome back. Is everyone safe? Yeah. Well, it was just an overnight trip, so we didn't venture too deep. Still, we managed to catch some impressive prey, so the results are quite good. That's good to hear. Ano, what about those two? When I ask, both Bird-san and Schnee-san smirk confidently. Those guys. There's something else. Yeah. If they make this place their base, it'll be a huge help. Are they getting along well with everyone? At first, it was surprising, but now no one pays them any mind. They're currently handing over their spoils, so they should be here soon. And speaking of which, they've arrived. Late to the lobby, two figures enter. I've given what we've got for evaluation, Boss Bird. But seriously, the Void Forest lives up to its name. I've never seen a wood rabbit as big as an owlbear before. Even the receptionist was surprised, so it must have been quite rare here too, right? The slender, handsome man and the bobcat woman with wolf ears. Today, one of our purposes for coming to Sidera. We've come to meet His Highness Nope, Noakuen and Parker-san. Chapter 19.4, however, he seems not. Ah, Sway. And Heavenly Belsama. Noakuen noticed us and his face lit up with joy as he rushed toward us. And right before our eyes, he came to a sudden stop. Facing my mother, Noakuen's expression quickly shifted. His smile vanished, replaced by a sincere gaze. He placed his hand over his heart and executed a formal bow. Before I could even react to this swift change, he spoke. Heavenly Belsama, it has been a while. I learned of the details from a letter sent by my mother. Although I cannot fully comprehend your feelings, I offer my condolences and my best wishes. Ah, I see. For Noakuen, Mother was the person who had been trying to bring back her missing family. And now, her goal was partially achieved. She had regained her son, even if her husband remained lost. Given this context, it was only natural that Noakuen couldn't respond with a simple smile or casual demeanor upon reuniting with someone in such a position. Mother, however, remained calm and smiled gently. No need for concern. While there were indescribable emotions, regrets, and sorrows, I am happy now. You've grown, Nope, Parker. Has it been 5 years? If Heavenly Belsama says so, we have no reason to worry. It's been a while, Vile-sama. It has indeed been 5 years. Noakuen's reserved expression broke into a heartfelt grin, and Parker narrowed his eyes in nostalgic recognition. Since you both left the capital, rumors of your exploits have reached us. The sage of white flames and way of love, which you've certainly honed your magical skills. Yes, we are grateful. The two shudder with emotion at mother's praise. Seeing the three of them, their emotions palpable, warmed my heart. These past 13 years, I've only been informed in fragments about how mother and Karen spent their time. However, from their own words and the hints dropped by Grandma Seriland, I can sense that they were on edge, preparing for the inevitable boundary erosion phenomenon once again. Imagining their experiences, I can't help but feel a poignant ache. But they have people they could trust, like Noa-kun and Parker-san. They could have a peaceful time together even for a moment. It eases my heartache, guilt, and other burdens ever so slightly. As I contemplate this, the two of them turn toward us and smile. Sway, apologies for delaying our greetings. I'm delighted to see you again. The feeling is mutual, Noa-kun. Hey, how have you been? Oh, I'm happy to see you again, Chocola-sama. Well, Parker's attention is clearly skewed, isn't it? She's bowing excessively to Chocola while barely acknowledging me. Chocola, on the other hand, stands his ground with a haughty air. It's a bit exasperating. Sorry, it's not that he's ignoring you. He's just salty with anyone who isn't family. Chocola, it seems Parker-san values you. Maybe be a little more conscious of that. Bark. Bark. Ah, he paid attention to me. Well, at least Chocola's barking in a nonchalant manner made Parker-san genuinely moved. Hopefully, they'll get used to each other. Both of them. I turn my attention back to Noa-kun. How has your work been in Sidera? Ah, you've been paying attention. Well, as expected of the Divine Will's broth, there's a palpable tension. The flora and fauna there are all quite rare. And as for the monsters, they're truly incomparable to anything else. Like Bird-san and the others, Noa-kun's clothes are stained with dirt and mud, and his hair is unkempt. Yet, his demeanor is that of a seasoned adventurer. Indeed, it has been 5 years since we left the capital. During this time, we've traveled far and wide, both within and beyond the borders. We've faced countless battles against monsters. Yet, there's something extraordinary about this place. The feeling is unmistakable. You reside deep within these forests, correct? It's almost unbelievable. Vile-sama, you can venture alone into the heart of those woods. Yes, that's right. Karen can too. Ooh, you're amazing. As for me, I still have a long way to go. Parker-san's expression is a mix of frustration and disbelief. The title of which, the highest rank among magicians, holds varying levels of power. Apparently, apart from my mother and Karen, very few possess the magical prowess necessary to survive in the depths of our home, the Void Forest. Hearing such stories, I can't help but wonder about my own abilities. Honestly, I might be quite impressive. Still, there's a lack of real conviction. Aside from the shock bear, I have only beaten the snake turtle shark on my own. Well, you did lend your power. Bark. I scratched Chocola's neck affectionately. It's good to hear that you're getting along well with Bird-san and the others. Ah, Boss Bird. An exceptional individual. His leadership, decision-making, and combat skills are all top-notch. And he's incredibly well-liked. Men like him are truly rare. I see. As for Schneidono's scouting abilities, his tracking skills and knowledge are truly remarkable. Ah, the world is vast. Talent flourishes in these remote lands. Though the phrasing is a bit overbearing, I can't help but feel pleased when my friends receive praise. Meanwhile, they've discreetly moved away to give us space. If they were listening, they'd probably blush and look away. By the way, Heavenly Bell-sama, will you also be unable to stay long today? Yes, unfortunately. There are matters to attend to, and I'd like to find some quiet time somewhere. In that case, allow us to invite you to our newly acquired home soon. We found a great property. Currently, we're renovating and maintaining it. Sway, you and your companions should come too. There are plenty of rooms, so you can relax and unwind. Sounds good, we'd love to. I responded to Noa-kun's handshake request. This kind of exaggerated exchange feels a bit embarrassing in terms of friendship. It's a departure from the casual familiarity I'm used to. Perhaps his perspective is different from that of commoners. After all, he is of royal blood. Noa-kun and Parker-san have post-adventure meetings with other adventurers, so they bid us farewell after that handshake. After watching them leave, I turn to my mother. Shall we head to the marketplace then? Mother. Hey, Suekun. She remains still, her gaze fixed on the entrance of the guild where Noa-kun and the others exited. With a thoughtful expression, she asks me without moving. Noa-kun. Has he always been like that since you first met him? Like what? Are you referring to his personality? Yes. His demeanor, choice of words. He seemed consistent with before. Well, his behavior toward you was quite different. Very polite and respectful. I see. His attitude toward me remains the same. But what's wrong? Let's discuss it later, once we're back home. Mother turns to face me and smiles. And so, I refrain from probing further, even though I'm curious. However, it seems that the Noa-kun she knows is somehow different from the Noa-kun I know. That much is clear. By the way, if we compare pure combat abilities, it's Parker, Noah, Bird. However, if we were to drop them individually into the heart of the forest for a week, survival odds would be Bird, Noah, Parker. And when it comes to leading a group in survival situations, Bird-san and Schnee-san combination boasts top-tier skills even within the country. Chapter 19.5 Going home and making a wine stew. Afterward, we went out to purchase some alcohol and a few ingredients and headed home. I opted for grape wine, as it's something Mother can enjoy and also useful for cooking. Since I bought several bottles, storing them in the pantry would make stock work on it. By the time we arrived back home, it was already late afternoon. Karen and the others welcomed us, and I couldn't contain my excitement. I was eager to try out the newly acquired knife. So, tonight we're having wine stew. Oh, bark. As I began cooking, Karen, Mint, and Chocola watched me closely. Were they all just bored? First, I prepared bone-in meat. This time, I used spare ribs from a wild boar. I transformed the blade of my knife, Kanagi, into a deba knife and skillfully exposed the marrow by cutting through the bones. The blade, imbued with the property of indestructible, effortlessly sliced through even thick rib bones. Its sharpness was remarkable, and I couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Thud, thud. The sound and sensation were both unsettling and satisfying. I stood at the kitchen counter, thoroughly enjoying the process. Mint, say on. Is it delicious? Meanwhile, in the living room, Karen was feeding Mint slices of summer oranges we'd bought in Sidera. She carefully peeled the oranges and fed them to Mint like a baby bird. Perhaps she was spoiling her a bit too much, but it was endearing. Karen, could you save the orange peels for me? HNN. What are you going to use them for? Maybe I'll try making candied orange peel. And so, I continued cooking, slicing finely chopped onions and garlic, and adding thyme to the frying pan. Of course, Kanagi played a crucial role in handling the delicate onion and garlic. With its blade transformed into a thin edge, I smoothly carried out the tasks, savoring the fragrant aroma as I worked. The blade's surface is imbued with the property of permanence, making it resistant to adhering cut materials and easy to clean. A quick rinse with water effortlessly removes any meat fat, leaving no lingering odor. Isn't this just perfect? Once the oil absorbed the aroma, I alternated placing lightly floured spare ribs into the frying pan. To seal in the meat's flavor and prevent juices from escaping, I seared the surface thoroughly. Chocola, if you drink too much milk, you won't have room for dinner. Bark. Kuan. Karen. Mint 2, drink milk. Wait a moment. As I continued working, I couldn't help but feel a little lonely watching Karen diligently care for Chocola and Mint. Just a little bit. Once the ribs had a nice sear, I transferred them to a pressure cooker. I layered the onions I'd removed from the pan at the bottom, placed the ribs on top, and added wine, water, and granulated consommé. Along with mushrooms and cherry tomatoes, I brought it all to a simmer. The delightful scent of wine filled the air as I covered the pot and began pressure cooking. With the main dish out of my hands, it was time to prepare the side dish, glazed round potatoes and carrots. I transformed my knife into a petty knife to peel the vegetables. The blade glided smoothly, effortlessly removing the skins. Once I matched the sizes of the round potatoes and carrots, I melted butter in a frying pan, added sugar, salt, and herbs when suddenly an idea struck me. I turned toward the living room. Karen, can you save the orange peels for me? What's going on over there? Karen sat on the couch, her lap serving as a pillow for Chocola, who lay sprawled on his back. Meanwhile, Mint rested her head on Chocola's belly, her legs dangling off the armrest and stretching onto the carpet. Both of you seem to be full. Right. Bark. Mint's fine, but Chocola, if you keep this up, you'll skip dinner. Kuan. And remember, I won't entertain you if you get hungry in the middle of the night. Kuan. With a wry smile, I borrowed some summer orange peels and returned to the kitchen. They would add flavor to the glaze. I placed the peels in the frying pan, adding enough water to cover them. Once it reached a boil, I reduced the heat and let it simmer for about 20 minutes. Around the same time, the pressure cooking of the meat was also complete. I turned off the stove and waited for the pressure to release. Meanwhile, I cooled the glaze in the refrigerator. It would enhance the flavors once incorporated. Satisfied, I rinsed my knife under running water, admiring its blade with a triumphant grin. It was perfect. Absolutely splendid. Cooking would be even more enjoyable from now on, thanks to Novium-san. As I finished the dishes, I glanced back at the living room. Mint had already started dozing off. Oops. Taking advantage of Karen's absence, I carried Mint outside. Vines were already extending from her skirt and dress. Mint, you can't sleep there. Munyu. Mint's appearance might resemble that of a little girl, but her Alworn physiology differed from humans. When she entered sleep mode, her body would be enveloped by vines and leaves, forming a bud-like shape. During this time, she absorbed nutrients through her roots in the soil, similar to how we might doze off while sitting in a chair. I led her to the dismantling area and let her stand on the soil. Here, you can rest peacefully. Hee. What is she dreaming about? I watched the smiling Mint as her body became encased in leaves and vines. Once she settled into her usual form, I turned my attention to Chocola, who had followed us. Chocola, you need a little post-meal exercise. Run around the ranch for a bit. Bark. Chocola barked, immediately turning and dashing off. His energy had certainly picked up since his earlier laziness. I think I better play with him later when I take Pochi into the stables. Returning to the living room, I noticed that the pressure cooker's indicator was just right. I opened the lid, revealing a complex and rich aroma, a mixture of meat, wine, onions, garlic, and herbs wafting through the kitchen. Looks delicious. Is it ready? Almost. Just the final touches. Karen, who had returned, asked me, which I replied to. Now it was time to simmer the dish over low heat. During this process, I adjusted the flavors with honey, pepper, and a touch of soy sauce for depth. Tasting occasionally, I fine-tuned the seasoning. Sway's cooking always requires so much effort. Karen mused, peering into the pot beside me. It's not something Vile-sama or I could manage. I don't think so. Cooking is just following a set of steps. Of course, if we delved deeper, there would be knife skills, experience, intuition, and mastering the nuances of heat. In terms of culinary expertise, my abilities were nothing remarkable. However, when it came to home cooking, as long as you followed an existing recipe, measured accurately, and followed the correct steps, you could create something reasonably tasty. That's not it. It's different. Karen shook her head. She gripped my collar gently, her eyes narrowing with kindness. Sure, maybe Sway is right if we're just going to do it once or twice. With guidance, we might manage. But Sway does this every day, every meal, for us. Not begrudgingly or with annoyance, but with genuine joy. She looks so happy when we eat her food. That's not something just anyone can do. And so, I stretched a little, casually. Thank you always. She whispered against my cheek, her own cheek pressed to mine. Is it almost ready? Yeah, yes. All right, I'll go get Vile-sama, she said, spinning on her heel and heading upstairs. Meanwhile, my face flushed from the vivid sensation of Karen's warm cheek against mine. It felt as if my face had caught fire from the heat she transmitted. Suppressing my racing heart with a deep breath, I pondered, was this considered a cheek kiss? Well, it was a form of greeting, so calling it a kiss seemed exaggerated. Besides, if it were a kiss, wouldn't there be two of them like when we reunited? My embarrassment only intensified as I thought about it. Okay, just finishing up, I blurted out, trying to distract myself. I grabbed a spoon and tasted the dish. Despite the wine's alcohol content having long evaporated, it still made me feel a bit lightheaded, just like when I sipped alcohol. Chapter 19.6 Eating, Conversing, Pondering. The wine stew was a great success, receiving lavish praise from all who tasted it. Mellow, sweet, profound, rich, delicious. Karen deftly wielded her fork, murmuring fragmented words as she transported each morsel to her lips. Truly delightful. I was worried that using wine both in the stew and as a base would be overwhelming, but it harmonizes beautifully. Mother savored the flavors with a glass of wine in hand. Bark, Chomp, Chocola, too, reveled in the meal. His delight, however, stemmed not from the wine stew but from the spare ribs I had boiled together with it. He gnawed contentedly on the bones. The taste is intricate, I can't really describe it well. Frustrating. When you use wine as the base, it adds depth to both aroma and flavor. With meat, mushrooms, and cherry tomatoes, the umami factor is off the charts. And the marrow essence from the bones is an added bonus. The accompaniments are delightful as well. You can dip them in the sauce or savor them as they are, the fragrance is refreshing. That's the zest of summer oranges. It was a spontaneous addition, and I'm glad it worked out. As I watched their enraptured expressions, I, too, savored the meat. Thanks to the pressure cooker, the spare ribs collagen had melted, rendering the meat tender and easily separable from the bones. The meat juices, infused with the scent and acidity of the wine, were rich, and when I popped a cherry tomato into my mouth alongside it, the combination was even better. Since the sauce is brimming with flavor, try dipping some bread in it, not just the glaze. Tonight was bread night. I bought it from Sidera. It was darker and coarser than what I'd eaten in Japan, but its robust aroma made it a better match for dishes like this. Unfortunately, without proper cooking facilities, I could only indulge occasionally. Maybe it was time to build a stone oven. I'd love to bake pizzas, too. Oh, indeed, soaking the bread is a splendid idea. Wine stew is served even in the capital's restaurants, but what you've made, Suikuen, surpasses them by far. And probably even the palace can't achieve this level. You're showering me with too much praise. Not at all. It's not excessive. Instantly dismissed. Well, perhaps they don't have pressure cookers here. The meat was sourced from the depths of the forest, and when adjusting the flavor, I even used soy sauce. Additionally, I consciously enhanced the umami with granulated consommé, cherry tomatoes, mushrooms, and such. These modern Japanese-inspired innovations might not exist here yet. Does it go well with wine? I'd like some too. Of course. But just a tiny bit, okay? Karen isn't great with alcohol. Mao. But Vilesama said the other day, when you're drunk, it's your chance to be pampered. Timing matters. Besides, didn't you follow my advice earlier? It's not something to rush into too quickly. You should only do it once you made the other party's heart flutter. I see, a valuable lesson. No, I heard everything you whispered halfway through, you know? And that cheek kiss earlier, was it orchestrated by Mother? Come to think of it, Karen left her seat around the time Mint was dozing off. Did she go upstairs? Or perhaps, I'll pretend not to notice their secretive conversation. Or maybe they're deliberately speaking loudly to make me aware. Karen aside, my instincts were sounding an alarm that Mother might be up to something. No, really, it's not that I dislike it. I'm actually happy. It's just that my resolve isn't quite firm yet. Still, neither Mother nor Karen sent me meaningful glances, and we continued our meal harmoniously. Everyone devoured the meat, and the sauce remaining on the plates was wiped clean with glace and bread. By the time we poured post-meal tea, by the way, Suikuen, Karen, about Nope. Mother broached the topic. Noa-kun. Come to think of it, Mother, you were about to say something at the guild. About him being always like that since we first met, or something. Yes. His demeanor, or rather, his choice of words, bothers me a little. Curious, what could it be? Indeed, he is a type of acquaintance I haven't encountered much before. He has a strong character and it is impossible to forget him once you meet him. Suekuin mentioned that he hasn't changed since you first met. Karen, what about you? How long has it been since you interacted with those kids? About 3 years. I happened to meet them at an adventurers guild in some town. Was he like that even back then? I'm not talking about Parker, but Nope. Asked. Karen pondered. Her gaze wandered as if unraveling memories eventually. Oh, now that you mention it, yes. His manner of speaking was different from when he was at the royal palace. Has it been that way since 3 years ago? Probably. No, definitely. He was already different 3 years ago. What do you mean? Perplexed, I furrowed my brow, and Mother responded. Nope. That boy was in the royal palace until 5 years ago. But back then, although his character was still intense, he didn't speak like a royal. Explained, she continued. 5 years ago, Noelim was the opposite of now, almost as if he disliked being of royal blood, avoiding any mention of lineage or status. Of course, this also manifested in his choice of words. I didn't notice because he treated me the same as before, but when I heard him talking to Suekuin, I noticed. I remember he used to refer to himself as Or. Exactly. He was so lacking in royal etiquette that Shaps was quite perplexed. Shaps? Who's that? I asked, and it turns out it's the king. Mother. She addresses the king so informally. Karen, if he was already like that when you met him 3 years ago, did he consciously change his way of speaking and attitude when he became an adventurer? But that's strange, isn't it? I felt a strong sense of dissonance. But you see, Noa-kun, when we first met, he said something like treat me as an adventurer. Yet he uses yo as his first-person pronoun, and his way of speaking is grandiose, almost like a noble. Isn't that the opposite of what you'd expect? If he wanted to be seen as an adventurer, he needn't speak that way. And if he was using or, a casual pronoun, at the royal palace, it's even more puzzling. Comparing it to what you both said, when he lived in the royal palace, he spoke in an unroyal manner. But the moment he left the castle and became an adventurer, he started speaking like royalty. And yet, he also seeks to be treated as an adventurer by others. It just doesn't make sense. His intentions and actions seem out of sync. My speculation hung in the air, and Mother remained silent for a while. But eventually, she asked, Suekuin, what do you think of him? Apart from our current conversation. After interacting with Nope, talking to him, what's your impression? Could you become friends? So, I reflected on my feelings and memories and answered. Honestly, we haven't spent enough time together to know if we truly get along. But I've sensed that he's a good person. Despite his peculiar way of speaking and intense character, he doesn't impose anything on me without considering my wishes. He's not pushy or selfish, despite being overbearing. And he shows care. Yeah, that's why. I'd like to be friends with him. I see. Mother exhaled, visibly relieved, and then looked at me with joy. In that case, Suekuin, would you be kind to him? If you find that you don't get along after spending time together, that's okay. But Nope's parents are friends of mine. So, I worry a little. If you could keep an eye on him, I'd appreciate it. Understood. Boys close to my age are valuable to me right now. I'll try to get to know him as much as I can. Chapter 19.7 Summer's premonition unfurls with each brushstroke. Noa-kun, the young lad whose tale reached me through Mother's lips, isn't something I must immediately deal with. Our lives here and theirs across the forest remain distinct. In due time, when the stars align, we can have our long talk. As for myself, I have lately sensed the impending arrival of summer. Not due to fluctuations in temperature, mind you. It's still quite cool in the forest, or rather, compared to summer in Japan, it's like heaven. It's almost time to put on short sleeves. How on earth did I feel summer then? Chocola, of course. Our beloved doggo has embarked upon the molting season. Section. You shed a lot as usual. Bark. When I use the comb against his back, a bunch of fur comes along with it. 2 days ago, Mother suddenly asked, has Chocola been shedding more than usual? Having shared many seasons with our furry companion, I was immediately taken aback. But Mother and Karen, who recall only Chocola's puppyhood, remained unaware of a canine metamorphosis, the shedding of winter coat. Chocola, in particular, is furry. The sofa was covered in fur in no time. Fortunately, we have a fairly powerful vacuum cleaner in the storeroom upstairs, so we were able to clean it up quickly. Unfortunately, Chocola's shedding will continue for a while. Before everyone could sneeze more, an immediate indoor ban was imposed. And so, in the quiet corner of our homestead, I crouch, brushing Chocola's coat. But even so, your molting season seems shorter than that of ordinary doggos. Bark. Kuwan. I guess it only lasts 10 days or so if it's the usual. Ordinary doggos shed for over a month and a half, from spring to early summer. Yet Chocola defies convention. Back in Japan, I thought it was just his personality, but it is probably because of the ecology of the fairy dog Cu Sith. However, if you leave him alone, he will feel itchy and scrape his body with his hind legs, and it will be all over the place. Holding him will also make your hand full of fur. Chocola, okay? Not sick? Mint, with a concerned expression, picks up a fallen bundle of fur from the ground. He's not sick. Dog fur is warm, isn't it? Yeah, warm. But with summer approaching, it'll get hot. Really? Yes. So, in preparation for summer, he'll shed his long fur and grow shorter hair. Ah. Don't get but, not sick Griot. Mint giggles and hugs Chocola. Truly, she didn't fully understand. Where? All over me. Yeah, it's all over your face. And even on your head. Haha, it tickles. Bark. Chocola sits there, covered in fur, unsure of what to do as Mint continues to laugh and playfully frolic. Go play with Pochi over there, you might sneeze from all this fur. Okay. Later, Chocola. Kuwan. Even if you whine sadly, there's nothing I can do. I'm sorry. Amazing. He looks like a little sheep. Not that it's a direct comparison, but Karen joins us. She squats down, admiring the pile of shed fur. I wonder if we could sell this to Parker at a high price. Considering how obsessed she is with Cu Sith, she might actually buy it, but let's not, okay? While I don't intend to sell it, I briefly thought about giving it to her as a gift. But presenting her with a handful of our dog's shed fur and asking, would you like this, seems a bit odd. Definitely not. Sway, let me help too. Alright, but don't overdo it. His fur is naturally shedding right now, so forcing it out isn't good. I understand. Karen takes the brush and slowly runs it down Chocola's neck and back. Kuwan. Does it feel good? He's itchy after all. There. Let me brush it out. Kuwan. Kiyu. Chocola lies on his belly, his eyes half closed in contentment. I've been thinking for a while now, but you're really good at melting Chocola, Karen. Foo. He used to be more attached to me than Sway when we were kids. No, that's not true. You used to hug him so much he'd run away. Well, you could interpret it that way if you're malicious. I guess so. Brush. Karen continues to brush Choco vigorously. Wow, there's so much coming out. It seems like more than usual this year. Maybe he's back to his old self now that he's back here. Bark. Yeah, you're definitely more energetic than you were in Japan. I guess it's also because, over there, I thought he was a grandpa. I thought I was being careful not to overwork him, but maybe I ended up making him too docile. Hey, Sway. And, while looking at Chocola's blissful expression, Karen asks me hesitantly, earlier, you told me about your childhood. Yeah, I did. The old days, when you lived here. Do you remember everything now? I wonder why. Karen's voice sounds a little scared. She keeps her back turned to me, not looking at me. No. Since it's about our childhood, there are many vague memories. I'm not sure how much of what I remember constitutes everything. Sorry, but could it be that I've forgotten something important? It's nothing. Just a question. Alright, Chocola, we're done. Kuan. Even if you make such a noise, as Sway said, it's not good to force them out. My confusion was short-lived. Karen stood up, looked back at me, and offered me the comb. Her face was the same as usual, at least I couldn't read anything out of the ordinary on her face. Here, take it back. I'll go check on Mint and Pochi. Oh, and could you also inspect the stable? Make sure it's not too stuffy in there. I nodded as Karen walked away. Watching her, I tilted my head. Have I really forgotten something important? Chocola, do you think so? Bark. But if that's the case, Karen would be a bit more mischievous, wouldn't she? Bark. Has something crucial slipped my mind? Maybe she wants me to remember. Perhaps a kiss would jog my memory. She teases me like that. But it's all to protect me. Karen knows that if I can't recall something significant, I'll feel guilty. So she avoids putting me in that position. Is there something else? Perhaps something different? Maybe there's something I don't want to remember. It's pointless to dwell on it. As I play with the pile of shed fur next to Chocola, I stop pondering. Maybe I should sew some of this around the house. It'll mark her territory. Bark. I pat Chocola's head and stand up. Though it's not as intense as Japan, the summer heat gently envelops us from above. Chapter 20, Friends Circumstances. Chapter 20.1, Been Invited. Big. That was my first impression of the house Noa-kun and Parker-san brought. Chocola's shedding had abated, and is now in his summer attire. It was then that I received a message from him via the communication crystal. Would you care to visit? With no pressing tasks at home, we, truth be told, found ourselves rather idle. Thus, we accepted the invitation without hesitation. Moreover, his words extended further. Feel free to stay overnight. Our party consisted of Chocola, Karen, and myself. Mother remained behind to look after Mint and Pochi. Concerned about her cooking abilities, I prepared an abundance of preserved dishes. And as for sustenance, a simple heating of rice with water would suffice after all. Even a non-cook like Mother could manage boiling water. With an induction stove, there was no risk of fire. However, my excessive concern led to a pouting episode. Nevertheless, in truth, Mother's encouragement to go ahead and stay overnight was deeply appreciated. Undoubtedly, she worried about Noa-kun. Perhaps she also considered my limited circle of friends and hoped Karen and Parker-san could rekindle their old acquaintance. Yet personally, I longed for a heart-to-heart conversation with him. When we first met, the weight of his royal lineage overwhelmed me. However, it seems his parents and mine are old friends. Moreover, through Grandma Seriland, we are distant relatives, not blood relatives but still relatives. Noa-kun is someone much closer than I initially thought. Had I grown up trouble-free in this world, he might have been a childhood friend. And perhaps, on his end, he is equally aware of this. Thus, he harbors curiosity, venturing all the way to Sidera to meet me. Welcome, both of you. And Chocoladono as well. Thank you for the invitation. We appreciate your hospitality. Nice seeing you. Bark. We exchanged greetings with Noa-kun and Parker-san, and even Chocola, who usually reserved his aloofness for anyone other than family, barked politely. And then, G. Liz Dono. We apologize for the inconvenience of transporting our esteemed guests. As a dragon of great lineage, we regret our inability to offer you proper hospitality. No need to worry. I merely escorted a friend. Besides, I shall receive my due share of gratitude. No cause for concern. The grandeur of Noa-kun's house was evident. G. Liz had descended not to the usual town square but into the estate's garden. Indeed, an impressive garden. Is it larger than the one at the Sway residence? Considerably so. Well, if you leave the ranch aside, even on other occasions, feel free to use our garden whenever it suits you. There will be times when it will be more convenient for you to land here. Noa-kun's house stood at the town's edge, opposite the usual square where we usually land and depart. It occupied the opposite pointed end of the crescent-shaped town. For me, either side is inconsequential, but it might be more convenient for Sway and the others here. Well, in any case, I shall take my leave. I'm going to pick you up the day after tomorrow, right? Yes, thank you as always. Stop by our house on your way. We've prepared great horned antelope slatrock for you. Much appreciated. The young ones will be delighted. Farewell. G. Liz's wings fluttered, and he ascended into the sky, barely stirring the air. In an instant, he shrank to the size of a pea. As always, I wonder how that happens. Doesn't that completely ignore the laws of physics? Do you catch slatrock regularly? After G. Liz departed, Parker-san looked at me with an expression that seemed to say, really? Before, we didn't see them much. But they've become more common since summer. Still, it's not every day. Maybe once a week. Slatrock is currently in its breeding season. Given their size and power, Chocola has to put in quite an effort, right? Bark. Upon our response, she sighed deeply. Perhaps Karen should properly explain what kind of monster the great horned antelope slatrock is. Once a week. That's simply outrageous. Is it really that rare? But come to think of it, when we first arrived in this world, Karen used to explain the forest creatures to me quite often. Wyverns, trihans, and such. Lately, she only tells me their names and basic traits. Even if I explain how dangerous they are, he doesn't seem all that surprised. Well, that's true. Karen smiled as if conceding, while Parker-san shrugged her shoulders. It's not that I'm not surprised, it's just that we lack first-hand experience. After all, both Mother and Karen can take them down in the blink of an eye. Unsure whether Noah-kun noticed our communication gap or not, he urged us. We can't stand around in the garden forever. Come inside. Section. The house, more appropriately called a manor, emanated an unmistakable nobility. In the center of the garden stood a fountain and flower beds, and even with those, there was ample space for G. Liz to land. The building at the back of the garden was likely 2 stories high, its roof and walls adorned in designs far from what a commoner's dwelling would bear. Upon opening the grand front door, we were greeted by a lofty lobby and a grand staircase directly ahead. No, I mean, if I was asked to imagine a noble's manor, this is exactly what I'll imagine. Do you have servants or something? So forgive me if my first words were precisely that. No, it's just Parker and me. Occasionally, we plan to hire a cleaner, but otherwise, there's no pressing need. Both of us are adventurers. We can cook, and Noah can heat the bath. So, you're not lacking in daily necessities. As I surveyed the surroundings, I noticed something. There was a scarcity of furnishings, almost none, in fact. Expensive vases, paintings, grand sculptures, my feeble imagination struggled to conjure them, but still. This manor seemed to house a modest life incongruent with its grandeur. However, very well, let me guide you to your rooms. During your stay, feel free to use the facilities. Ascending the grand staircase, we were led to guest rooms along the corridor. I skillfully avoided sharing a room with Karen and opted for a separate one. Facing the spacious bed, I wondered where to place my belongings. And then, a question arose. This manor was undoubtedly what nobles would inhabit. Noah-kun and Parker-san had purchased it, remodeled it, and made it their home. Lavish, vast, and indeed fit for royalty. Yet, they had no servants, managed household chores themselves, and lacked any decorative items. Despite owning this grand mansion, their lifestyle was unassuming and modest. The incongruity, the irrationality of it all made me furrow my brow. If they wanted an adventurer's life, why not choose an ordinary house? A cozy home for a couple, rather than flaunting this opulent estate. Why did they live in a manor that screamed nobility? Perhaps it was related to what Mother had pondered earlier. Will they discuss such matters during these 3 days? Wafu. As I petted Chocola, who lay at my feet, yawning, I surveyed the guest room. A luxurious bed, an extravagantly expensive vanity table nearby, and a cheap-looking picture placed on top. Chapter 20.2 Souvenir as a starting point. As our gesture of gratitude to G. Liz, the topic of conversation turned to a monster known as the great horned antelope slatrock. This creature resembles an antelope or an impala, or at least somewhat similar to those graceful beings. Its head bears 2 straight, long horns that gleam with a metallic luster, reflecting light and appearing golden. The body is quite big, towering well beyond the stature of a deer on earth, and up close, it exudes an intimidating aura. In temperament, it is ferocious, partly because it is their breeding season, but it acknowledges no parley and will just suddenly attack. It even emits light-based magic from its horns. The meat is delectable, akin to premium beef, lean and satisfying when prepared as steak. However, recently, these creatures have become frequent visitors near my home. Their immense size renders them surplus as provisions. If I were to capture one, my refrigerator and freezer would overflow with meat. Thus, I strive to shoo them away, but their combative nature often results in a solemn prayer for their departed souls, with 2 out of 3 will join in the battle till the end. The gift of an entire great horned antelope's latrock to Giles was, truth be told, was a godsend. The other one was chopped to pieces and lies on the fridge. Is it really okay for me to take this? After being guided to the guest room and taking a break. In the living room, a room too big and luxurious to be called a living room with a big sofa and so on. Parker-san stared in astonishment with the gift I gave her. I apologize for bringing so much. Do you have any place to store it? That's not what I meant. I mean, this is Great Horned Antelope's latrock, right? Yes, it's quite delicious. That's not the issue. It's not about that. Beside the bemused Parker-san, Noa-kun couldn't help but smile. Indeed, dwelling deep within the forest may have dulled your senses, or perhaps because you just returned here that you don't know. I do understand that they must be rare. When we first captured one, Karen and Mother were overjoyed. However, Noa-kun's response exceeded my imagination. The meat of the great horned antelope's latrock during my time at the royal palace, I had the privilege of tasting it only a handful of times. Not only due to its rarity, but encountering one in the wild is daunting. They are too strong to be hunted. I see. Certainly, they are powerful monsters, and it looks like even the royal family rarely eat them. But you're talking as if it's really strong. Well, never mind. I started to compare them to the shock bear and other mutants but stopped. It's clear that such a comparison would be inappropriate, given my incomplete understanding of this world's norms. Hey, Karen. Parker-san, giving me a disapproving look, turned to Karen. That guy, is he stronger than me? Even me and Vile-sama can't beat Sway. Karen immediately replies. No, that can't be. I began to protest. Maybe we won't lose, but we won't win either. We can't break through Sway's barrier. Is that so? Parker-san widened her eyes, and her tail straightened. Honestly, I don't know how to interpret that. After a few seconds, Parker-san muttered, her voice strained. Her feelings weren't directed negatively toward me. Rather, they seemed to reflect her own frustration. And that's why I remained silent. After all, my power, the potent dark magic that even Karen and Mother assert cannot be breached, is not something I acquired through effort or similar means. Parker-san, bearing the title of which likely earned it through unwavering effort and boundless dedication. It's not hard to imagine. After all, she didn't rely on acquaintances like Mother or Karen as sponsors when seeking the recommendation for her title. For someone like her, I, a newcomer, blissfully ignorant yet possessing magic stronger than her, might be an irksome presence. But contrary to my assumptions, Parker-san grinned. Well, the more people stronger than me, the more interesting life becomes. Just you wait, Sway. Someday, I'll at least crack your barrier. With that declaration, she chuckled and playfully thumped my shoulder. But first, Parker needs to defeat me. Don't say that. Gah. One of these days, I'll find my way to your house all by myself. She flailed her arms in frustration, yet her eyes sparkled with enjoyment. Beside me, Noa-kun stood. Observing Parker-san and Karen playfully interacting, he smiled and spoke. My apologies, Sway. She's like that. Beastkins tend to be spirited, to varying degrees. But in Parker's case, she doesn't envy or resent others' strength. Instead, she views them as nourishment for her own progress. I find that admirable and endearing. I see. I was worried I might have upset her. Haha, not at all. In fact, she probably holds a favorable opinion of someone as strong as you. She respects those who contribute to her growth. On the other hand, she dislikes those who hinder her progress. Well, that's a relief. As I sighed in relief, Noakuan's expression suddenly turned serious. Sway, there's something I'd like to ask. Your magic blossomed after returning to this world, and it's of such magnitude that both the Celestial Belle and Calm Spring Witches acknowledge it. Have you ever experienced any unpleasant encounters due to this immense power? Unpleasant encounters, you say? As you mentioned earlier, there are those who look down on others or harbor envy. Some delight in ridiculing those weaker than themselves, while others try to hinder those who excel. Such individuals abound in the world. In your case, if you were to encounter trouble, it would likely be from the latter group. Perhaps Noakuan was drawing from his own experiences. During his time at the royal palace, he might have indeed encountered such people. Or perhaps even now. However, there's only one honest answer to that question. I've been fortunate. Meeting Noakuan's gaze, I continued. Since returning here, in the depths of the forest, accompanied by Chocola, it was just the two of us at first. Bark. I petted Chocola's slightly refreshed summer coat as he sat at my feet. Then Karen came to join us, followed by Mother. I became friends with G-Liz and explored this town. I met many people, including Bird-san and Schnee-san, Lila-san, Tomo-san, and Novium-san, Cliché-san and Grandma Seralind. And there were even adventurers I've come to know. No one has ever shown ill will toward me. I believe it's because Father, Mother, Karen, and Grandma Seralind have protected me. Even now, I think they continue to watch over me. When I heard Mother's stories, that conviction grew stronger. Perhaps living deep within the forest plays a part, but regardless, I've never encountered anyone who spoke ill of me. I haven't met those who would plot against me. Yes, I truly am fortunate. That's it. However, sometimes I feel anxious. What if those kinds of people appear? Those who deny me or seek to hinder me. There is no guarantee that I won't meet with such people in the future. In that case, Sway. Noakuan's gaze narrowed. His composed face held a sharp edge, and he inquired, probably testing me. If troublemakers like that were to emerge, how would you handle it? I'd fend them off. So I replied. Even though I dislike conflict and harming others, I live to find happiness. If anyone obstructs that, I'll retaliate within reasonable bounds. Leaving them alive may sow seeds of trouble. And if they can't match you with power, they might even find outside help. I don't want to be feared by potential friends or endure petty harassment. But if it comes to that, maybe I should become a hermit in the depths of the void forest. You're going to escape? Yes, escape. My home lies deep within the void forest. The day after I teleported here, I encountered a mutant. That's the kind of place I live in. If they can follow me, so be it. But if they can't harm you directly, they might target those close to you. True. So there are people who do that. Then, I'll guess I'll have to use my power. Also, if I mention Mother's name, would they still go on? Your esteemed Mother's power is not your own power. Aren't you resistant in getting others help? Of course not. My happiness is the happiness of my family. Those who interfere with my happiness are enemies of my whole family. I'm blessed, that's true. But that's exactly why I'm going to use what I'm blessed with if it will make me stay happy, if it will make me avoid unhappiness. Rather, I must ensure that Mother doesn't go overboard. Bark. Chocola wagged his tail and barked energetically. I continued to stroke his head, then turned back to Noakuan. I couldn't fathom his intentions behind that question. But still, because of that. Hey, if you ever need help or find yourself in a difficult situation, maybe you could stay at our place for about a week. Just let us know, you're invited. Noakuan hesitated slightly. With a complex smile, one that seemed both lonely and joyful, he held the souvenir I gave in his arms and spoke. I'll store the meat in the ice room. Tonight, I'll prepare a dish in the style of the capital. And afterward, could we talk a bit? Yes, of course. As Noakuan turned on his heel, I watched his receding figure. What could I truly do with the little glimpses of what he carried? Chapter 20.3 After Dinner. The vicinity of the Sorks Kingdom's capital is renowned for its sesame seeds, and naturally, this influence extends to its culinary culture. Sesame oil, in particular, is indispensable, akin to how olive oil is cherished by the Greeks. However, the sesame variety here differs slightly from the familiar sesame on Earth. The sesame oil carries a hint of sweet floral fragrance alongside a subtle spiciness. It's intriguing and refreshing. I should consider ordering some for myself. In any case, Noa-kun and Parker-san treated me to their homemade feast. It was truly a complete sesame meal. The main dish featured steamed thigh meat of great horned antelope slatrock, drizzled with a sauce blending sesame oil and lemon. As a side, we enjoyed a salad tossed with sesame salt and fish sauce, along with a hearty bean soup. The bread resembled thin, round chapati, similar to what we'd call it on Earth. We spread it with a sesame-infused jam made by blending ground sesame and honey. Even our beverage featured sesame. A roasted blend of tea and sesame, surprisingly delightful. The variety of sesame must be the secret. And for the grand finale dessert, of course, we had more sesame. Halva, a confection loaded with dried fruits, nuts, and copious amounts of sesame. It's said that long ago, a transmigrator, someone who arrived through the boundary fusion phenomenon from Earth, created this sweet treat. I vaguely recalled the name. Certainly, it's a delicacy from West Asia. The crispy texture yielded to a melting sensation in the mouth, with layers of sweetness, aroma, and delightful crunch all culminating in the lingering flavor of sesame. Was this taste born from a transmigrator's homesickness or merely my application of acquired knowledge? Either way, this recipe has taken root in this world, evolving over time to become a traditional delicacy of a nation and its capital. As I savored dessert, Noa-kun gave me a wry smile. Halva is quite common. In the capital, families prepare it at home, it's a mother's specialty. Yet, you seem to appreciate it as much as the meat from the great horned antelope slatrock, if not more. I replied. Everything was incredibly delicious. While the antelope meat might be the rarest for Noa-kun and Parker-san, every dish felt fresh and vivid to me. That's good to hear. Your words make me happy. Noa-kun's expression probably mirrored my usual one, the face I make when I see someone relishing the food I've prepared. Section. After dinner, I took a bath, and the tranquility of the night settled in. It's obvious, but unlike our home, Sidira lacks electricity. The chandeliers hanging from the ceiling use luminescent magic stones, but their glow pales in comparison to LEDs. Oddly enough, the city center feels darker than the deep forest. Karen had already retired to the second floor, to her bedroom. It seemed she and Parker-san were having a girls' night. Parker-san had brought up a bottle of wine. I wondered if she'd be tipsy after just a few sips. Chocola lay at my feet, gnawing on the bones of the great horned antelope slatrock. Given that these bones belonged to a fairly strong monster, it provided a satisfying chew. You've finally found bones worthy of your fangs. Bark. Chocola continued gnawing. However, if he exerted his full strength, he'd likely crush these bones too. So, he adjusted his physical enhancement accordingly. It's not that he wanted to shatter them, he just wanted to bite with all his might. Clever boy. By the way, we haven't played frisbee yet. Bark. Chocola gnawed. Shall I make one? Carving a lightweight piece of wood should do the trick. Gnaw. Sorry to have kept you waiting. While having an imaginary conversation with Chocola, Noa-kun returned to the guest room. He held a wine glass in both hands, containing steaming red liquid. Since you don't drink alcohol, I heated it to evaporate the spirit. This should be safe. Thank you for your consideration. The warm wine smelled of pepper and was quite pleasant. We sat across from each other on the sofa, lightly clinking our glasses in a toast. Taste great. It's from the Vigilia region. Still haven't memorized the geography? Sorry, I haven't. I need to study that. I had no idea where the Vigilia region was located. Was it within the kingdom? As I pondered while chugging down the warm wine, earlier, Noa-kun broached a different topic, speaking quietly, somewhat reservedly. I apologize if my question earlier was intrusive. It was overly curious for someone you've just met. He bowed slightly. I wondered if it was appropriate for a royal to behave this way, but I refrained from commenting. It's fine. Between you and me, I'll say this regardless of your lineage or status, we're distant relatives, right? Even though we've just met, our connection isn't that of complete strangers. For me, freshly returned to this world, it's an important bond. I appreciate that. To hear the term relative used so casually, without ulterior motives, is quite rare. At the palace, people much more distant in relation approach with familial familiarity. So, the earlier incident. Does it relate to this? I inquired boldly. Should I dare to broach the subject, or would it be wiser to keep my beak shut? The dilemma gnawed at me. Yet Noa-kun, I was certain, harbored an unspoken desire, a longing to converse, to be heard. You once asked me whether I had ever experienced unpleasantness, whether I had encountered those who sought to trip me up. Of course, I perceived your words as genuine concern for my well-being. That much was clear, and I believe it's not a lie. But, even without lies, there lay something deeper. Perhaps the true intent resided elsewhere. Perhaps it wasn't solely about me. Rather, it pertained to you, perhaps to all of you, engaged in an ongoing struggle with those very individuals who evoke disdain. So, Noa-kun, did you seek to probe my thoughts on this matter? Noa-kun's eyes widened briefly before narrowing sharply. Why? Do you think that? First, my apologies. I heard some things about you from my mother. I took a sip of the warm wine, its spiced aroma lingering. The alcohol, though minimal, ignited a pleasant heat in my throat. With that, I continued. Your choice of words differs between your palace days and the present. Now, you talk more like a royal than you were in the place. Too contradicting, don't you think? You ask others to treat you as a mere adventurer, but you were talking like a royal. Noa-kun remained silent. Undeterred, I pressed on. Upon entering this mansion, I felt a sense of discomfort. It's an impressive house, likely once owned by a noble and subsequently refurbished. That much is evident. But the mansion is somewhat bleak. Its furnishings are sparse, no paintings, no sculptures, none of the ostentatious displays one would expect from a noble. Perhaps my words would provoke him. Perhaps this is already trespassing into his inner life. But I couldn't help myself. Yet to me, he appears to desire precisely that. He seems to want me to delve deeper, to tread where others hesitate. Let's start with the basics. You and Parker-san reside here alone, without any servants. So why, then, the need for such a grand mansion? You mentioned it was for our visits, but surely a smaller house would suffice. The unnaturalness and irrationality of it all. The incongruous actions, there must be a reason, a purpose. Noa-kun, I sense that all of you might be enduring something, pushing yourselves beyond reason. That's what I thought. For a while, silence reigned in the parlor. I counted slowly, perhaps 10 or 20 breaths. Then Noa-kun exhaled quietly, a wry smile playing on his lips. Remarkable. To think you've discerned so much. Even if there's keen insight from heavenly Belsama, I didn't expect a newcomer like you to cut so incisively. Impressive. He flung himself back against the sofa's backrest. His gaze remained fixed outside the window, intense and probing. No, that's not right. With a blend of annoyance and resignation in his voice. We are being watched. Chapter 20.4. The royal family is quite a hassle. We are being watched. Even now. Noa-kun's startling revelation caught me off guard. His gaze remained fixed to our side outside the window, where only darkness was visible from the well-lit parlor. Chocola, is there something outside? Gru-ru-ru. I stroked my beloved doggo's back and inquired. Chocola wrinkled his nose, peered outside, and bared his teeth slightly, while making a low growl. His behavior conveyed a message, not a threat of imminent attack, but a sense of being watched. Indeed, we are being observed. However, judging by Chocoladono's reaction, the observer is distant. I don't think they can hear our voices, Noa-kun said, his smile faint. There was a touch of resignation mixed in. Nevertheless, even if they were listening, it wouldn't matter. Is that because I'm here? Yes, the one and only you. As the dear slayer, the heavenly bell witch, your esteemed mother's son. In front of you, the trappings of royalty hold no meaning. Simultaneously, there's no need to put on a facade when outsiders wouldn't dare listen. Noah Kuan shifted slightly on the sofa, stretching his legs wide, an uncouth gesture, unbecoming of royalty. Now, where shall we begin? Ah, yes. Have you heard about my treatment within the palace? I heard why Mother taught you magic. The fact that your fire attribute is slightly mixed with water, and that there are still troublesome individuals in the political arena. What about the royal code that causes these troubles? I don't know. Within the royal code, there's a provision related to heirs. Leaning forward, he took a sip of wine and continued. Ensure there are at least 3 potential heirs. It's a practical measure to prevent the bloodline from ending. Given the uncertainties of life, having backups is necessary. Backups, a harsh term. But perhaps it's not mere idealism. Do not look so surprised. This is a duty of royalty. However, precisely because it is a duty, if the queen cannot bear 3 or more children, the king must take a concubine. Is the kingdom practicing polygamy? No, only the king. But my father, bless his soul, did not approve of anyone other than my mother as his wife. My mother, too, had no desire for concubines. Fortunately, they shared a close bond, and my mother faced no health issues. Currently, the royal code remains intact. It seems the royal couple has 5 children, including an adopted child. The eldest prince and crown prince, Prince Lupo. The second prince, Prince Lorabo. The eldest princess and Princess Unia. The non-royal prince, Idol, whom they adopted. And finally, the third prince, Prince Noah Kuan. On the other hand, those scheming to gain influence considered alternative paths. Could they somehow become relatives of the royal family? Could they attain a position to influence royal affairs? And so, they set their sights on me, the flawed third prince. What do you mean? The revelation that followed was beyond terrible, deeply sinister, a far cry from my peaceful life in Japan. The third prince is a failure, lacking the qualifications of an heir. Therefore, shouldn't we have another prince? Shouldn't the king take a concubine to increase the backups? They subtly suggested this, attempting to send a daughter into the royal family. What? That's absurd. Indeed, it's outrageous. But if Heavenly Belsama hadn't taught me magic, their absurd proposal might have gained traction. I was left speechless, utterly bewildered. Noah Kuan smiled at my reaction, ready to explain. Of course, they don't directly assert what I just said. Instead, they weave intricate webs, dripping with sarcasm, and persistently work their way in. In fact, I'd prefer if they were more straightforward. Over the past decade, they've persistently whispered snide remarks about Noah Kuan and the Queen, gradually wearing them down. Eventually, when Noah Kuan and the Queen raise their voices, they plan to manipulate the situation so that the king himself suggests taking a concubine. The king, often regarded as a well-meaning fool, is a mere pawn. Exploit his kindness. If it means his wives and children suffer, so be it. When my dear father and mother ascended the throne, thanks to the assistance of your family, the Hateno clan, corrupt nobles were purged. Compared to the past, politics has significantly improved, and the kingdom has recovered. In the old days, it wouldn't have been surprising if one of us siblings had been assassinated. The perilous era has ended. However, nevertheless, that's precisely why these cunning individuals continue to thrive, employing convoluted methods. They avoid blatant corruption, never violating the law. Instead, they skillfully manipulate the law, legitimizing their desires and exploiting others' consciences. It's utterly vexing. So, is Noah Kuan's princely behavior also part of your strategy? Indeed. Or rather, it's a means to assert my whims. Disgusted yet refreshed, Noah Kuan shrugs his shoulders. I've left the palace and roamed as an adventurer within and beyond our borders. It's my choice to live authentically. But for a royal to flee the castle and become an adventurer, such behavior alone would brand me as an unworthy prince. Yet if you behave like a true royal, won't that protect you from exploitation? It establishes legitimacy. A royal descending to the common folk, directly hearing their voices, and contributing to the nation. I am the third prince, deliberately setting aside my status, standing on equal footing with the people as an adventurer. This aligns with the duty of royals to uphold the foundation of our kingdom, a fitting act for the royal family. That's when I noticed. The moment Noah Kuan changed his first-person pronoun, his presence and demeanor shifted. It's in the subtle details. The way he moves his body, shifts his gaze, modulates his pronunciation, and adds slight emphasis to his speech. Gradually, he replaces every aspect, consciously donning an air of dignity. This is the essence of royalty. That feeling I had when we first met, the sense that he was someone important. As we converse, it reawakens, dispelling the fading impression. Noah Kuan, no, His Highness Nope, speaks. Merely being me turns it into a political matter. While it's permissible for me to be treated as an adventurer to endear myself to the common folk, I cannot truly become a mere adventurer. Hence, I must purchase this estate and maintain appearances. But once appearances are in order, the rest is inconsequential. I have no interest in adorning the walls with expensive paintings or displaying ornate vases. Nor do I desire a life where servants hang on my every word like obedient dolls. And suddenly, his expression, demeanor, voice, presence all shift. His Highness Nope, Noah Kuan, smiles. It's unbearable that my shortcomings cause distress to my mother and burden my father. Yet quietly conforming within the palace is equally intolerable. This, you see, is my armor, a shield to protect my family from the unworthy and my spear to assert my will. Chapter 20.5 If you truly care about your family. Noah Kuan's expression brightens. Behaving as royalty is a means to assert his will. Since he is acting on his own free will, there are no longer any lingering doubts. Indeed, it's a clever approach. At least, it allows Noah Kuan to counter those who would undermine the royal family. Yet, hearing this leaves my heart unsettled. That's the situation. I apologize for burdening you with these complications. It pains me that I cannot assure you won't be inconvenienced. However, at the very least, you need not delve into the intricacies of royal affairs and politics. Just think as if that's how it works. They won't interfere after all. No, that's not it. It's different. It's not about me. It's about you, Noah Kuan. Is this something that can be taken so lightly? Concerned about me? I appreciate that. But there's no need to weigh it so heavily. Once you adjust your demeanor and tone, they won't meddle. It's a simple solution. Besides, everyone does this to some extent, donning masks to navigate life. Navigating society skillfully, maintaining appearances. Wearing masks to conceal oneself. Certainly, it's a universal truth and necessary skill in human society. Even before coming here, I did it as a matter of course too. Yet, Noah Kuan's version feels different. His words make sense, yet they shift the focus, at least that's what I think. For instance, someone I know, Tomo-san. As the poster girl of Skylark Pavilion, she usually speaks with refined elegance. But her true personality is the complete opposite, sharp-tongued and far from genteel. Except when among trusted friends, she consistently wears a mask. Yet Tomo-san's situation and Noah Kuan's are by no means the same. I pondered. Gazing at the now lukewarm wine on the table, I searched for the source of my unease, lost in thought. I see. Finally, I realized what had been bothering me. Noah Kuan, I'm about to say something impolite. What is it? Say whatever you like, but please be gentle. Your outward facade, is it driven by guilt? Noah Kuan's, his movements and expression, froze. What do you mean? You want to live freely. You don't want to be confined within the palace. It's your true desire to live on your terms. But at the same time, your heart is drawn to the palace. Inside the palace, you worry about your family above all else. I noticed the similarity. His eyes, just like Mother's not long ago. Mother, who tried to be a mother yet struggled under hidden anxieties, still managed to smile for our sake. Noah Kuan, who proudly declares his living as he pleases yet simultaneously maintains appearances for the sake of family and parents. Your father and mother, the king and queen. They surely sent you off with smiles. Just hearing about them, I can tell they're good parents. But you felt burdened. Despite your parents fulfilling their royal duties, despite being thrust into the spotlight by troublesome individuals, you alone fled. That's where your guilt lies. So, by assuming this false identity, by behaving like royalty, you're trying to shoulder the responsibility of leaving home. I might anger Noah Kuan with such harsh words. He might dislike me or feel hurt. But I couldn't hold back. Because deep down, I'm sure these people, this family, are just ordinary, everyday folks who deserve happiness. Is trying to bear the same hardships of your parents the reason you don't hold your head high? Trying to forge bonds through those who hinder you, doesn't it only weigh you down? Noah Kuan looked down. His fists clench, trembling. Staring at the floor, he murmurs as if coughing up blood. You're right. There's no way I can hold my head high. It's undeniably exhausting. But what choice do I have? I have a position. I was born into the royal family. There's no escaping that. Beyond being myself, I am a prince. Skillfully navigating the world by wearing a mask. Everyone does it to some extent. But you insist on speaking of yourself strictly as royalty. Even when you look in the mirror, you wear that mask. What's wrong with that? And finally, his anger flares. Noah Kuan stands, leans across the table toward me, and grabs my collar, glaring. It's fueled by anger, yet there's a hint of desperation. My father and mother, they're fighting. Enduring senseless injustices. Despite my flaws becoming their weakness, they shield me. The injustices your parents face might be unavoidable. But I think you're not so much fighting as trying to find a compromise. It seems like you've resigned yourself. Then, what should I do? The table shook, and the wine spilled. Noah Kuan, inches from my face, shouts with raw emotion. I lack power. The overwhelming strength to silence anyone like you can. To live in a place deep within the forest where no one can touch me. Can power truly solve everything? If so, why not ask me for help? I'm the son of the heavenly bell witch, untouchable even by the country. If you want, I can step outside right now and silence the ones monitoring you. Chocola. Bark. In response to my call, Chocola sat up and let out a single bark. As if saying, any time is fine. He bared his fangs toward the window and lowered his head, ready for action. If you ask me, I'm willing to do it. Capture them, torture them, make them reveal who's giving the orders, and then have mother and grandmother take care of them. Of course, it was a bluff. I didn't have the courage to torture anyone, and more importantly, I wasn't the type to meddle in noble affairs and get involved in the kingdom's politics. Noah Kuan's expression changed upon hearing my bluff. I can't involve you in this. What you said earlier. It's impossible. He shouted, but his face now is different from the earlier rage. It reveals a vulnerability that seemed on the verge of tears. Sincere, his concern for me was evident in that expression. Why did I come to see you? It's not because I want you to do something like that. I just wanted to see your face. To meet you and have a talk. Why? There's also the fact that you're the son of someone I respect. I wanted to pay my respects to Heavenly Belsama. But above all else, you. When I heard about you from Mother, I thought you were awesome. The letter from the Queen. Written there was about me. Mother wrote this. Heavenly Belsama's son, upon returning to this world, first invented consomme. An excellent portable seasoning. Rather than seeking status and power through magic, he prioritized improving people's lives. Making it easy for adventurers and everyone to enjoy delicious food. Noah Kuan smiled. His hand, which had been gripping my collar, had somehow turned into a fist. As if entrusting something, he pressed it against my chest. I found that ordinary sentiment precious. Improving people's lives, the first thing we, the royal family, must do. You effortlessly achieved that, and I admired you. Even though I don't know your face or personality, I respected you. That's why. I wanted to meet you. I see. The warmth from Noah Kuan's clenched fist reached my heart. Thank you for thinking of me that way. For appreciating what I've done. What I wanted to do. Knowing the great achievements my father once accomplished, understanding the weight of his legacy, I grappled with my own desires and abilities. What did I want? What could I contribute? Amidst the struggle, I faced my own thoughts and arrived at an answer. And Noah Kuan, he saw those thoughts and that answer. He truly saw me. But Noah Kuan, if that's how you feel, then you should have even more courage to involve me. If you truly understand me, if you respect what I've done, then I want you to rely on me. I want you to ask for my help. What? What do you mean? Earlier was a bluff. I can't torture anyone. I don't have the audacity to wield violence or power recklessly. What I possess is a deep love for my family and a simple wish for everyone to enjoy delicious food. I placed my hand on Noah Kuan's shoulder. Gripping it firmly, I smiled defiantly. In essence, all you need to do is demonstrate your competence as a royal. Make significant contributions to the kingdom. Gather those who oppose the royal family, those who try to hinder you, and turn them all into smiles. The idea had already taken root during our lavish dinner. Back then, it was just a vague notion. But hearing Noah Kuan's story, understanding the burdens he carried, and recognizing my feelings toward him, I realized it might just work. Sway, what are you thinking? What do you intend to do? Let's create a new specialty dish for the capital together. Something like the halva that the transmigrators once invented. Something that could become a fresh tradition. Chapter 20.6. It doesn't matter either way. I suddenly conceived the idea of making consommé, and it had impacted the economy a lot. From sourcing the ingredients for consommé meat, vegetables, and spices to production, everyone involved received their due rewards. And those who savored and relished the product contributed to its consumption. It was all about economics. When the wheels of the economy turned, many prospered. More people benefited. Of course, any undue exploitation would taint this balance, but as long as honest labor received fair compensation, happiness was within reach for all. Now, what if the royal family undertook this endeavor in the name of the kingdom? Wouldn't it be a policy for the benefit of the citizens, a benevolent governance by those in power, and a feat worthy of the royal lineage? Perhaps Noah Kuan, the third prince, could achieve such greatness as a member of the royal family. Section. The next day, we ventured into the bustling marketplace. We procured everything we needed, methodically ticking off our shopping list. I had become a familiar face, a whimsical figure who occasionally appeared and bought peculiar items in some of the shops. However, this time, I wasn't seeking anything outlandish. Instead, I focused on the ordinary, the staples that the people around the capital consumed daily. With our shopping complete, we returned to the estate. Borrowing the kitchen, I promptly began the trial run. Honestly, I'm skeptical. Noah Kuan furrowed his brow just before entering the kitchen. Your proposed dish is entirely unheard of. It doesn't exist in the capital. But could it truly become a renowned specialty? I had already explained my intentions and the nature of the dish to everyone. Despite their unanimous response, "We've never heard of it," or "There's nothing quite like it," I remained undeterred. I don't think it will succeed either. Parker-san chimed in. The capital is a major producer of sesame seeds. Dishes crafted there bear the refined touch of the city. But your idea, I hate to say it, but from what I've heard, it lacks any ingenuity. Rather than something no one has thought of, it seems more like something no one bothered to attempt. No need to worry, Karen, standing beside me, asserted confidently. If Sway says it'll be delicious, there's no doubt it will be delicious. Even though I'm not entirely sure what it'll taste like. Sway's cooking has never disappointed anyone. Being praised like that makes it awkward. I chuckled. Yet deep down, I harbored little anxiety. Certainly, it wasn't a grand main course, nor did it employ a groundbreaking cooking technique. It made sense that the explanation left them puzzled. But perhaps that very novelty would make it more readily accepted. Chocola, I'll give you some milk. Wait patiently for a bit. Bark. I waved to Chocola, who barked energetically as if saying, "Go ahead and do your thing." Then I stepped into the kitchen. All right, let's begin. Section. The initial step was making the dashi. Here, I'd use an ingredient that undoubtedly didn't exist in the kingdom. Dried kelp. Why do you have that seaweed, Sway? I don't recall seeing it in the market. I anticipated something like this, so I packed it in my belongings. I see. If Sway thinks it's fine, I won't say anything more. Karen looked at me coldly for some reason. Well, I just thought that I would be cooking, but it was happening for Real. But I don't mind it at all. Remove the kelp just before it boils. If that's tricky, you can soak it in water instead. Leave it overnight, and you're good to go. Using kelp dashi serves two purposes, enhancing umami and creating demand within the kingdom. Interestingly, this type of seaweed is rarely consumed except in a few regions. Instead, it's often considered a nuisance caught in fishing nets. Next, combine this with sesame paste. I had already prepared the sesame paste the night before. After soaking the sesame seeds to soften them, I thoroughly drained the excess water and began grinding. Even as the original form disappeared, I continued grinding until it transformed into a thick paste. Gradually, I added the dashi to it. Now, strain this through a cloth. Once the sesame shells were removed, leaving a pure liquid devoid of impurities, transfer the strained mixture to a pot. Add potato starch, salt, sugar, and a touch of white wine. Mix well. This step deviated slightly from the traditional method. Ideally, we'd use kudzu starch, but its availability was uncertain, so I opted for potato starch. Both are starches, so it should work. And since there's no Japanese cooking sake here, I substituted white wine. The sesame in this world has a subtly different flavor from Earth's, with a hint of spiciness. Adjusting the taste carefully, aiming for a neutral balance. Heat it up. Simmer gently over low heat while stirring it constantly. As it thickens, resembling pancake batter, transfer it to a container and let it cool. This time, I'll portion it into cups. The sesame here is even darker than black sesame, with a rich, deep color. I'm sure it'll visually complement the condiments and garnishes. Once it's thoroughly chilled with magically crafted ice, it's ready for now. I turn to everyone, gesturing toward the lined-up cups. This is a traditional dish from my homeland, made with sesame. Sesame tofu. Section. Sesame tofu. Despite the name, it's famous for not actually being tofu. Its appearance closely resembles tofu, which is why it's informally called that. However, in reality, it's a mixture of sesame paste and starch. Enjoy its sticky texture and rich sesame flavor, typically paired with vinegar miso or soy sauce. Nowadays, various creative recipes have been devised for it. Nevertheless, I'd like you to taste the unseasoned version first. Try it as is. I hand out the cups, and each person scoops a spoonful into their mouth. It's an intriguing texture, reminiscent of caviar jelly or steamed egg pudding, yet entirely different. How should I put it? Sticky. It clings to the tongue, but it's not unpleasant. Yeah. While it doesn't have flavors beyond sesame, there's something profound about it. What Prince Nope described is umami, a taste brought forth by the seaweed. Karen explains with an impressively smug look on her face. Well, it's fine. Now, let's move on to the seasoned versions. Think of it as an appetizer course or a home-cooked side dish. This time, there are 3 variations. One sprinkled with chopped cheese, another coated in basil sauce, and the third topped with consommé jelly. Wow. Delicate. Delicious. I secretly celebrate their reactions. The complex flavors unfold in your mouth. And they even linger. It clings to the tongue, leaving a lasting impression. The texture is fascinating, it seems to melt as you chew. If this were an appetizer, it'd whet the appetite. It would pair well with alcohol. The richness invites another sip. Remarkable. As expected of Sway. I've come to realize something recently. Karen isn't the best at describing flavors. Well, I can tell how happy she is by the look on her face, so all is well. Then try this one. It's prepared as a dessert, so I'd appreciate it if you could taste it with a fresh impression. Finally, there are 2 variations. One topped with a sauce made by mixing cream cheese and sugar, and the other drizzled with caramel sauce. Parker-san, who was the first to taste it, writhed in ecstasy, her legs twitching. This is truly wonderful. Delicious. Very delicious. Noa-kun and Karen followed suit, their faces lighting up. Adding sweetness completely transforms it, distinct from the previous dish. While sesame is indeed a versatile ingredient, this dish can serve as both an appetizer and a side dish, even doubling as dessert. If it were purely for dessert, it might be better to omit the kelp dashi. Although we used it this time, I think the subtle aroma of kelp could interfere if we aim for something even more refined. Still, the white wine helps mitigate it. The mouthfeel is addictive, so it's akin to cream cheese. When combined, it becomes incredibly rich. Sway, don't you think this could be used in various other dishes, not just what you've served us? Karen's observation was spot on. Yeah. What I've made is merely samples. For instance, you could mix it into salads, float it in soups, or incorporate it into simmered dishes. By doing so, unlike using sesame oil, you can separate the sesame flavor from the ingredients. Rather than the entire dish being dominated by sesame, it becomes an accent. My impression of this dish has changed a lot since you first explained it. This dish holds potential. I nodded at that comment. Noa-kun, this isn't meant to be the star of the show. However, depending on the seasoning, it can fit into any context, enriching both courses and dining tables. Last night, the idea of sesame tofu crossed my mind, perhaps because of my upbringing as a Japanese. I listened to Noa-kun's story. I intuited how he perceives himself. I learned about the feelings he harbors toward his family. This dish can be transformed in any way, whether as an appetizer, a salad, a palate cleanser, a dessert, or even a companion to sake. It can adapt to any role. Noa-kun looked startled. His eyes widened as he looked at me, and so, I continued, meeting his gaze. However, no matter the sauce drizzled upon it, whether basil infused, soaked in meat juices, or sweetened with caramel, the essence of this dish remains unchanged. It conveys the rich flavor of sesame directly to the palate, an authenticity unaltered by any setting. Sway, that's my Noa-kun. I present to you this dish named after you, Noa. I invoked the name of my friend. Without you, I wouldn't have thought of this dish. And someday, it will grace the royal table in the capital. People will ponder how to season it, which sauces to pair. And you, without needing to introduce yourself, will be called upon. With a drink in hand, they'll raise a toast, for His Highness Nope. Upon hearing those words, Noa-kun's eyes ignited. His smile held both defiance and vulnerability, a blend of the dignity befitting a third prince and the youthful spirit of a boy who dared defy the odds. Given that it's unassuming like me, we'll need some groundwork. Let's start by introducing it at familiar restaurants in the capital. Of course, that's not all, is it? Exactly. I'll deliberately grant privileges to the nobles who keep an eye on me. Remember, one of them was involved in cultivating sturdy sesame seeds and chestnuts in their territory. And there are nobles with coastal domains. We can involve them in seaweed procurement. They'll have choices to make. Either undermine me and lose their privileges, or abandon the idea of sending a concubine. An intriguing approach. Noa-kun's expression darkened gradually. But ultimately, we'll publicly unveil the recipe, ensuring that commoners can recreate it at home. We must plan meticulously. Let's seek assistance even from the royal family. It's becoming quite interesting. Noa-kun clenched his fist and pressed it against my chest, just like last night. However, this time, the sensation conveyed wasn't warmth, it was fervor. I'll astonish father and mother. You'll cooperate, won't you, Sway? Absolutely. In this endeavor, you'll bring happiness to your family. Chapter 20 Interlude, Sork's Castle, Luncheon Hall. On that day, the members of the royal family residing in the palace gathered for lunch at the luncheon hall. King Shaps and Queen Fauncha, the Crown Prince, First Prince Lupo, and his wife, Crown Princess Sarah. The second prince, Lorabo, who oversees the military. The first princess, Unia, whose engagement is yet to be decided. And Idol, the adopted child serving as the prime minister. Not present were the youngest brother, Noah, and the infant son of Lupo and Sarah. However, a nearly complete gathering for lunch was unusual, and there was a reason for it. This might be something far more extraordinary than we imagine. Eventually, some time after finishing it up, while everyone was commenting how delicious, how pleasant the texture is, how rich and tasty it is, and how interesting, Idol, the Prime Minister, murmured grimly, "Ah, Idol, what's troubling you? Is it your usual tendency to worry?" Said so along with the hearty laughter of second Prince Lorabo. Despite his rough demeanor, he possessed keen intuition, although logical thinking wasn't his strong suit. He was well aware of this aspect of his personality and genuinely listened to others' words. Thus, his teasing of his brother-in-law was merely playful banter. "But if you say so, there must be something behind it. Tell us," prompted Prince Lorabo. Idol surveyed everyone's faces before speaking. "Let's start with discussing the taste. Uni, what are your thoughts on this?" Uni, the first Princess Unia known for her sharp palate and deep knowledge of nutrition, was essentially a connoisseur of fine cuisine. Her fluffy, cotton candy-like hair swayed as she smiled with delight. "As I mentioned earlier, it's an intriguing dish. One reason is that it lacks a distinct flavor in itself. However, deep within her eyes, there burned an unwavering curiosity. The composition consists of rich sesame flavor and a texture that clings to the tongue. It gradually spreads in the mouth, melting away and leaving a strong aftertaste. However, it's almost entirely unseasoned. And precisely because of that, you can enhance the flavor in any way you like. By adding seasoning, it can become an appetizer, a side dish, or even a dessert." She pressed her lips together, murmuring softly as if lost in thought. Sesame, as an ingredient, usually plays a supporting role in cooking. But this dish elevates that supporting role to the forefront. While the choice of sauce determines the flavor direction, the sauce itself serves as an enhancer, allowing us to fully savor the sesame. Although it was a quirk of Unia's when she immersed herself in thought, her family understood that she was genuinely intrigued by this food. The color is also appealing. Originally, sesame is favored in the capital due to its deep black hue. The smooth surface has a gem-like brilliance. Uni, that's enough. Now, on to the crucial point. Do you think this dish would be accepted by the people of the capital? With the right branding strategy, yes. If the royal family lends a hand, it will spread and become a trend. We can sign contracts with restaurants for exclusive sales, and then, at tea parties, young ladies will eagerly embrace it." Idol nodded emphatically at her words. Now that we have the princess's endorsement, the next issue is the economic impact. When this dish becomes popular, of course, there will be increased demand for various ingredients, including sesame. But what's most noteworthy is the seaweed mentioned as a seasoning in the recipe. Kelp, apparently. Consulting experts revealed that it's a variety that grows abundantly not only in our country but throughout the entire continent. However, until now, it has been used for consumption only in certain regions. Essentially, it's been discarded as a nuisance caught in fishing nets. The dried form of this seaweed, when soaked in water, yields a substance known as dashi which imparts depth of flavor depending on its use. A new sense of taste, as proposed by that gentleman, was it? I remain somewhat skeptical, but according to our palace chef, it's hard to put into words, but there's definitely a difference between using it and not. In other words, to put it plainly, if handled well, it could add a new industry to our country. The harvesting of kelp and its subsequent drying for commercial use. If money could be generated from what was previously discarded, the coastal towns would surely rejoice. It could provide livelihoods for the weak, women, and injured, and serve as assistance during lean fishing seasons. Apparently, the dashi extracted from this seaweed has versatile applications as a base flavor. Our chef is currently experimenting with it. Truly remarkable. Perhaps we should attribute this to the ingenuity of the esteemed son of all Night-sama and Heavenly Bell-sama. Kazutaru Dono and Vile Dono had a more straightforward approach, as if they'd punch you directly. But their son seems to surprise us with unexpected kicks. The king, head of the family, furrowed his brow in exasperation. Yet, everyone noticed the faintly pleased expression at the corner of his lips. Crown Princess Sarah, gazing at her plate, commented, "The frightening thing is that the esteemed gentleman even sneakily incorporated the consommé he devised into the prototype samples. Is he planning to popularize it? My wife is quite intrigued by consommé. The Luctogalca family excels in cultivating aromatic vegetables, don't they? If it catches on, it could benefit both Luctogalca and our kingdom. Well, I won't say it's irrelevant to my family, but let's leave it at that." The Luctogalca Marquisate, the birthplace of Crown Princess Sarah, held a high status, but in recent years, its economic prosperity had waned. They grappled with how to expand their business. Now, with the focus on aromatic vegetables, especially those like garlic and onions that thrived in colder climates, it became a significant specialty for the Marquisate, which held territories to the north. The exchange between the young couple brought smiles to everyone's faces. Idle resumed speaking. "Well, the dish itself is remarkable, and its potential for popularity is high. Additionally, it could introduce a new industry. Furthermore, being a soft food, it would delight elderly individuals with weak teeth, and since all the ingredients are preservable, it could serve as military rations. And above all, well, precisely because of that." Idle glanced at the first prince, who emphasized welfare policies, and then at the second prince, who commanded the military. Smiling at the entire family, he continued, "The name of our youngest son, Noah. It will surely rise." Silence fell as everyone closed their eyes. Thinking of that mischievous yet family-oriented child, they reflected. Father-in-law described that gentleman as someone who kicks unexpectedly. I wholeheartedly agree. Honestly, it's baffling. Just a single dish. Moreover, a mysterious item lacking any inherent flavor. To think he aims to overturn Noah's circumstances. In the Fujimiya territory, about 20% of domestic chestnuts were produced. While Utoshuku has extensive coastline, its rocky terrain didn't favor fishing. Idle's words prompted a wicked grin from his older brother, Lupo. Count Fujimiya family and Margrave Utoshuku family. They were the leading factions among the nobles who had indirectly disparaged Queen Fauntia and third Prince Noah, attempting to send a concubine to their household. In Noah's writing, it says, "Speak to them first." Whether it's profiting from the favors of those who once gossiped about his failures or stubbornly letting a big fish escape, either way, they will be a laughingstock among nobles. Those schemes they've been doing have been beautifully outwitted. Is this truly Noah-sama's original idea? Could it be someone else's suggestion? Chuckles from the cheerful husband, and an exasperated expression from his wife. If that's the case, you certainly have political acumen. Personally, I've only seen All Night Sama from a distance. But that gentleman left mother-in-law astounded. I'm now intrigued to know more. It's not just politics, sister-in-law. As Idle mentioned, he overturned the game board with a single move. Perhaps he has military strategy talents too. For me, I'm intrigued by the culinary talent that created such a dish. Say, brother-in-law Idle, do you think that gentleman might visit the capital someday? Second Prince Lorabo chimed in, and even First Princess Unia joined the conversation. The family exchanged words with camaraderie and mirth. Amidst this, a soft but distinct voice reached everyone's ears. The queen, or rather, the mother, murmured, "Kazutaru, Viol." It was a private utterance, a distant call to absent friends. "Thank you. Your son saved our son." The eldest brother pretended not to hear his mother's words. The daughter-in-law only gently relaxed her cheeks at her mother-in-law's sentiments. The second son scratched his head, looking pleased. The eldest daughter raised an eyebrow, glancing at her adopted brother, and the adopted son gave a subtle nod in response to his little sister's gaze. Thus, only the husband replied to the queen's words. Yeah, just like back then. Section. The mysterious black dish was named Noah's Night Cloud. This jelly-like mass, condensed with sesame flavor, melted softly on the tongue and transformed its taste and purpose depending on the accompanying sauce. It could be an appetizer, a side dish, or even a dessert. Eventually, it graced the tables of the royal-approved restaurants and tea parties hosted by the queen, becoming the talk of the capital. The name of the third prince, Noah, who is said to have invented it, and the son of the heavenly bell witch, Sway, were also mentioned. Chapter 21, Forest, Summer, Childhood Friend. Chapter 21.1, It's nice to get together and have a good time. Given that we were not allowed to talk about it, we asked those who might be able to keep a secret taste it. This time, Cliché-san looked frustrated, as if he couldn't quite sink his teeth into it. Meanwhile, Bird-san and Novium-san seemed to think which alcohol would match it. May I feed it to my grandmother, who has poor teeth? Asked Lila-san. Schnee-san and Tomo-san began discussing the best sweetener to add. And then, with evident joy, Grandma Seralind patted both Noah's and my heads. While there's a possibility of familial bias, the overall reception has been excellent. In truth, Karen, this sesame tofu. It pairs well with fish sauce, but soy sauce is truly the perfect match. What, Sway, that's. Let's make it again when we return home. I want Mother to taste it too. I'm looking forward to it. Very, very much. Karen's excitement was palpable when I shared this secret with her. Back home, I'll use cooking sake instead of white wine to recreate flavors closer to those of Japan. Personally, when I think of sesame tofu, I associate it with spicy miso. It's a shame that this world lacks miso. Perhaps Father completely forgot about it when stocking the pantry. In any case, between the tasting session and various detailed discussions, the second afternoon flew by. In fact, making sesame tofu took up the entire day. Is this acceptable for a sleepover? Well, everyone seems to be having a great time, so it's all right. Following the flow of our impromptu tasting event, dinner turned into a lively banquet at the tavern. Noah had abandoned his previously stiff demeanor, not just in terms of pronouns but at a deeper level rooted in his heart. Bird-san and Schnee-san playfully teased him, saying, "Were you influenced by Sway?" Surrounded by a meal, exchanging toasts, and engaging in lively conversations, the delightful time passed all too quickly. As night deepened, Karen and even Tomo-san succumbed to intoxication. Carrying Karen on my back as we walked to Noah's house, I couldn't help but think that moments like these were rare and precious. Section. Returning to the estate, I threw Karen in her bedroom and took a moment to catch my breath in the guest room. "Chocola, you've done well." Bark. Apologies for the strong scent of alcohol. Kuwan. Chocola seemed pleased, having indulged in treats like milk and meat. However, he skillfully avoided the inebriated Karen and sought refuge at my feet. Will there come a day when I, too, drink alcohol heartily? Bark. I understand. I won't do anything you dislike. I remain sober. While there are no legal restrictions on alcohol consumption based on age in this world, I've decided to abstain until I turn 20. If I was still a university student, would I have been coerced into drinking beer or other things I didn't really want to? Sometimes, social norms and the masks we wear in social interactions can be confining. Still awake, I see. As I pondered this, Noah entered the guest room with glass in hand. Lady Tatoria has quite the tolerance. Perhaps she intentionally did so because you're there. Even if I ask her tomorrow, she'll probably claim not to remember. Are you still drinking? Just one glass. The liquid in his glass had an amber hue. Oddly, I felt like I'd raised countless toasts with the dwarf Novium-san at the tavern. Silence stretched between us. I lounged on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Noah, with graceful ease, tilted his glass. His quiet demeanor and handsome features made him look like a refreshing Eichmann. Irritating, really. Are we still being watched? Most likely. But it doesn't matter anymore. Earlier in the evening, Noah had sent a letter to the royal family. Along with the detailed sesame tofu recipe, he included ideas on how to market it. He encoded the message in a cipher only decipherable by royalty, ensuring our plans remained hidden. Using express delivery, it should reach the capital within 5 days. Even if I misbehave here, it won't inconvenience Mother and the others. That's reassuring. Clink. The sound of ice rolling in Noah's glass echoed. By the way, we missed going to the forest. Parker-san had expressed interest in witnessing my magic. We had planned to venture into the woods and play at being adventurers, but the sesame tofu preparations disrupted those plans. Well, it's fine. Forceway and me, surface-level monsters wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Still, hunting together sounds enjoyable. I'm technically registered as an adventurer too. It's a shame I couldn't see you my magic. Speaking of which, can I ask you something? What is Noah and Parker-san's magic like? I don't know if this question is rude though. Asking someone's unique magic is considered impolite unless you are related by blood. It's fine to ask about attributes though. We both have magical eyes and titles. Unique magic, with names related to our magical eyes like my incantation, obstructing the rare night, the sun is always shining. Speaking of which, both of you have titles, right? Let's see. I remember Parker-san's is Way of Love, which sounds intriguing. Way of Love corresponds to muddy, the earth attribute formed from water and earth. As for me, I have Burning White, boiling water. Interesting. Sounds useful. Noah's face relaxed, and he seemed pleased. Indeed, the nobles of the capital hold themselves apart from mere pseudo-mages. When they hear boiling water, they sneer and say things like how unfortunate. No, sounds impressive to me. Most creatures suffer burns when scalded by boiling water. Even if they have protective shells, targeting their insides or mucous membranes works well. Plus, their appearance doesn't change much from water, which makes them tricky. For instance, creating a wall of boiling water in front of an approaching beast would deal significant damage. But in the past, I struggled to heat water properly. It's true, I was pitiable, as they say. I was labeled a failure, good only for filling bath buckets. But it was Heavenly Belsama who showed me the way. You mean transferring thermal energy, not heating water with fire, but rather imparting heat to water. Ah, you understand. As expected of her son. Or perhaps it's the other way around. Knowledge from another world? Yes. Mother knew too, she must have heard it from father. Magic may seem incomprehensible and boundless, but it turns out that Earth's scientific knowledge can be surprisingly applicable. Before mother learned from father, she seemed to intuitively grasp thermal energy transfer. So, there's a chance you could have figured it out on your own. After all, you share the same elemental conflict. Casually mentioning this, Noah looked surprised. I don't have elemental conflict. Ha! Really? What? Wasn't it explained to you by your esteemed mother? Explained. Well, now that you mention it, I delved into my memories and had an epiphany. Though unlike me, his wasn't conflicting. Yes, that's what she said. Sorry, I misunderstood. I guess I only remembered the part about you not being proficient in magic. I mistakenly thought lack of proficiency equals elemental conflict. My apologies. Heh, you're quite interesting. Just when I thought you appreciated my magic, you make such a basic mistake. I've only recently returned here, so my magical education is lacking. Noah chuckled and forgave me. However, his next words left me dumbfounded. Actually, it's not me but Lady Tutoria who has elemental conflict. What? Lady Tutoria. In other words, Karen. Elemental conflict. Didn't you know? Well, perhaps it's unnecessary to mention, especially since she's our childhood friend. My apologies, if she hasn't informed you herself, I shouldn't have said anything. Forget it. Surely mother had done something. Being experienced, she probably guided Karen based on her own experience. But if Karen is bothered by her past, maybe it's best to forget, as Noah suggested. Yeah, you're right. It's different now, and it's all in the past. I shrugged my shoulders at Noah. Yet, while I reacted that way, deep within my chest, a haze settled. It felt like a lump in my throat, like sinking into mud, an unsettling sensation. Reflecting on it, has Karen ever brought up this topic herself? Even when mother explained elemental conflict in her stories, she never mentioned her at all. That was unnatural. And above all, why didn't I, someone who had been with her since childhood, know about this? Chapter 21.2. Still, there's no place like home. And as the night turned into morning, it was time to return home. 2 nights, 3 days may sound long, but once experienced, it felt like a fleeting moment. There was a sense of nostalgia, a longing for home. After a light breakfast, While waiting for Liz's arrival, we discussed our future. For now, we'll return to the capital. Although we've just purchased the estate, I want to make sure that our cuisine is well received. While I trust our sister-in-law, it wouldn't hurt to confirm it ourselves. Noah and Parker-san exchanged smiles. Apparently, Noah's older sister, the first princess, is quite the culinary connoisseur. If we want to popularize sesame tofu, her royal connections and networking skills should come in handy. Of course, it's not just the first princess. His other siblings and even his parents will surely lend a hand. But the main reason, Sway, is that we want to share your story with everyone. We've gained an irreplaceable friend and received boundless kindness. We want our family to hear about it. This Eichmann just said that unabashedly, and honestly, it's a bit unfair. You'll come back to Sidera, won't you? Of course. As soon as our cuisine takes root in the capital, we'll return. Then next time, we'll invite you both to our home. Please wait for that. Riding on a dragon's back sounds incredibly tempting, but we want to explore the depths on our own 2 feet. Parker-san's challenge was evident as she bared her sharp canine teeth. Karen could do it. I'll prove that I can too. Even if I can't handle it alone, with Noah by my side, we won't lose. I'll be counting on you. But don't push yourself too hard. And if things get dangerous, I'll come to your rescue. Karen and Parker-san exchanged embraces while playfully bantering. They truly had a close bond. They'd spent countless nights having girl talk. Amidst this, Liz descended into the mansion's garden, signaling our departure. Take care, Sway, Lady Tottoria, Chocoladono. I'll keep in touch. See you soon. As they waved from the ground, we left Sidera behind. It's wonderful that you've become close, Liz remarked. With a gentle smile, he flapped his wings. Section. Sway. Karen. Chocola. Welcome back. Welcome home. Kurururu. Our family greeted us in the garden. Mint rushed over, hugging Karen's waist tightly. Mom extended her hand to take our luggage. Pochi nuzzled Chocola in greeting. How was it, Sway-kun? Did you have fun? Yeah, it was great. There's so much I want to tell Mother. Karen. Piggyback ride. Piggyback ride. Wait a moment. Kurururu. Kigun. Bark. Conversations overlapped, creating a joyful cacophony. Mother eagerly asked about Noah immediately. Mint climbed Karen's back, or rather, the back of her head, creating a unique fusion of piggyback and shoulder ride. Meanwhile, Chocola led Pochi toward the ranch. This lively chaos filled my heart with relief. Section. Earlier this spring, Chocola and I had ventured to a distant town, followed an address deep into the mountains, and arrived at this very house. The moment I turned the doorknob, the entire house had teleported into the void forest. It had only been 4 months since then, yet this place was already my home, a place to return to. As time slipped away while we relaxed, evening turned into night. Having finished dinner and bath, I sprawled lazily on the living room sofa. Noah's house was luxurious, but I still prefer this kind of place. Kuan. On the adjacent floor, Chocola lay beside me. You were quite gentle with them toward the end. Bark. Since returning to this world, Chocola's aloofness seemed to have softened a bit. He got along well with Liz's family, and even with Birdsan and the others, though it was still somewhat curt, he responded when addressed. And now, he'd finally started treating Noah and Parker-san the same way. However, he still wouldn't let anyone other than family pet him. I placed my hand on Chocola's back. His summer coat had completely grown in, feeling more tousled than fluffy. It was easier to wash this way. Garuru. I won't shampoo you for a while, so don't worry. Kuan. Stubborn one. As long as he didn't play in the mud, and since the rainy season had ended, we'd be fine without frequent baths. Sway-kun, lying there like that is quite uncouth. You'll catch a cold if you fall asleep like that. And just as I pondered this, Mother, fresh from her bath, entered the living room. You should also be careful not to drink too much. It's fine. After all, it's a special gift from Nope. When we returned home, Noah had entrusted a bottle of Heavenly Bell whiskey. It was a renowned brand from the capital, quite a luxurious choice. Despite her scolding, Mother was already heading toward the kitchen, her intention to enjoy a drink quite obvious. As I sat up, Mother joined me on the sofa, carrying a glass of whiskey and a small bowl of sesame tofu. I wanted to see if this pairs well with alcohol. We had served it during dinner and stored the leftovers in the refrigerator. Unlike the white wine, this sesame tofu had a more Japanese flair. It was made using cooking sake. Of course, we seasoned it with soy sauce, and on top, there were toasted sesame seeds. Oh, it's delightful. This really is delicious. I'm glad you like it. Mother sipped her drink while nibbling on the sesame tofu. Her face radiated happiness. After a brief pause, for the sake of enjoying her evening drink, Mother, as if seeing right through me, swirled the ice in her glass and spoke. Hey, Suekuen. Is there something you want to tell Mother? Is it so obvious? You had that look on your face. She chuckled mischievously. A serious conversation? Probably. Is it something you'd rather not discuss? Yeah, maybe. That's why I stayed here instead of going back to my room. Fortunately, Mint seemed exhausted from playing and had fallen asleep. I exhaled and turned to face Mother. And then, I broached the topic. I heard that Karen used to have elemental conflict. Chapter 21.3, Hidden Within the Mist. I heard that Karen used to have attribute conflict. After the revelation, a brief silence hung in the air. Mother's eyes widened ever so slightly, and then she fixed her gaze on me, eventually speaking in hushed tones. It seems like you didn't hear it directly from her. Yes, from Noah. He seemed to assume I was already aware. He apologized for his inadvertent slip. Have you discussed this matter with Karen? No, not yet. Directly questioning Karen felt somehow delicate. It piqued my curiosity. When you recounted stories from the past, you never mentioned Karen, did you? So perhaps there's more to it. The story of my childhood, when Mother's magic was stifled due to attribute conflict. For my sake, she had even explained the concept of attribute conflict. It wouldn't be surprising if she mentioned that Karen had faced the same predicament. I thought it might be inappropriate to inquire directly if there were any underlying reasons. Right. Mother averted her gaze momentarily, then moistened her lips with a sip of her alcohol. She continued, her fingers gently stroking Chocola's back. Kuan. Fufu, it's nothing. Smiling at Chocola's curious expression, she resumed. Sway, you're still unfamiliar with the intricacies of attribute conflict, aren't you? True, I've only learned what you taught me back then. In fact, I initially misunderstood Noah's situation as attribute conflict. When you harbor more than one main attribute within yourself, it becomes a dilemma, uncertainty about which one to wield. Attribute conflict, in simple terms, embodies that struggle. In Nope's case, water and fire coexist, but it was clear that water was the dominant attribute. People labeled him as a misfit simply because the synergy between the main attribute water and the supporting attribute fire wasn't fully realized. Regarding Mother, both fire and water played main attributes, correct? Yes, that's right. It's not about compatibility between attributes, it's a matter of magnitude. In such cases, it's not about strong or weak magic. In fact, magic becomes impossible to use. I took a deep breath and asked, did Karen also struggle with using magic? When she was a child, Karen's attributes were water and wind. Now that I thought about it, yes, water and wind. Not water against wind or wind against water. Attribute conflict was considered incurable, at least during Mother's childhood. Perhaps recalling her own past circumstances, Mother's voice carried a hint of severity. Even now, it might be similar. Few people have overcome attribute conflict to wield magic. But it's not something to boast about. After all, it's a rare condition. Could it be that Karen, or even Mother, didn't want to discuss their attribute conflict? That possibility existed. I remained ignorant about magic, which meant I lacked common knowledge in this world. How would society perceive someone who couldn't use magic? What treatment would they receive, and what gazes would they endure? And how would the affected individuals feel about it? I had no clue. It simply didn't resonate with me. Is it better not to dwell on it? If Karen can use magic now, it shouldn't matter, right? Yes. Mother hesitated slightly. What was she hesitant about? Indeed, it's in the past. Regardless of attribute conflict, Karen is one of the world's most powerful witches. Suekuan, you probably don't think about it often, but her magic is truly awe-inspiring. That's true. I recall how Karen hurriedly arrived at my side within less than a day after my transmigration. Considering the distance from the middle part of the forest to here and the multitude of monsters that inhabit it now, after 4 months, I understand it well. When the shock bear's lifeless body triggered magical collapse, Karen shielded me from the explosion. Even now, she ventures out daily, skillfully hunting and securing our sustenance. Our ability to peacefully reside in the heart of the perilous and one of the most dangerous places in the world known as the Void Forest owes entirely to Karen. Parker-san once vowed to reach this place on her own, but even compared to her, Karen must be remarkably strong. Indeed. After all, she's the daughter of the world's mightiest witch and her most accomplished disciple. Mother chuckled playfully, and so, I decided not to dwell on it. Karen once grappled with attribute conflict, but now, she has overcome it and become an extraordinary witch. It's merely that, neither more nor less. No need to worry. It was merely something Karen preferred not to discuss. That's why Mother remained silent and didn't explicitly mention it to me. So, I won't pry unnecessarily. However, a haze lingers in the recesses of my mind. When I knew that Karen couldn't use, I witnessed her jiggle and thrust firsthand, right by her side. Yet, even though I knew Karen had, that she had been unable to, why didn't I react when I saw her again? Why didn't I say, "You can use now. That's wonderful." Or express relief? Perhaps Karen's journey to overcome Ute Con was a topic I avoided. Was I ding it? Had I already it? Or perhaps I hadn't it? Suekuan? No, it's nothing. The question that flickered like a strobe light vanished just as quickly. I stood up, stretching. I'll go to bed soon, I told Mother. She lowered her gaze for a few seconds, then smiled at me, glass in hand. Mother will have a drink and go to sleep too. Good night, Suekuan. Chapter 21.4. Dazzling sunshine enveloped us all. Within the forest, the temperature remained cooler than in the bustling town, making it a pleasant place to be. However, even amidst this refreshing atmosphere, summer was in full swing. The sun beat down relentlessly during the day, especially in spots where the shade of the trees failed to shield us. The sunlight seared our skin, leaving a mark of its fiery touch. Returning from Noah's mansion to the heart of the forest, we embarked on a grand endeavor, bringing mountain spring water to the ranch. This water was intended for Pochi's daily needs, primarily for drinking, occasionally for washing up, and also for cleaning the stables. The demand for water arose frequently. Until now, we had drawn water from the well in the garden, but the inconvenience of its distant location became increasingly apparent. As summer arrived, our water consumption surged, heightening our awareness of the inconvenience. And let's face it, the back and forth with buckets in the scorching heat was becoming tiresome. Thus, we decided to tap into the spring water within the forest. A short distance from the ranch, the terrain sloped, revealing a small stream. Our plan involved channeling this spring water using pipes and U-shaped troughs, connecting it to water barrels. Although the stream wasn't gushing, it would suffice to fill our buckets without overflowing into a full-fledged river. We considered other options, such as digging a well or altering the course of a nearby river to create a tributary within the ranch. However, wells required pumps, and changing the river's flow seemed too impactful on the surroundings. We couldn't risk causing floods during the rainy season. After much contemplation, the simplest solution emerged, utilizing the spring water from the stream. Here's the plan. 1. Insert pipes into the stream to create an outlet. 2. Collect the water using wooden U-shaped troughs and guide it toward the fence. 3. Employ siphon principles ingeniously to direct the flow into the water barrels conveniently placed near the stables. For now, we've procured the necessary modern supplies, pipes, hoses, and the like from the town. The most widely available pipes were made of fired clay, essentially terracotta. When I heard clay pipes, I couldn't help but imagine those enormous ones in Doraemon's vacant lot, but these were quite ordinary, thin, like water pipes. Of course, that's to be expected. As for hoses, I was uncertain whether they even existed. To my surprise, they were selling ones made from processed monster intestines. It felt like something out of another world. The downside was their slightly shorter lifespan. Well, I can reinforce that with my magic, the indestructible attribute. And so, after diligently carving wooden U-shaped troughs for 5 days, we were finally prepared to head to the stream. I cradled the pipe under my arm, while Chocola walked beside me, and Mint rode on his back. Here it is. Wow. It's beautiful. Water trickled from the moss-covered, overlapping rocks on the inclined slope. The surface flow was modest, not enough to form a river. Instead, it seeped into the soil, likely merging with the underground water. Mint, can you sense a good spot with sufficient water? Can. Here. Thank you. Impressive. Hee hee. Mint became proud as I ruffled her head. Following her direction, I positioned the pipe against the gaps between the rocks. Can you do it for me? And then, Mint's earth-based magic blam created a hole in the same diameter as the pipe. Swiftly, I inserted the pipe. Simultaneously, I reinforced the surrounding rocks with the indestructible attribute, ensuring stability. Soon, clear water began to trickle from the depths of the pipe. Excellent, it worked. Bark. Chocola leaned down, licking the spring water. Is it delicious? Quite the opportunist. Bark. Mint, thank you. The hole size is perfect, impressive. Hee hee. Is it done? There, Karen arrived, carrying a heap of U-shaped troughs. Indeed. Now it's time for diligent groundwork. We dug into the ground, buried the U-shaped troughs, and extended them toward the fence. Instead of using pipes, which would be challenging to maintain if they got clogged, we opted for a water channel. With this design, we could easily open the lid and clean the interior. Sway, Karen, Mint, can dig. That's right. Mint is remarkably skilled at this kind of work. But can we give it a try too? Yeah. Together, Mint's earth-based magic excelled in civil engineering tasks. If we entrusted her, she'd finish setting up the troughs in no time. However, she was still a young child, lacking the ability to gauge her efforts properly. Plus, she'd likely push herself harder just to receive praise. So, we needed to be mindful. Besides, relying entirely on Mint would be unbecoming for guardians like us. Karen, hold the other end. Do I insert it straight here? Yes, exactly. After inserting it, shift it slightly forward. We'll connect it to this end. The U-shaped troughs were about as long as my outstretched arms. We buried them in the ground and diligently connected them. Although we'd measured their dimensions, the wooden ones were far from precise. To secure the joints, we filled the gaps with clay and reinforced them using magic. Magic is incredibly convenient. It's not just magic, Sway is exceptional. Using the indestructible attribute so effortlessly, I've never heard of anyone doing that. In the first place, there were very few dark magic users, and the indestructible attribute typically required immense magic power expenditure over years to apply to a small area. Rumor had it that even my father couldn't use it as effectively as I could. Speaking of which, there was a scar in the kitchen that Mother caused, right? Her uncle's indestructible wasn't perfect. Viola-sama's magic surpassed it, also he said. Perhaps due to those bitter memories, Mother hesitated to touch the furniture for a while. However, once she realized the resilience of my magic coating, she seemed reassured. As we conversed, the work continued seamlessly. Yet, physical labor under the summer sun even dappled through the trees made our bodies gradually perspire. Unlike the scorching Japanese summers, this heat felt oddly pleasant. We began after lunch, gradually extending the U-shaped troughs for several hours. As the sun started to dip, the water channel finally reached the fence. All right, it's time for the hose. We drilled a hole in the fence, threading the hose through it. We secured one end inside the water channel and the other end to the rim of a water barrel. Since pipes could be challenging to maintain if they got clogged, we opted for a water channel. With this design, we could easily open the lid and clean the interior. Check. Bark. Mint runs downstream. Chocola follows. It won't accumulate that fast, you know. Mint crouches next to the fence and checks into the waterway. Karen plays with her fingers in the spring water flowing from the pipe. I paced back and forth along the waterway, checking for leaks and making sure water was properly flowing then. All right. Karen, the hose should already be filled with water, right? Once I've made sure that there's enough water to fill the end of the waterway, it's time to use the siphon principle. Where? Water. Only a bit at a time. But water is flowing from the end of the hose into the tub. Sway sway. Why? How water? Go up. I can't explain the theory well, sorry. The water source lies midway up the slope, higher than our current location. Therefore, as long as the water channel and the hose are filled with water, even if the hose ascends from the ground to the water barrel, water will flow properly. Pochi, sorry for the wait. It might take a while for it to accumulate, but now you'll have access to water whenever you need it. Kuraruru. I stroked Pochi's nose as he happily purred. Everyone, well done. I've prepared some juice. Mother arrived, carrying a tray with cups. Mint's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Orange." Karen and I exchanged glances, smiling. Meanwhile, Chocola barked. The gentle forest breeze brushed against my flushed cheeks. Chapter 21.5 In the Forest, a Couple and a Beast. We observed our surroundings over the course of several days. The water drawn from the nearby stream flowed skillfully, maintaining its gentle course. The water supply was sufficient to fill a large bucket each day. It served not only as a watering hole for our companion, Pochi, but also as a place for washing and cleaning. To prevent overflow, we dug a narrow trench and buried a pipe to channel the excess water underground. Mint, with her remarkable control over the earth, handled this task effortlessly. Truly, her abilities are a real cheat. And so, our lives became a touch more convenient. While we anticipated that such tasks might become necessary as we settled into our new home, we found joy in the do-it-yourself projects, almost like family events. The thrill of discovering inconveniences waiting to be solved added a unique flavor to their days. Section. As summer approaches, the Void Forest reveals a different aspect to its inhabitants. Specifically, the available wild herbs and prey changed. Just as aquatic creatures expanded their territories during the rainy season, the flourishing plant life attracted adapted creatures. Our home lay deep within the heart of the Void Forest, though it constituted only a small fraction of the vast forest. Fierce territorial battles among the animals occurred frequently throughout the forest. Here, peculiar mutations arose periodically. As a result, most creatures fled, leaving the ecosystem in a state of constant flux compared to more typical forests. Once, the graceful antelope-like creatures, Zlatrok, roamed near our house, but sightings abruptly ceased after our return from Noah's mansion. Had they migrated elsewhere after the breeding season, or had they recognized the newcomers as potential threats? In their place, tigers now prowled. Wait, tigers? What kind of forest is this? The saber-toothed tiger, Smilodon, isn't suitable for consumption. Best to drive it away. And they're even saber-toothed tigers. The Smilodon, aptly named for its prominent upper canine teeth, is a formidable tiger. If it existed on Earth, it would undoubtedly reign at the pinnacle of the ecological pyramid. However, in this world, its dominance is not assured. Its strength is comparable to that of griffins and wyverns, occasionally meeting defeat. Despite its ferocity, the Smilodon possesses a certain intelligence. It avoids unnecessary battles with opponents it cannot overcome. Nevertheless, when such a creature stakes a claim nearby, it complicates matters by competing for prey. To assert our territory, we decided to make our presence known and encourage it to venture elsewhere. And so, on a sunlit afternoon, I, accompanied by Chocola, ventured into the forest alongside Karen. We had walked several hundred meters south from our home. It was there that Karen had a near encounter yesterday. These are footprints. In the dense tangle of undergrowth, Karen parted the grass and pointed at the ground. These grasses have ticks on their leaves. The creature likely patrols this area regularly. If it's settled here for hunting, it might even have offspring. Amazing. My tracking abilities are still sorely lacking. It took me a moment to notice the ticks and other details. It's a matter of practice. Sway will improve over time. And even if you don't, Chocola is here to help. Kuan. Chocola gazed at me, his tongue playfully sticking out. He knew better than to bark recklessly in the forest. Good boy. Right. Let's remain vigilant of our surroundings for now. Wait. Karen suddenly fell silent. Her eyes closed as she tilted her head upward. No, her pointed ears twitched slightly. Was she listening for something? I, too, enhanced my senses and focused my awareness. Amidst the rustling leaves and distant bird calls, something else caught my attention, closer, more urgent. The growl of a carnivorous beast and the frantic cries of a smaller creature. Was it a territorial dispute? Not a predator's hunt, but something else. Let us proceed. I shall mask our scent. Karen mumbled an incantation, and a subtle humidity enveloped us. By disrupting the airflow and creating a thin mist, we hoped to elude the keen noses of the beasts. Bending low, we advanced through the foliage, blending seamlessly with the grass and trees. Karen led the way toward the source of the commotion. Gradually, the sounds of conflict grew louder. Beyond the thickets, in a partially open space, they appeared. First, our eyes fell upon a massive figure, its limbs thick with bulging muscles. Yet, its poised silhouette possessed a graceful beauty, despite its raw power. The Smilodon, its distinctive feature, the pair of elongated upper canines extended from its upper jaw, curving like sides beyond its lower jaw. If those fangs sank into any thick flesh, it would tear apart instantly. However, this very Smilodon stood before us, cornered and vulnerable. Two reasons accounted for this. Firstly, it was protecting its offspring. 3 small bodies huddled in the shadow of its bulk. These fluffy, kitten-like cubs were still endearing. Was the adult the mother or the father? It stood guard, shielding the young ones, preventing any attack. And the second reason, that is, a mutated flying horned hare Vulpetinger, and there are several of them. Its adversary was undeniably formidable. The Vulpetinger, despite its rabbit-like appearance, was a carnivorous monster that defied its name. Based on a rabbit's body, it sported sharp horns on its head and bird-like wings on its back. It leaped with its hind legs, glided using wind magic and wings, and attacked with its horn. Although its physique was akin to that of a puppy, its agility was unmatched. Its 3-dimensional movements made it nearly impossible to land a hit. Karen and Mother had hunted it a few times, but they often complained, for all the effort, the meat yield is disappointingly small. And now, the Smilodon faced an onslaught from 4 Vulpetingers. Moreover, each of these Vulpetingers bore the distinctive red-black crystal growing on their backs, a sign of their mutated status. Unfavorable odds. If this continues, the Smilodon will lose. Karen murmured. Observing the scene, it was evident that the Vulpetingers outmatched the Smilodon in sheer speed, deftly toying with their larger adversary. Of course, by nature, their small horns lacked the power to pierce fur and muscle of a Smilodon. The idea of a rabbit besting a tiger was preposterous. However, these mutated rabbits were no longer mere rabbits. They were aberrations. Their attacks combined not only wind but also fire attributes. Blood flowed from various wounds on the Smilodon's body, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed fur. Moreover, the Smilodon's defense was compromised as it shielded its offspring. It seemed like it was only a matter of time. Eventually, the Vulpetinger's relentless assault would drain the Smilodon's strength, leaving it prone on the ground. And the rabbit pack would devour both the parent and its cubs. Sway, what shall we do? Karen turned to me, seeking my decision. They're too engrossed in battle to notice us. We can safely withdraw. Dealing with a pack of mutants is troublesome, but there's no need to exterminate them right here. Indeed, Karen's assessment was accurate. Mutated creatures had short lifespans, especially when they were as small as these rabbits. Furthermore, Their collective mutations made them unpredictable. While they currently cooperated in hunting, there was a high likelihood that they'd eventually succumb to their own magic, losing their sanity and turning to cannibalism. Hence, we would leave them be for now. If they dared encroach upon our territory later, we could easily overwhelm them then. And whether they were parents or not, the weak often fell victim. That's the circle of life. The Smilodon, too, had survived by preying on other creatures. It was merely a twist of fate that now placed the hunter in the hunted's role. In fact, given chance encounters, we might have been the ones to end their lives. Why intervene? If there were any reason to do so, it was purely our ego. A self-indulgent, momentary satisfaction and arrogant hypocrisy. However, Karen's gaze, her recent words that there was no need to exterminate them right here, held a completely different hue. And so, I chuckled. Let's help. I patted Chocola's head, then gripped the hilt of my sword, readying myself. Priority lies in eliminating the mutants. Well, that's the official stance. And those kittens are rather adorable. Kuan. Understood. Chocola's throaty sound and Karen's pleased smile synchronized our breaths. And in 1, 2, 3 we burst forth from the bushes. Chapter 21.6 Childhood Memories. It happened unexpectedly. As I leaped through the thickets, I had already completed the preparations for my magic. Bark. First, Chocola breaks into the battle. Clad in light magic, he charged like an arrow, though it didn't directly hit the saber-toothed tiger Smilodon or the flying horned hare Vulpetinger. It surprised them both and momentarily halted their movements. Bark. Grr. Using the tree trunk, Chocola flipped and landed, growling at the Vulpetinger. The group of hares grew wary. A brief pause would be sufficient. In the deep night, I wished to retreat. I thrust the enchanted sword Riddle into the ground. Thin chains sprouted from the blade, extending toward the Vulpetinger, entangling them. The dark delay magic froze the hare's movements. Whether in midair or on the ground, they stood still, as if someone had pressed a pause button. It was a fatal opening. Blossom forth, budding void. Bend the stem of the playful bud. Karen's lips formed sounds less than words. A compressed chant, ritualizing the tones while emitting the vowels, a higher-level technique I couldn't yet master. Allow the smoke to shatter the seed. Riding on cotton fluff, death descends. Shattered mist. Simultaneously, the mist needles pierced the Vulpetinger. Zazazazaza, they bloomed like flowers. 10 per creature. These sword-like spikes impaled the hare's brains and hearts, dissolving their forms into a watery cocoon, enveloping each lifeless body. The crucible crystal, saturated by the host's demise, muddied its attributes and dimly glowed within the water. An explosion, yet they were contained. Trapped within the watery cage, the dying cries of the mutated creatures couldn't harm their surroundings. Bursting within the water globes, they transformed into something, well, let's just say worse than hamburgers, and splattered onto the ground. Goo-wah. It wasn't a very strong mutant. That's why there's still meat left after the explosion. Well, it can't be helped. Thanks, Karen. Good job, Chocola. Bark. I wrinkled my nose at the lingering scent of blood in the air. But it wasn't only emanating from the Vulpetinger carcasses. Grr. Grr. It was the adult Smilodon. Battered by the relentless attacks from the mutants, blood flowed from various wounds on its skin. Its fur was stained red. Yet even so, it remained poised, continuing to intimidate us. I don't intend to harm you, though I doubt you understand. In reality, you're not our allies either. Sheathing my sword at least conveyed that, but they wouldn't grasp the gesture. Karen, how's its injury? Keeping a safe distance, Karen cast magic on the Smilodon. A thin mist enveloped the massive creature, allowing her to assess the depth of its wounds. It was like palpating during a medical examination. It's okay. Some areas seem painful, but Smilodons are naturally strong beasts to begin with. It won't die from this. I see. If that was the case, there was no further business here. I briefly released a hint of killing intent toward the Smilodon family, directing a hostile surge of magic at them. The adult Smilodon tensed, while the cubs huddled behind their parent, chattering noisily. "Don't come around here anymore. Go elsewhere. There's probably a magic power crucible nearby, and it could affect you too." As I spoke, I couldn't help but feel a touch of arrogance. Our choices, our actions, they could all be rationalized. Since the mutants were near our home, we had to eliminate them promptly. On the other hand, eating the flesh of the saber-toothed tiger Smilodon is impossible, and killing it would be pointless. And if they turn into mutants, it's troublesome to deal with them, so let's drive them away elsewhere. But those were mere excuses and rationalizations. In the end, we acted out of compassion. The kittens were adorable and pitiable, so we saved them. If they continued to roam around our house, we'd have no choice but to kill them next time. We wanted them to find another place to go. This was nothing more than our selfish and arrogant vanity. Gru-ru-ru. Bark. Chocola barked at the saber-toothed tiger Smilodon parent and kittens. Taking that as a signal, we turned away. We had already given sufficient warnings, and they should understand the power difference. This was our territory, not theirs. We pushed through the underbrush and distanced ourselves. Yet, that parent and child never averted their gaze. They simply stared, fixated on our backs. Kuan. Eventually, near our home, we had walked so far that we couldn't sense the presence of the saber-toothed tiger Smilodon. Chocola suddenly sniffed and rubbed against me. "What's wrong?" "Bark." As I tried to stroke his back, he wound around my hand and licked my fingers. This behavior was unusual. While he often played around, this level of affection was rare. I stopped and squatted down, meeting her gaze. "Bark." "Coo." He leaped onto my front, now licking my face. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Perhaps he remembered something from the past. Karen said, her eyes gentle as she looked at Chocola. "From the past? When he was rescued by Uncle and Violsama." "Ah, I see. It was a story Mother had shared with me recently. When my parents ventured into the Beastkin territory, the Helheim Valley, they encountered a lone puppy. Before the lifeless bodies of its parents, the puppy emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Its life hung by a thread, targeted by the mutant that had slain its parents. Father and Mother came to its rescue, and the one they saved was Chocola. I wonder what my parents were thinking at that moment. I wrap my hands around Chocola's sturdy body and stroke him vigorously. He's grown into a magnificent adult, his large frame testament to that. But suppose earlier, if the parent saber-toothed tiger Smilodon had already perished. If only the kittens remained alive. What would we have done? Probably. Still, Chocola, it's a relief that those little ones won't go through that sadness. Bark. Kuan. Of course, I'm not implying that you're unhappy. Bark bark. Chocola has a lot of family now. I'm like an older sister to him. Bark. No, that dubious expression. Could it be that Chocola sees Karen as a little sister? That's not the case. I'm her older sister. Bark. What? Karen takes a step back, shocked, while Chocola tilts her head. I shrug and stand up. At this rate, maybe I'm seen as a younger brother too. Well, I suppose only Mother and Father have an unshakable position. After all, for you, they're like parents too. Bark. Finally calming down, I stroke Chocola's back and smile. Shall we head home? It's a shame we didn't catch any prey, but there's still meat in the fridge. Today, Chocola, let's play with Mother. Bark. Side by side, we continue through the forest. Chocola, Karen, and me. Come to think of it, since childhood, we've been like siblings. Even as adults, no matter how our relationship changes, our shared past remains unchanged, and will likely never part ways. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 22. Please Don't Wither Away. Chapter 22.1. The Usual. When I dug the U-shaped trench to channel water into the stable, I gained quite a bit of experience in woodworking. Well, it's not much to boast about, considering I have a magic sword that slices through anything like butter. But still, I feel like I've grasped the technique, so I decided to try a new project. A frisbee. frisbee, or rather, a flying disc. The former is a trademark, but in this otherworldly realm, trademarks don't matter, so let's just call it a frisbee. When you throw it sideways, it glides effortlessly through the air, drawing captivating trajectories that even lure dogs headlong into pursuit. Chocola loves playing with it in the nearby nature park. I wish I could have brought one from Earth, but when I set out to check on our remote mountain house, packing a frisbee wasn't practical. And since Sidera City didn't have any for sale either, I had no choice but to make my own. Honestly, I have no clue about lift or aerodynamic resistance. So, I'm going with a trial and error approach. Shape it, throw it, and if it flies, great. That's the spirit. Back on Earth, they're made of plastic. Here, that material isn't an option, but at least I can control the weight. So, I searched for lightweight wood and started with a circular piece about 20 centimeters in diameter. I used a cross-section of a tree trunk as my base. Using a makeshift compass made by connecting tree branches, I marked a perfect circle and began shaving away the excess. Once I had the circular board, I continued shaping it. I aimed for thinness while raising the edges, creating something akin to a wooden plate. No, it's exactly like making a wooden plate. Thankfully, my magic makes woodwork a breeze. In fact, I often accidentally pierce through with my knife due to the excess force. After several failed attempts, it's starting to look good. Now, I'll smooth the surface with sandpaper. Bark. Do it. Almost there. Surrounded by chocola and mint, I sat in the garden, working. Mother smiled as she hung laundry, watching us. Karen sat on the porch, leisurely sipping tea. Though I couldn't see Pochi, I assumed he was grazing in the pasture. I'm not sure if it'll work, but it's almost ready. Honestly, applying varnish or paint would protect the surface better, but I'll rely on my magic for that. Yeah. The shape feels good. No rough edges. All right. Done. Done. Kuan. Ha 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 ha. And so, under the sparkling gazes of mint and chocola, the first prototype was complete. It looks quite good. The surface was smooth, and it felt surprisingly light. Let's try throwing it in the ranch for now. Ara, it's done. Mother should witness it too. Mother said so with eyes filled with anticipation. Karen stood up silently and positioned herself behind Mint. You're all going to watch. It's not that impressive, though. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I led the way to the ranch. Kiuru, Pochi, lying lazily on the ground, looked at me curiously. Mint dashed over, scrambling up Pochi's back. Ahihi. Pochi. Kiuru. Mint loved riding on someone's back, especially Pochi's. Perhaps because it offered a lofty view. All right, let's give it a throw. I hope it flies well. Sorry in advance if it feels weird. Chocola. Bark. Holding the frisbee in my right hand, I practiced a few swings. I applied a light enhancement to my body, being careful not to exert too much force. Then, I twisted my body slowly and prepared to throw. Here goes. Swoosh. The frisbee spun better than I'd imagined, soaring through the air. The frisbee cut through the air, tracing a gentle curve. It felt slightly faster and higher than when I threw it back on Earth. Perhaps my magic compensated for the frisbee's poor gliding performance. Oh, Karen marveled. Well, Mother also looked intrigued. Where? Flying. Mint giggled from atop Pochi's back. And then, all right. Chocola, go. Bark. As the frisbee soared beyond its peak, I gave the command. Chocola sprinted, joyfully barking. Tata-tata, fast. Chocola caught up with the frisbee in no time, adjusted his angle and height, and leaped. He gracefully landed with the frisbee secured in his mouth. Returning to me, he proudly presented his catch, his mouth asking for a reward. So, I exchanged the frisbee for a single piece of dog food. Well done. It's been a while. Your instincts haven't dulled. Bark. Bark. Bark bark. One more time. This time, I'll throw it a bit farther. I had a better feel for it now. I applied a little more body enhancement, aiming for a spot about 3/4 across the ranch. And this time, I'd give the command to Chocola a bit later. Not yet. 3, 2, 1, go. Bark. Chocola seemed to have used body enhancement too. He dashed at an unimaginable speed, leaped with such force that I couldn't pinpoint when his paws left the ground. Once again, he caught the frisbee flawlessly. Amazing. Good boy, good boy. Bark, bark, bark. I petted Chocola, rewarding him with another treat. This feeling brings back memories. It was a game I'd played countless times since childhood. I hoped Chocola felt the same way. Sway. Mint. Mint too. Mint, leaping down from Pochi's back, rushed over with excited breaths. Though she had done similar things with tree branches, the frisbee flew farther and followed a graceful trajectory. It must have thrilled her. All right. Let's give it a try. Hold it like this, and then, like this, like that. Then, you take your hand off like this. I positioned myself behind her, guiding her through the motions. After a few attempts, I let Mint try it on her own. Chocola, run and catch it when it's about to fall like earlier. Bark. Ready, Chocola? Go. Oh, it flew. This time, the frisbee flew at a speed similar to my previous throw. The impressive toss was likely due to her body enhancement magic. However, control remained elusive, and it veered diagonally in the opposite direction. But Chocola was quick to react. He sprinted alongside, assessed the landing point, and flawlessly caught the frisbee midair. Bark. Where? Chocola. Catch. Quan. Amazing, amazing. Great, great. Mint giggled, rubbing her cheek against Chocola. The dog food reward seemed unnecessary. Chocola was already delighted. Again. Do it again. All right, this time, focus on throwing it straight. Okay. Go. Bark. This time, she released it a bit late, causing the frisbee to fly diagonally in the opposite direction. But Chocola didn't miss a beat. She sprinted, assessed the full point, and timed her jump perfectly to catch it. Caught again. Mint. Didn't throw straight. Amazing. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. Looks great. Chocola is smart. Mint is cute. You, strange side again. No. Bark. Mint throws, and Chocola runs. Chocola catches it, and Mint rejoices. When he returns, they playfully interact, and then they try again, aiming for improvement. I'm impressed by Mint's progress with each throw, and I offer advice. Mother watches the frisbee's trajectory with delight. Karen sits on the ground, observing Mint's excitement with an affectionate gaze. As for Pochi, he calmly grazes, barely acknowledging the frisbee passing overhead. And so, how many times has it been? Mint, her breath heavy, declares, next time, I'll throw it even farther. She readies herself and releases. That moment marked the beginning of an upheaval that would shake our family. Chapter 22.2. So we reach out. It was the same motion as last time, a throw with a purpose. With each practice, Mint's technique had become more refined. So surely, this would be the best one yet. Straight, high, fast, the frisbee should soar. Higher. Yet, it didn't. It flopped weakly. Not just for us, but even Chocola couldn't react. The frisbee flew as if a child had thrown it with feeble strength. No graceful parabolas, no maintaining even a meter of height, it plummeted to the ground. R.A. The one looking perplexed was Mint. She dashed over, picked up the frisbee, returned to his original spot, checked his form more intently, and gathered strength. Higher. Again, it flopped. The frisbee lacked power, gliding nowhere, and landed close to the ground. Mint. In that silent moment, Karen was the first to move. Her voice calling Mint's name was gentle, almost too gentle, like a soothing stroke for a cat. Could it be that you're unable to muster strength? Yeah. Something off. Won't go far. Then, I have a favor to ask. Run to Pochi, touch Pochi's leg, and come back to me. Full sprint. Can you do it? Yeah, can. All right, get ready. Start. In response to Karen's command, Mint sprinted. It was still age-appropriate, adorably slow from our perspective. And that's why I'm sure all of us were. Anxiously, our hearts raced. I'm back. Touched it. Yeah, well done. You did great. Hee hee. Karen, and Karen alone, maintained an appearance of calm. Pochi was just a dozen meters away. Mint took a leisurely 30 seconds for the round trip, proudly patting his head. It was odd. After all, Mint always unconsciously applied physical enhancement. Despite her small frame, she should possess strength beyond her appearance. The frisbee should have flown far. If she sprinted with all her might, it would take less than 10 seconds to reach Pochi and return. Yet, Mint's strength, or rather, the energy coursing through her body. "Hey, Mint, aren't you tired?" Karen's gentle inquiry interrupted my thoughts. "I'm fine." "I see. You're amazing, but it seems Chocola got a little tired." "Really? Chocola? Bark. Well then, let's call it a day. We'll resume frisbee practice tomorrow." "Okay. Got it. Tomorrow, I'll throw better. I'll be better. Bark." Karen held Mint's hand, pivoted on her heel, and returned. It was such a familiar scene that my heart palpitations didn't subside. Chocola greeted Pochi with a cheerful bark and followed Karen and Mint. Pochi lay on the grass, seemingly unfazed by it all. As I struggled with numerous questions and mounting anxiety in my mind, I somehow managed to keep up with Karen and the others. Mother stood beside me, gripping my hand firmly. "Stay composed. Like Karen, act as if everything is normal." Does Karen know? About Mint, what's happening to her? You should understand by intuition. The reason she responded faster than me is because of past experiences. For her, that memory is unforgettable. Mother was right. I already knew. I'd known from the beginning. The strength that suddenly vanished, the frisbee that could no longer be thrown, the unusually slow sprint, these were not visible changes. Instead, I sensed something different. The moment Mint poised to throw the frisbee, something abruptly halted. What had flowed smoothly until then seemed dammed up, like a gear catching on an unexpected obstacle. The once turbulent current now resembled a quiet lake. Then, yes, there's no doubt. We don't know why it happened, but Mother spoke. It's attribute conflict. Section. The sun had set, and night descended. Since then, we have played indoors. Not physical activities, but building blocks and singing. As evening approached, Mint began to doze off, so we gathered in the living room, Karen, Mother, and me. "Is Mint sleeping well?" Chocola's keeping an eye on her." "In bed." My words were squeezed out, and everyone wore solemn expressions. Mint was currently asleep. However, in the guest room. This is the first time this has happened. Her usual sleeping place wasn't here. It was outside the house, near the dismantling area, where she transformed into her original form, the one with legs turning into stems, roots anchoring into the ground, and a bud enveloped in leaves. Yet now, she lay on the bed. No, it wasn't that he chose not to transform, she couldn't. Transformation is a form of magic. Mother said, her voice tinged with distress. Even inside the house, I subtly guided and tested her. Physical enhancement, transformation, even basic attribute magic. Mint can't use any of them. She herself looked bewildered. Karen, her head slightly bowed, clenched her fist as she spoke. Mint is aware. However, I don't think she's taking it too seriously yet. Or maybe, she's concerned but chooses not to say anything. Maybe she's silently enduring it to avoid worrying us. It's impossible for her not to notice, especially since she can't sleep as usual. If that's the case, if Mint is indeed looking out for us. Behind that innocent smile, perhaps she's suppressing something for us. There are things I don't understand. I want to know. I asked, exhaling deeply. First, let's talk about attribute conflict. Both you and Karen have experience with it, right? Can Mint's attribute conflict be cured? Is there a possibility or a method? Mother and Karen's faces tensed, but we didn't have the luxury to dwell on the reasons. Because. Next, the most crucial point. Above all, what we should prioritize, what we should consider. If this state continues, what will happen to Mint? The atmosphere becomes really heavy, enveloping us in silence. Karen pursed her lips. I closed my eyes, waiting for an answer. Eventually, Mother, inhaling deeply, as if consuming the oppressive atmosphere, spoke calmly yet resolutely. Sway, we must exhaust every option available to us. Every connection, every piece of information we can gather, and all the wisdom we can muster. And then, we must explore every conceivable means. Simultaneously, a subtle vibration echoed from outside the yard. Mother stood up, opened the sliding window, and stepped onto the porch. First, connections. There, in the darkness, scales glimmered and elegant wings reflected the house's light. The gentle yet solemn presence filled the garden, a characteristic of dragons. I've arrived, heavenly Beldono. Thank you, mighty dragon. Please, lend us your wisdom. Liz surveyed each of us, nodding with purpose. Chapter 22.3 To What Is Sinking There. Mother's actions were swift. While we were lost in our own thoughts, she had already taken action, playing her hand. I learned that it wasn't just Liz, but also Grandma Saraland, and even Noah and Parker-san, who had been contacted through the communication crystal. I am grateful but at the same time, feel ashamed. Karen had maintained her composure, and Mother had been active, yet what had I done? I had merely wallowed in indecision and melancholy. Gently, I carried Mint from the guest room to the living area, where Liz examined her. The dragon's eyes, far more precise than a human's, could perceive the flow of magic power. First, take note that this is mere speculation, not confirmation. Liz spoke quietly yet gravely from the garden. It's more like a 50-50 chance. What did 50-50 mean? Everyone understood, and that's why no one said anything. Mint's sleep serves as sustenance. While she slumbers, her roots extend into the earth, absorbing nutrients from the deceased. But now, with the impossibility of elemental transformation, she must consume through her mouth. The question is whether she can obtain enough nourishment to sustain life. Even in her current state, Mint doesn't favor solid food. Perhaps her digestive system remains less developed than a human's. If she is to survive solely through oral intake, she must learn to consume meat, grains, and other solid sustenance. However, and there's another concern. Can she grow properly without magic? To live without the earth attribute magic she's always relied upon, she must transform her very body. But to reshape the form of a plant creature like the plant monster Alron, you need earth attribute magic to foster growth. Requiring earth attribute magic, is it? A frustrating cycle. Hence, my assessment remains 50-50. It would be ideal if she could adapt like a human, but there's also a risk of stunted growth. And if she does suffer from growth impairment, Liz didn't voice what lay beyond. Or perhaps he couldn't. We, too, didn't want to hear it. But why did Mint become subject to attribute conflict? With a heartache that felt like a wound, I voiced my question. Her main attribute is earth, with a little bit of. Everyone's attributes are subtly mixed. Wasn't that Mint's magical hue? Isn't attribute conflict triggered when two or more attributes vie for dominance? And shouldn't the potential dominant attribute be of equal magnitude? That should be the case. Mother provided the answer. At least, in my understanding of attribute conflict, yes. But I've never encountered a case like this before. Liz, who had examined Mint, exhaled deeply. Within Mint now swirls the magic of every attribute. Light, darkness, fire, water, wind. They all blend together, suppressing the main earth attribute. That's how it appeared to my dragon eyes. So all the other attributes are teaming up against earth. A rough interpretation, yes. But why it's happening remains unclear. We need the knowledge of someone skilled in earth magic. Those who can manipulate earth are plant creatures like Mint and, of course, the beastkins. I've already contacted Parker-san through the communication crystal. Way of Love Witch. That girl excels in mud magic, and her earth affinity stands out even among the beastkins. Perhaps she can provide some information. Unbeknownst to us, Mother had donned a black cloak and a pointed hat, a witch's attire suited for otherworldly journeys. I'll be heading to Sidera right away. I'll seek assistance from Aunt Saraland. And then, I'll make my way to the capital. Apologies, but I'll need you to provide transportation, Liz. Understood. To me, Mint is like my hatchling. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. If necessary, I'll fly anywhere. Chocola, take care of Mint, please. Keep an eye on her. Bark. With a single bark, Chocola returned to the house, as if saying, leave it to me. Tonight, he'd likely stay by Mint's side. No, Mother. I was filled with frustration. Despite our family being in danger, I felt utterly unreliable. If there was anything I could do, I'd do it. But right now, I didn't even know if there was anything. Attribute conflict. Could my magic somehow help? How? I didn't know. I was too ignorant, too powerless, damn it. When I fell ill, did Mother and Father feel the same way? Running around, clinging to any possible help, yet still having no viable solutions. Suicune. Sway. Amidst my troubling thoughts, someone had appeared before me. Mother stood there. Her hands cradled my cheeks, as if imparting wisdom. Mother will gather knowledge now. We'll search tirelessly for the cause of Mint's attribute conflict and how to cure it. In the meantime, Suicune, there's something I need you to do. Vile-sama. A sharp cry interrupted her. It was Karen. That. Vile-sama, that's Karen. Mother turned, and just as she had with me earlier, she placed her hand on Karen's cheek. I understand your anxiety. I never wanted to inform Suicune in this manner either. But we must give it our all. I want to help Mint too. But Sway. And also, it's okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. Suicune is different now from back then. We won't face the same worries. Our family won't have to endure anything heartbreaking. Vile-sama. It's okay. This time, I'm right here too. You've grown up, Suicune. Chocola is here too. And that. Kazukune is surely watching over us. The conversation between Mother and Karen held a meaning that eluded me. Or perhaps, were they discussing what happened back then? Can't he and Ma? Couldn't he use it, struggled, and cried? Only I could use, maybe sway to. It was a childish, immature thought. With proper knowledge, you'd realize it was unlikely. Yet K.A., in her own childlike, inexperienced way, genuinely wanted to help me. And I, to respond to her feelings. Suicune. There's something you've forgotten. My foggy thoughts were abruptly pulled back by Mother. As a possibility, self-sealing of memories due to the erosion phenomenon is conceivable. It's about what happened when you returned here, having lost your memories. But if you still can't recall, it might simply be that high fever caused your memories to vanish altogether. High fever. You mean when I was 5? Right after the god's favor? Karen gripped my clothes, as if pleading. Like a child. Her expression held a mix of sorrow and apology, yet she clung to me. Mother will gather knowledge to the best of her ability. But the knowledge we acquire, the reasons we find, and the means. Ultimately, all of that will be entrusted to you. And then, Mother revealed something about my memories, the last fragment submerged deep within the lake. It was you, Suicune, who cured Karen's attribute conflict. Chapter 22.4 Wishing for Flowers, Yearning for Fragments. Mother set forth on a journey with G. Liz. Left behind, we welcomed the morning with little sleep. Mint, who had awakened at least outwardly, appeared quite lively. She drank the freshly prepared fruit juice for breakfast, savoring it with delight. Sweet. Mint, love this. Take your time drinking it. You. Holding the cup with both hands, she smiled, and under normal circumstances, we would have naturally smiled along. But now, even that effort felt necessary. After refilling her glass with juice 3 times more than usual, Mint began playfully wrestling with Chocola. Perhaps she avoided running around outside unconsciously to conserve energy. Of course, playing indoors wasn't unusual. Yet, somehow, it weighed on my mind. It left me pensive. Chocola, tickles. Ha ha ha. Kuan. Mint, shall we build with blocks? Yeah. Chocola, too? Fufu, can Chocola manage it? Bark. As Karen joined in, watching the cheerful scene, I recalled the conversation from last night before Mother embarked on her journey. Section. Suicune lost your childhood memories due to a side effect of phase loss in your magic organ. You understand that already, right? I was the one who cured Karen's attribute conflict. After revealing this fact, Mother explained once more, as if seeking confirmation. After transmigrating again, Suekuen's magic organ began functioning again. Your body was readjusted as a human from this world, and the self-sealing of memories was undone. From a state where you couldn't even be aware of what you'd forgotten, you can now remember properly. In a way, you could say the storage location of memories has shifted. I get it, somehow. For me, it was a straightforward metaphor. During my time in Japan, I never even recalled my childhood, let alone the fact that I was born and raised in a different world. It was as if the very concept of lost memories eluded my consciousness, akin to hidden photos tucked away in a secret folder. However, on the day I transmigrated here, everything changed. Returning to the house where I spent my early years, reuniting with Karen, I suddenly remembered the existence of an album. The folder materialized before my eyes, and I realized, there was an album in there. Yet, accessing the contents of the album freely remained elusive. Each photograph was protected by a password, simple and easily associated. Occasionally, a memory would resurface, granting me access. Memories of Karen, of Mother, and the stories woven within our home. Now, over 4 months since my return, I believed I had unlocked all the passwords, fully resurrecting my memories. But there was a caveat. However, at that time, do you remember what happened when you cured Karen's attribute conflict? You were already under the god's favor and had a high fever. Perhaps it wasn't memory loss due to self-sealing, it might be an illness-induced gap. Furthermore, those photos might not even exist in the folder. And, forcing yourself to remember puts a strain on you. Karen's face contorted as she squeezed the hem of my clothes. Her grip is strong but her voice is weak, one on the verge of tears, yet brimming with emotion. I don't want that. If something happens to you again, Sway, I can't bear it. Her final words were barely audible, delicate. Perhaps, more than I realized, forcibly unlocking those passwords exacted a heavier toll than I anticipated. Nevertheless, we have no choice but to believe in Suekuen and rely on him. Mother's eyes held a resolute color, exuding unwavering determination. Yet, I discerned the facade behind her strength. Unspoken, it reached me. Mother was putting up a brave front, standing tall, behaving with unwavering resolve, reassuring herself, Karen, and me. Suekuen, I apologize for not offering any specific advice. I'm sorry I can't find a clever solution. But please, dive as deep as you can until I return. Explore your heart, your memories, the depths of that swamp. We don't even know if answers exist there. Perhaps there are no answers at all. Still, I implore you. And then, my mother was about to mount Liz. In a tiny, almost blood-choked whisper, she uttered her final words. I don't ever want us to experience the loss of a family again. Section. Since then, I've been tormented, even as morning breaks. Karen and I talked last night. Initially hesitant, she shared her desire to save Mint. Gradually, she recounted the events from back then. Yet, hearing it didn't trigger my recollection. There's a snag. Reaching into the murky depths of the swamp, I sense something just beyond my grasp. Yet, I can't retrieve it. My hands swipe at empty air, frustratingly close yet elusive. The photos exist. They're in the memory file, each protected by a password. The issue lies in the scrambled passwords due to my fever at the time. I still don't know what catalyst will revive those memories. Let's shift our focus for a moment. In other words, let's consider how I healed Karen's elemental conflict. If we can deduce that, perhaps we can reverse engineer and retrieve more memories. Magic, probably. Dark magic. Far-fetched scenarios like feeding her some random herb that turned out to be a panacea or divine intervention seem unlikely. It's more plausible that I unknowingly wielded a form of magic distinct from my father's, an extraordinary feat, even for him. The magic I'm consciously aware of involves manipulating causality. I can interfere with the causes or consequences of events, pulling the future closer or averting it. However, it's not an unlimited free-for-all. I can't fully explain it, But there are rules, restrictions, and boundaries, complex and enigmatic principles governing my abilities. How can I manipulate causality to alter someone else's magical attributes? Can I even interfere with the magic power within someone's body? As I pondered, my head felt like it was boiling. Time for a change of pace. Hey, Mint, we haven't greeted Pochi yet, have we? Let's say hello and maybe play a little. Yeah, go. Ride on, Pochi. Mint loves riding on Pochi's back, right? But, wait, isn't there another nice back right here nearby? Kia. Chocola, ride too? Bark. Yeah. Chocola, ride. Ride on. By the way, I taught them the term ride on. Mint straddled Chocola with a heave-ho. Chocola barked cheerfully from the living room to the yard. He probably understood everything. We trotted through the garden at a leisurely pace, enough to delight Mint. Hey, Karen. As we walk, I lean over to my childhood friend and ask in a whisper, Karen, do you remember what it felt like when you were healed? The emotions, sensations, those internal changes. Or perhaps anything about the flow of your magic power. I'm sorry. Karen weakly shakes her head. At that moment, Sway healed me, but then you collapsed. You lost consciousness. I was shocked and called for Uncle and Vial-sama. It wasn't until later that I realized I could use magic. I see. It's okay. You don't need to worry. I reassure her, gently squeezing her hand. She leans into me, seeking comfort. Pochi. Good morning. Kururu. Mint hops off Chocola as we enter the ranch. I stroke Pochi's nose, watching Mint try to climb from Chocola's front legs to her back. We rush over to assist, maintaining an air of nonchalance. I slip my hands under Mint's armpits, lifting her up my shoulders. Mint, can you move from my head to Pochi's back? Kyawa, you can. I casually supported her small body as she used me as a foothold to climb onto Pochi. Even if she slips or falls, she won't get hurt. My protective barrier ensures that. That's right. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Even if Mint can't use body enhancement magic or climb onto Pochi's back unaided. Even if she can't throw a frisbee far or run at incredible speeds. It's fine if she remains unable to use magic. Even if she loses her rare ability to assist us with earth magic. As long as she's here, laughing with us. As long as she stays healthy, lives a long life. If she's happy, that's all that matters. High up. Pochi's back, smooth. Pochi's carapace feels surprisingly pleasant to the touch. Kururu. Mint frolics, and we all laugh. Amidst the laughter, I silently admonish myself. Please, I beg you, find a way, Sway. Don't let this time, this happiness, be a lie. Chapter 22.5. Gently tending the wounds and favorably compare. And so, despite the outward appearance of tranquility, time passes leisurely. Lunchtime arrives, and I prepare a meal. I grill the meat stored in the refrigerator and serve the pre-made side dishes in small bowls. Even as I cook, my mind races, and I can't seem to find calm. I offer Mint a soup made from soy milk and consommé. Fortunately, she exclaims, delicious. But this alone won't provide sufficient nutrition. The soy protein is merely a comforting gesture. Still, we embrace Mint's usual giggles and radiant smile. It's essential to do so. Even if only for a minute or a second, I don't want this child to experience sadness. As the afternoon wears on, Mint, who had been playing with building blocks, grows restless. Karen gently cradles her, patting her back until the sound of her soft breathing fills the room. I lay Mint on the sofa, covering her with a towel blanket, and contemplate. When will Mother return? Will it be today or perhaps tomorrow? She mentioned extending her journey to the capital. I'm uncertain how long it takes on Giles's wings, but surely Mother is doing everything she can. Can I live up to that? Sway, don't dwell too much. Karen's soothing touch grazes my back. Like when she put Mint to sleep earlier, gentle, nurturing, yet tinged with pain. I apologize. And with those fading words, she confesses. I'm causing you pain, Sway. I'm utterly useless. Despite you saving me that time, your illness worsened. Because of me, you were sent away. And even now, because you saved me, you have to remember it all. It's my fault. Everything, mine. No. I turn around and instinctively embrace Karen. No. Don't say that. It's not your fault. Karen. Her tear-soaked face, it's the third time I've witnessed her crying like this. Yet this emotion feels different from the second time, the moment we watched Father's video message. The first time, when was taken care of when I was sick. Regret, grief, and despair engulf me. It's almost unbearable, crumpled and messy. The memories resurface. You nursed me back then. You were looking after me. Did you remember? Vaguely. I was barely conscious. I used magic on you until I collapsed. Beyond that, I see. My collapse caused you sorrow. The god's favor I received had been relatively mild until then. Although I had a high fever, I could still eat and converse, maintaining some vitality. But when Karen's attribute conflict was cured by me, my condition worsened. No wonder. God's favor is an illness stemming from underdeveloped magical organs struggling with mana control. I performed advanced magic in that state. I lost consciousness and collapsed, and it wouldn't have been surprising if I'd died right there. I don't recall the specific magic I used. It remains elusive. Yet as a young child, I have done it once before. Confirming that fact, feeling it deep within, something settles in my heart. I smile. So that's why Karen tried to stop Mother yesterday. You were scared. I'm sorry for bringing back painful memories. Sorry for causing you distress. Why are you apologizing, Sway? It's me. Even though it's my fault. All mine. It's okay. Thank you. I'll be fine. I'm not the same child as back then. My magic organ is stable now. So, Sway, that's. I gently stroked Karen's head, attempting to calm her, and prepare to embrace her once more. But then, bark, 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 garden. The sound of barking reaches us from beyond the porch, and it seems like Chocola is calling for us. What's going on? Wait, when did he get outside? I thought he had been lying next to Mint just a moment ago. Well, he's become quite adept at opening the front door by himself, so it's not surprising that he ventured outside. But why is he calling us? Mother hasn't returned yet. Did something happen, Chocola? I open the sliding door, slip on my sandals, and step down onto the porch. In the middle of the yard, Chocola stands. As soon as he spots me, bark. He points his nose toward the gate, as if urging us in that direction. What? And there, in the shadows, my eyes widened. What's that, Sway? Karen, look. Karen asks over my shoulder, and I gesture toward it. She, too, opens her mouth in surprise. In front of the gate, or rather, well beyond the gate, almost into the yard. A saber-toothed tiger. A Smilodon was there. How did it get in? Why didn't the protective barrier activate? What's going on? The questions swirl in my mind, but my enhanced vision allows me to see its form clearly, dispelling any doubts. Yeah, that's the same one from before. Indeed, no mistake. But it's a Smilodon parent with its cubs. 3 little ones, like fluffy kittens, mewling and gazing up at their injured, blooded, and weakened parent. I approach slowly. Chocola, who joined us along the way, sniffs and whines. I pat his head affectionately as we stand before the Smilodon parent. The parent lies on the ground, looking up at me as if it has reached its limit. Almost collapsing, it seems utterly exhausted. The kittens mew, clustering around its belly, seeking nourishment. So it's their mother. The injuries from before not only haven't healed, but they've worsened. Karen murmurs in dismay. 3 days ago, we encountered this parent and its cubs. Although it had been considerably battered by the mutated flying hare Vulpetinger, Karen's assessment indicated minor injuries that would heal naturally. Yet now, its wounds are even more severe than before. The wounds are discolored, reddish-black, and oozing in places. Signs of necrosis have begun, and the pungent odor is almost unbearable. It reeks of death. Yet the Smilodon's gaze pierces straight through me, as if trying to convey something. Could it be? Are you entrusting these cubs to us? Grr, a sign of affirmation. I'm certain. The message has reached me. I understand. This creature realizes it won't survive. It knows that its orphaned offspring can't survive without a parent. So it placed its hope in us, the strongest beings it has encountered, yet ones who would protect its children. Following the remembered scent, it found this house, and, please, it seems to implore, can you take care of my cubs? What the hell? This can't be a joke. My vision blurs. Emotions surge within my chest. A mix of anger and sorrow, an inexplicable urge to shout at the top of my lungs. I kneel before the mother. Me. The kittens notice me, lowering their heads and tensing. Are they trying to intimidate me? Do they see me as an enemy? Are they trying to protect their mother? Sway, those cubs. Don't fuck around. I spat out the words. Lips clenched, fists tightened. I'm already overflowing. I've reached my limit. My mind is already preoccupied by Mint, and I have no room for anything else. Life is heavy, incredibly heavy, and yet you want me to carry more. You want me to bear this burden? My eyes flickered. Words and emotions spiraled out of control. What the hell? Don't fuck with me. Damn it, every curses I know echoed in my mind. They're so wary of me, yet you think I'll warm up to them? I can't bear the weight of these little ones' lives any longer. Who else can protect them but you? You're the only one who can raise them. I know nothing about caring for wild creatures. These little ones are your responsibility, I shouted in fury, yet at the same time, my head grew colder. Fingertips turned icy. Yet, I sensed a surge of magic coursing through my body. I see. When I witnessed Karen sobbing, those memories of the swamp, the past where I resolved attribute conflicts, resurfaced in my mind. The barbed hook had snagged deep within my heart. And now, as I gazed at the wound affected by mutated magical residue clinging to the Smilodon, this was the same hook, tugging at my fragmented memories. Listen carefully. I placed my hand on the mother's body, on the festering wound. With unwavering conviction, I spoke. Don't give up. I will heal you. Chapter 22.6. It all comes down to darkness. First, I noticed the condition of the wound. According to Karen, the injury inflicted by the Smilodon was supposed to heal naturally without any issues. However, it unexpectedly worsened. Was Karen's assessment too optimistic? No. Even from my perspective, it appeared to be a minor wound. There was bleeding, but it seemed shallow, and I couldn't detect any damage to nerves or muscles. It wasn't due to infection either. While wounds carry risks like tetanus, the Smilodon is a wild creature with greater resistance than us humans. So, if the infection or necrosis at the wound site wasn't caused by bacteria or poison, what was it? That's when I thought, and what I saw was the flow of magic. Imagine a contaminated mountain stream. Harmful elements flow into the pristine river, muddying the water, creating pockets of stagnation, and corroding the very essence of the river. As I focused my gaze, clarity emerged. The Smilodon's magic power had taken an unusual turn. Perhaps its inherent attribute is water. While not powerful enough for spellcasting, it exhibits traits like resilience to dryness or heightened resistance. Water magic should be influencing its body. But there's more, a blend of wind and fire. These chaotic wavelengths, albeit in small quantities, stubbornly intrude upon the water attribute, obstructing its flow. Undoubtedly, this is the residual magic power of the Vulpetinger, a mutant. When they harm the Smilodon, they unconsciously infuse their magic power into the wounds. It's not a deliberate act. The mutant magic coincidentally possesses such properties, acting as a magical toxin. The weakening of the Smilodon's body isn't due to external trauma, it's the remnants of mutated magic. Remove the fire and wind attributes, and hope for recovery remains. I placed my hand on the wound of the Smilodon. Surface inspection alone won't suffice. The flow of magic eludes my tactile senses. In that case, stay still. And you too. If you want your mother to recover, endure a little longer. I plunge my fingertip into the festering wound. Grr. The Smilodon cries out in pain. The kittens start fussing. Karen, Chocola, assist me. Understood. Bark. Karen and Chocola may not fully comprehend my intentions, but they trust me and grasp the essence of my words. You'll be fine. Endure the pain. After all, you're a mother. Karen firmly grips the head of the mother Smilodon, locking eyes as if imparting understanding. Bark. Grr. Chocola warns the kittens sternly, then proceeds to lick each one's face to soothe them. And so, I focus, submerge. From the sensation of my fingertip delving into the Smilodon's body, I consciously exclude everything except flesh. I hone in on the magic coursing through its body, nothing more. Warm, cold, soft, hard. That gentle undulation, as it should be, undisturbed yet serene, as it truly is, weighed down by an alien presence. A gentle breeze upon a calm lake, a raging fire. Direct interference with the magic itself is impossible. Then let's interfere with something else. As the violets bloom, so shall the night end. The bell that shines in the starry sky rests in the constellation, and at dawn the temple resounds. Alongside the whispered incantation in my mouth, I stir magic power inside. Layer the principles, crimson fire, azure water, emerald wind. Blend the three and mold them for play. From darkness, begin, toward twilight, conclude. The colors of fire, water, and wind cannot be erased anymore. However, they can be overlaid and subdued. I can interfere with the consequences caused by these attributes. If they're weak enough that fire can be extinguished by water, that's ideal. If they're small enough that wind won't create waves, even better. The colors inherent in magic must shift toward black. Diminish the resulting impact to the utmost, allowing the water magic to flow undisturbed. I'm not severing causality or erasing outcomes. My intuition tells me otherwise. Rather, I need to reroute the flow of causality elsewhere. Minimize the results stemming from the cause. To the point of closure, let us mock the regretful night. Through the creation of causality, I transform the nature of magic into something nearly harmless. Phew. Eventually, the magic power circulating within the Smilodon's body begins to regain a pristine flow. Dirt and stagnation vanish, replaced by gradual vitality. Karen, could you bring some bandages? The wound itself hasn't healed. It's festering and necrotic, so we need to treat it. Got it. Since there's no one else in the family who gets injured, the bandages have become mere relics in the medicine box. As I wrap them around the Smilodon's wound, I continue speaking. I'll let you stay here for a while. We need to monitor your recovery. I apologize for using you as an experimental subject. There's no way they understand my words. Nevertheless, the Smilodon growls softly, accepting the treatment. And you too. It's okay now, your mother will recover. The now calm kittens playfully interact with Chocola. They pay no heed to my words. Well, that's fine. Hey, Sway. What was that just now? Karen. I've been pondering what kind of magic I should use all along. I smile at Karen, who has just finished treating the Smilodon. Supposedly, to remedy attribute conflict, what kind of magical effect would be necessary? But that's not it. The crucial point wasn't there. Let's liken it to tools. I have tools at my disposal, a comprehensive set. And I want to repair a broken machine. So, which tool should I use? I was troubled because I didn't know. I misunderstood that not knowing was the problem. What I should understand, what I must comprehend, is the structure of the machine. It's the mechanism of magic. How each attribute manifests its color. How each color expresses its inherent attribute. Attributes, in essence, represent the directionality of magic. Taking away, giving, fire. Purifying, nourishing, water. Carrying, vitalizing, wind. Decaying, nurturing, earth. Magic diverges from the luminous void, gaining directionality to assume color. The process of coloring, the flow of causality, intensifying the hues until they eventually reach darkness. And then, the radiant core, light. The extinguished finale, darkness. Not understanding that was my mistake. grasping that understanding was crucial. If I comprehend the machine's structure, I can deduce where to tweak for repairs. By following the repair steps, the appropriate tool will naturally present itself. Sway, do you understand? The way to remedy attribute conflict. Strictly speaking, not yet. The Smilodon's injury was different from attribute conflict. But I'm sure Mother will return with the necessary knowledge. Based on that, I'll strive to understand attribute conflict. My interpretation will allow my magic to resonate. Above, shadows stretch across the clear sky. Looking up, a graceful silhouette blocks the sunlight. Wings outstretched, neck and tail extending straight. Slowly descending toward the garden, the shadow of a dragon. Karen, I'll do it. I'll show you. Facing Mother and Liz, who have returned. I clenched my hand into a fist, stained with the blood of the Smilodon, and made my declaration. I healed you desperately, without understanding anything. I treated this creature blindly, hoping it might work. So next, with unwavering certainty, I'll heal Mint. Chapter 23, Kiss and Silver Bracelet. Chapter 23.1, A Life-Saving Bond. Mother returned, having gathered all kinds of things. Tomes of research on magical attributes. Precious elixirs for healing wounds and illnesses. And those who speak of knowledge itself, Grandma Seralind, Noah, and Parkasan. Grandma Seralind embraced us one by one, offering comfort. Despite the long journey through the skies from the royal capital, Noah and Parkasan showed no signs of fatigue and pledged their support in anything we needed. And then there were the many parcels laid down in the garden, and the deep, kind gaze of Liz, who continued to fly as our wings. All the contents of these research books are in my head. If there's something you seek, I shall open to the page and explain it at once. Grandma Seralind said with a smile. The characteristics of the earth attribute, how it differs from other attributes, it's all compiled here. Refer to this, and if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Parkasan said with perked ears and a nod. I might be in the way, but I couldn't possibly stay behind in the royal capital. I don't mind being a servant or anything else, just tell me if there's something I can do. Noah said, bumping foreheads with me in encouragement. Thank you, Grandma Seralind, Parkasan, Noah, and to Mother who rushed about for us, to Karen and Chocola who cared for Mint, and to Pochi. To repay them, I will not hold back. Now it's my turn, I'll do everything that needs to be done. And then, from that point on, it was nothing but a frenzy of desperate effort. Listening to Parkasan's stories while examining her magical power. Sorting out what I wanted to know and what I didn't understand, flipping through books with Grandma Seralind. The characteristics of the earth attribute and the nature of its magic. How other attributes affect the earth attribute. The conditions that cause attribute antagonism and those that break it down. In essence, we needed to understand the specifics of Mint's condition, how to cure it, and what was necessary for the treatment. Researching, verifying, and probing, by the time night fell and dawn approached, a path forward began to emerge. Along with it, what we were lacking became clear. My magic alone might suffice for a preliminary healing. However, to ensure complete recovery, it wasn't enough. 80% was unacceptable. I needed to pour in 100%, no, 120%. I rummaged through the supplies Mother had brought back, and what wasn't there, we procured anew. Karen gathered what could be found around the forest, while Mother and Liz sought out the rest. Everyone sprang into action immediately. Soon Karen returned from the forest, Mother and Liz from the dragon's village. They brought back mushrooms, herbs, nuts, butter, fruits, and even wyvern bones, essentially ingredients. Let's start cooking. Noah-san, may I ask for your assistance? Entrusted with the task. Use me to your heart's content. With determination, I drew my beloved blade from my hip. Kanji, forged by Novium-san, it was not just its ability to change shape according to use that made it special. Like Father's magic sword Radil that could envelop and release dark attribute magic. This knife was the only one in this world that could infuse my magic into ingredients. I sliced and boiled sumitake mushrooms. True to their name, They were pitch black like charred wood. Eaten raw, they lower body temperature. Cooked, they raise it. They contain a high concentration of fire attribute magic. I chopped Togariyamaji. Similar to Earth's mugwort, it has the effect of expelling unnecessary moisture and waste from the body. The true nature of its medicinal properties is water attribute magic. I crushed walnuts and chestnuts. Nuts help maintain bodily health. To put it in Earth terms, they balance cholesterol levels, prevent vascular aging, and improve blood circulation. In this world, the concept of circulation is strongly associated with wind attribute magic. The striped goats widely domesticated on this continent possess light attribute magic. Naturally, the butter made from their milk is also imbued with this magic. Indeed, in this world, we consume not only nutrients but also magic through our diet. The magic ingested orally is absorbed into the body from the stomach, slowly assimilating into one's own magic while transforming its attributes. During this process, there is no occurrence of attribute repulsion or dominance. In other words, by taking the form of a meal, it should be possible to apply magic internally without strain. I processed various ingredients one after another, infusing each with magic through kanji. Everyone watched me in silence, holding their breath. I didn't explain anything. Time was precious, and I needed to concentrate to the utmost. The only sounds in the kitchen were those of cooking and my instructions to Noah, who was assisting me, along with his minimal responses. Yet everyone trusted me and watched over me in silence. With the magic infused into the knife, I enhanced the medicinal effects of the ingredients or weakened certain actions. And above all, I finally adjusted the attributes of the magic. It was a delicate task where one misstep could ruin the flavor. Therefore, failure was not an option. Even if it succeeded as a medicinal cure, it would be meaningless if it tasted bad. The food I prepare for my family must be delicious above all else. I made broth by boiling dried shells and kelp. I created a consommé by simmering marrow extracted from crushed wyvern bones with herbs and aromatic vegetables. I crushed finely chopped herbs and mushrooms into butter until they formed a paste and then strained it through a sieve. Mixing these together and simmering on low heat, I carefully skimmed off any scum to create the base soup. Furthermore, I diluted this soup with a spiritual medicine brought by Mother from Sidera. This liquid, which heals wounds and soothes illnesses, was concocted using various plants and magical creature materials according to a secret recipe. It seems to have been made by a renowned alchemist living in the royal capital, known by the title The Witch of No Return. I added the ingredients to the liquid mixture of spiritual medicine and soup. Roasted nuts, roughly crushed with the back of a knife. Finely chopped dried fruits. And for seasoning, pepper and sesame seeds. As the final step, I thickened the mixture on low heat with potato starch. Stirring with a spatula, it eventually became thick. Once it reached the consistency of pancake batter, pour it into a mold and let it cool. With that, it's complete. Coincidentally, it resembled the dish I had proposed to Noah and the others, sesame tofu. A soup solidified into tofu form to make it palatable for Mint. A delicious edible treatment that works from within against attribute dominance. Section. Chocola. Could you call Mint for me? Bark. Chocola, who had been waiting in a corner of the living room, barked energetically and headed towards the guest room. Soon after, Mint entered the living room with Mother. She must have been napping with Mother. She was being led by the hand, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking dazed. Good morning, Mint. CO. Good morning. I squatted down in front of Mint and smiled. Food is ready. Chapter 23.2. Blossoming serenely. Everyone, except for the family, was considerate enough to step out into the garden. Thus, only we watched over Mint's meal. What's this? Sesame tofu. You've had it before, right? It's something similar to that. Ooh. Sekame tofu. Love it. Mint's eyes sparkled as she scooped up the square lump on her plate with a spoon and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, a melting smile spread across her face. Delicious. Mint likes this. That's great. Eat some more and let us know what you think. Yay. I'll eat. Once again, she moved her spoon, tasted the piece, and swayed her body with delight. Soon, very soon, the plate was clean. Do you want seconds? Mufu, I'm full. You not eating? Of course, we'll eat. But before that. Come here, Mint. Karen, who was sitting next to her, picked up her small body and placed it on her lap. Good girl. We all love Mint very much. Mufu, Mint loves everyone too. Yes, that's right. So it's almost time. Behind her, I quietly drew out Kanaji. Transforming it into the shape of a paring knife, I first made a cut on my own palm. Almost. What? Well, what could it be? Karen stroked Mint's head as she looked up in puzzlement. Kuan. Shakura. Chocola placed his forelegs on the back of the sofa and brought his nose close to Mint as if to face her. Mint giggled as she received Chocola's nuzzle. Seizing the moment of complete distraction, I let the blade glide shallowly across Mint's nape. A streak of blood appeared. Mint didn't notice. The pain was erased by my magic. So nonchalantly. Mint, it's my turn next. You, sway. I took Mint from Karen and cradled her, covering her nape with my palm. Our wounds aligned, allowing my magic power to flow into Mint's body through our blood. And so I could precisely sense Mint's magic power. Attribute conflict. This is what my mother, Karen, and now Mint, had fallen into. According to Mother, it's a state where you have more than one dominant elemental attribute inside you and don't know which one to use in this world. It's treated as an incurable disease that causes the inability to use magic. However, for the current me, it's no longer incurable. Fuwa. As I rocked her in my arms, Mint yawned. The meal I had prepared earlier was beginning to be absorbed into her body. Not only was the medicinal effect of the ingredients enhanced during the cooking process, but my magic power was also infused into the dish itself. Firstly, it aids in the circulation of magic power and activates each elemental attribute within Mint's body. Her body warms up, her mind relaxes, and she becomes sleepy. Combining Mother's experiences, the vague sensations when I healed Karen, Mint's current condition, and the magical knowledge I've acquired since last night, I've come to a hypothesis. Attribute conflict is probably not an abnormality in itself. The inability to know which elemental attribute is dominant, as my mother had oddly said, the cause may not lie in the magic but in the consciousness of the host of that magic. For example, let's say fire and water magic are in conflict. The person tries to use water but ends up using fire. Or they try to use fire but end up using water. As a result, the magic doesn't connect, and spells fail to activate. That is what attribute conflict is. More accurately, it's not so much attribute conflict as it is magic mix-up. My mother, in her passion-anger, accidentally normalized the mix-up. She came to correctly recognize and control both the fire and water magic that originally resided in her body. It must have started when she instinctively understood that the essence of fire attribute is the transfer of heat. My memories of Karen are vague, but I think at that time she was trying to cool down the god's favor's high fever with water. Hearing this, I instinctively worried and thought, don't overdo it. As a result, my magic activated, Karen's water attribute temporarily weakened, and the mixed-up magic connected to the wind attribute. Come to think of it, a strong wind blew just before I lost consciousness. And now, Mint's earth attribute has not weakened since she was born until now. Nor are the other attributes antagonistic to the earth attribute. However, according to G. Liz's diagnosis, all kinds of magical powers are swirling inside Mint's body. The other attributes have become one and are suppressing the earth attribute. If we apply this to the hypothesis of magic mix-up, it makes sense why she can't use magic. In other words, Mint is in a state where she intends to use earth magic but accesses light, darkness, fire, water, wind, other attributes instead. Perhaps Mint loved our family too much. This child, born inheriting all our family's attributes, cherishes our magical powers so much that she has forgotten how to control her most fundamental root, the earth attribute. And surely, our family and our family's magic feel the same way. But that is certainly not a bad thing. It can't possibly be a bad thing. Mint's and our feelings for each other must lead to happiness. The flow of magic settled by the meal enters through the wound. It's not about negating the effects of attributes. It's about adjusting their strengths so that Mint can regain her roots. That's why the magic I must perform should be causality creation rather than causality elimination. Warm yet cold, a tumultuous and powerful surge, mother's fire. The waves rage like a storm, yet feel like they envelop everything, mother's water. Contrastingly, the surface is calm, but inside it is filled with vigor, Karen's water. The lake surface sways broadly and serenely, Karen's wind. Quietly, leisurely, a somewhat vague and peaceful glow, Pochi's light. Mischievous, impatient, yet with an unwavering sparkle, Chocola's light. Using my own familiar darkness, which objectively might not be much to speak of, as a medium to interfere with each attribute. Soothing, calming, cheering up, encouraging. Scolding to be quieter, pushing to be firmer. It's not going well. Everyone's feelings for Mint are too strong. Come on, make way. So that Mint doesn't lose sight of herself. I understand everyone loves Mint, so first think about Mint and, while running around everywhere, suddenly there was something standing next to my magic. It was a shadow, slightly fainter than mine but far more reliable than mine. It enveloped Mother, calmed Karen, soothed Chocola, and caught Pochi's interest. My family all turned to my side at once and then looked at me, gently patting my shoulder. That magic power, that nostalgic darkness said, "Sway. I entrust our new daughter to you." Everything connected, everything opened up. Like a field of flowers spreading as far as the eye can see. We are standing there, watching over the child who runs freely, plays, and dances from a distance. Sometimes we'll help. If she's in trouble, we'll help her right away. But that will be kept to a minimum so as not to hinder this child's growth. Because this world's magic belongs to her, and our role is to watch her take the world into her hands. Section. Sway. Sway. I was snapped back to reality by Karen's calling voice. With my revived senses, the warmth and weight of a small body breathing softly in sleep returned. Karen looked at me worriedly, and behind her, Mother nodded quietly. I nodded back and removed my hand from Mint's neck. There were no longer any scars on the palm or nape. So, as I gently laid Mint down on the sofa, bark. I ruffled Chocola's head as he wagged his tail and smiled. Father helped me. It's all right now. It's all going to be okay. Chapter 23.3. Hey, do you remember? As the sun set, all was resolved, and the house fell silent. Noah, Parker-san, and Grandma Seralind rode back on the back of G. Liz. Despite their stay being so hurried that we couldn't offer any hospitality, they were considerate of us until the very end. Take care of Mint Dono, and let's meet again, said Noah. It was urgent this time, but next time I'll come by my own strength, promised Parker-san. You all did very well. I'm proud of you, praised Grandma. Mother accompanied them to see them off, saying she'll stay overnight at the palace for the sake of it. She wanted to have a leisurely talk with the king and queen. Mint has fully recovered. She woke up after about an hour and since then has been energetically playing with Chocola and Pochi. After observing her for a while, it seems her magic is working without any issues. Though we should keep an eye on her, it's unlikely the same thing will happen again, and even if it does, it's not a problem. I can heal her again if needed. Now she's sleeping as usual in the dismantling yard at the corner of the garden, turned into a budding flower. The Smilodon family is still here. Indeed, the mother cat can't move yet, so we're lending them our eaves for another night. They seemed restless in the front yard, so we moved them to the pasture. I thought Pochi might be scared, but perhaps because Smilodon and Armored Dragon Tarask aren't in a predator-prey relationship, they keep an indifferent distance as guests. The Smilodon family rests near the fence slightly away from the stable, while Pochi rests inside it, both separately. And then there's us. Chocola, I'm sorry to ask this but, could you sleep with Pochi tonight? Bark. I asked Chocola, who is sprawled next to the sofa in the living room as usual. I'd like some privacy with her. Is that okay? Kuan. Chocola cheerfully barked once and stood up briskly. When I opened the sliding door for him, he slipped out, and before leaving the garden, he looked back and barked. Bark. As if to say goodbye, then he left. In the living room, only Karen and I remained. I'm sorry, Sway. Eventually, after closing the door and returning to the sofa, Karen spoke softly. I couldn't be of any help. Even though Sway and Violsama worked so hard. Even though you helped Mint so much. I couldn't do anything. I had noticed her lack of spirits. It started when Mother asked me to treat Mint, probably ever since Mint began showing symptoms of attribute conflict. I closed my eyes once, took a deep breath in and out, then turned back to Karen and asked, "Hey, do you remember? That time long ago when I was delirious with fever, and you were crying. You kept apologizing over and over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry I couldn't help Sway." Karen seemed frustrated. She gripped my hand, asking why over and over again. Why can't I use magic? If I could use magic, maybe I could have helped Sway. Maybe I could have made Sway's pain a little lighter. I hated seeing you sad. I wanted to do something about it. Then my dark attribute magic activated. But you know what, Karen? If that hadn't happened, if I hadn't had that experience, maybe I wouldn't have been able to help Mint. Karen said nothing. She hung her head weakly and clenched her fists tightly. I placed my hand over her fist, gently unclenching it as if to unravel her worries. When it was discovered that Mint could no longer use magic, you were the first to go to her side and show concern. You acted brightly and naturally so as not to let her notice, and you made sure she rested. I was just panicking, and Mother told me to be as composed as you, Karen. But after that, I didn't do anything. Because you led the way, I was able to keep going. I leaned in while holding her hand, foreheads touching, as if to reassure, or perhaps, to whisper. Ever since I've got God's favor and fell ill, transmigrating over to that world, you've been suffering. I understood it well from your reaction. You felt guilty, thinking my illness worsened because of you. For 13 years, all this time. Her trembling fingertips, her cold forehead, her drooping, pointed ears wilting away. But you know, over these 13 years, you've worked harder than anyone. You've honed your skills in magic and became a witch with abilities second only to Mother's. It wasn't an ordinary feat. I understood it well when I felt your magic power within Mint. As strong and reliable as Mother's, with a presence that's undeniable. Gentle and calm on the surface, yet harboring something unshakable within. That magic power showed that she had become such an incredible mage. Not out of vanity or arrogance but by dedicating all 13 years. Thank you for becoming strong for me. Thank you for rushing to this house first. Thank you for helping me remember my memories. Ever since I transmigrated away until now. Even without any assurance of returning, thank you for believing in me. Thank you for always thinking of me, whether I was alive or dead. Sue, I embraced her. Her slender, soft, delicate body. The same as it had always been since those days. I remembered something. I gazed into Karen's eyes. Deep yet pale, the color of greenery. The magic eyes of calm spring where wind and water mingle. Sway, green, the same color as my name, no. Perhaps, those eyes that became the origin of my name. I'm sure it's something I've also forgotten. That day, how I cured your attribute opposition. I remembered that. I adjusted Karen's magic and fixed the mixed up. But how? It's difficult to interfere with the magic power inside another person's body. When I healed the Mother Smilodon, I plunged my hand into her body. When I revived Mint's magic, I made our wounds touch. For Karen, when we reunited, what you said to me. This time, I'll do it. I pulled her close, stroked her head, and I kissed my beloved person. I love you, Karen. Always have, since we were kids, since I was born. Even when I lost my memories, surely you were there in that place of mine. I finally said it. Something had always been nagging at me, preventing me from saying it. This was it. This memory was it. I didn't want our first kiss to be a bitter memory. It was awkward to have left the girl I loved enough to kiss in sadness. I had always been holding back. I also. Karen leaped into my chest. While sobbing, wetting my collar, she tightened her arms around me. I like you. I love Sway. Always have. Love you so much. As children, we believed without doubt that we were in mutual love. But our first kiss brought sadness and despair. 13 years of separation made my feelings lost and stretched Karen's emotions taut. But now, finally. Welcome back, Sway. My beloved. I'm back. I've returned, Karen. My dearest. We embraced each other with the same smiles as when we were children, cheeks pressed together. Chapter 23.4. Give it to the person most precious to you. The city of Sidera was in the full swing of summer, and just walking around could make one sweat, especially for those accustomed to the cool climate of the forest. Being trained by the summers of Japan, Chocola and I managed quite well, but Karen had been grumbling all along about the heat, wanting to eat shaved ice, and wishing to return home. Nevertheless, having swiftly finished our errands, we boarded Liz and returned to the forest. After about an hour and a half of sky travel, we arrived at our home and gently descended into the garden from his back, jumping off. Thank you. Especially lately, we've been making you fly with such vigor. What are you saying? I should be the one thanking you for letting me be of service to Mint. Even a horned beast must bow its head. Besides, it's been centuries since I last went to the human capital. It was quite a rare experience. You landed in the royal palace's courtyard? Indeed. The nobles were particularly amusing. They looked as if it was the end of the world. One could easily imagine how much of an uproar the capital must have been in. However, Liz only chuckled mischievously, and Mother said she didn't remember much because she was so engrossed. Well, it was an emergency for our family, so let's forgive them. Anyway, I'm relieved that peace has returned. I hope you all will visit my village soon. I'll make sure you're warmly welcomed. Yes, definitely. With that said, it flapped its wings once more and soared upwards, quickly flying northward. It's been quite a while since we visited their family too. We've caused them worry, so we should go apologize and see them soon. After placing the purchased goods inside the house, we headed to the ranch where everyone, Mother, Mint, and Pochi, had been playing merrily while keeping watch. Welcome back. Mint noticed us first and immediately hopped off Pochi's back, running towards us at an incredible speed. Karen-san crouched down in anticipation and Mint leaped into her arms before climbing onto her back. We're back, Mint. What were you playing at? Fun, not playing. Studying. What were you studying? Magic. Mother teaches me. Mother, smiling as she greeted us with a welcome back, chimed in. We were practicing the use of attributes. Just like Suikuen said, her magic has become more refined than before. Her attribute conflict has been resolved. It seems the flow of her magic power has improved significantly. Mint's magic power has become very lively. That's good. Chocola, welcome back. Want to ride on Karen too? Bark. Chocola tilted his head as if to say that might be a bit much. Let's not do that. We'd end up like a game of Daruma Otoshi. Daruma Otoshi? What's that? It's a toy. I'll make one for you next time. With Mint's current strength, she could probably handle one as tall as me without any trouble. But I have a souvenir that isn't for next time. I smiled and showed Mint the package I had been holding at my side. A souvenir? Yes. Until just now, we went to Sidera to get this. Section. For some time now, I have placed an order with Novium-san. It was something different from my knife, Kanji. It took longer to complete than the knife because it required rare materials, but once procured, the crafting was quick. I received word last night that it was finished, and today, I went to do the final touches and pick it up. Mint and Pochi. Come here. Ha! Kururu. Mint hopped down from Karen's head, and Pochi lazily made his way over. I have presents for both of you. From the package, I took out silver accessories, a necklace for the neck and an anklet for the leg. Pochi, lift your front leg. Yes, just like that. First, I adorned Pochi with an anklet. It was embellished around his thick ankle, imbued with a spell to aid in fatigue recovery. And now Mint. Could you turn around? Yes. There we go. Next was Mint's turn for the necklace. This one was granted a spell to maintain the proper flow of magical power. Kurururu. Cute. The accessories were crafted using high-purity magic silver mithril for the chain, adorned with decorations of jadeite jade, purple spinel, and black diamond. They were specially made, filled with my magic power, not just in appearance. These same mothers, Shakolas, Karens, and Sways, yes, I had them designed to match. They are a symbol of family from me to both of you. Mother's ring, Chakola's collar, and then the bracelets wrapped around Karen and my wrists were designed to resemble. That night, I received the bracelet from Karen. It was one of a pair of bracelets left behind by father for Karen. Give it to the person most precious to you. Karen and I. We were finally able to fulfill those words from the message video. Pochi, please continue to pull the wagon with all your might. And when you're not doing that, live leisurely and play with us. Kurururu. Kururu. Mint. Thank you for being born. Thank you for becoming part of our family. Please stay healthy always. You. Mint. With everyone. Always happy. Pochi nudged his nose towards us. Mint leaped onto my waist. Mother discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes while smiling tenderly. Chocola hopped around energetically, running circles around us. Karen placed her hand on my back and gently leaned in. From the flower garden in the yard, a sweet fragrance drifts on the summer breeze. A family of 7. We've been through a lot, but let's keep supporting each other. Interlude. Today is Christmas. I told my friend. Christmas? Ah. That event over there. Yes, it is always marked in calendars like the one over there. He tilted his head and revealed a hint of fangs as he chuckled. A week before the new year, was it? Honestly, I'm not great at remembering human calendars. As I remember, the celebration already started 8 nights ago. My other friend timidly added. She happens to be his older sister, and we've been childhood friends. Yes, you remembered it well. So, from tonight until tomorrow, we eat cake, whole roast birds, and stuff like that. Also, we will send each other presents. Impressed by the elder sister's memory, I continued. Little brother pondered. Have we done this in the past? I've done it a few times. I remember receiving presents when I was a kid. Oh, yeah, that's right, little brother exclaimed, spreading his wings as if recalling something. Elder sister, equally surprised, twitched her tail. I haven't forgotten about the gifts, and I still cherish them. But I've completely forgotten how and when I received them. There were so many things we received. Elder sister said, gazing up at the clear winter sky. It remains eternal, unchanging blue from the past to the present and into the future. Neeson, you should have made it a regular event. You wouldn't have forgotten it if you did. Little brother tilted his horns in dissatisfaction. Sitting on the ground, I gently stroked the grass and continued. Perhaps they didn't want to import too many customs from that other place. To prevent us from longing for it strangely. After all, I had grown up surrounded by mysterious things from there. A stove that could cook without fire. A chest that froze things just by placing them inside. A box that washed clothes on its own. Well, none of those were particularly relevant to me. Yet, there's one thing I remember vividly. Light. At night, the house would be bathed in light. Light brighter than a bonfire, gentler than the sun, a technological marvel from that other world. Heatless but warm, a dazzling radiance. Hey, let's go have some cake. I suggested to the siblings, perhaps recalling human customs. Cake? From Sidira? Yes, from Skylark Pavilion. But won't we be a bother if we go there? It'll be fine. We're still much smaller than father. Yeah, I thought I'd grown quite a bit. Well, they probably won't fit inside the shop anymore. We can use the terrace. All right, let's go. Which one of us will you ride on? Little brother spread his wings, while elder sister tilted her head. Recently, they both managed to carry me on their backs. Still, it's a tight fit for me alone. Unlike their father, who effortlessly carries our whole family through the sky, it'll probably take hundreds of years for them to reach that level. I'll take you. I'm faster, but I'm more stable. Comparing the advantages of siblings, I pondered for a moment. Then I decided. Last time we went to the city, I rode G-Ness. This time, I'll ride mine orc. I leaped onto the elder sister's back. Section. By the way, what exactly is Christmas? What is it celebrating? Well, let's see. Mint, do you know? I have no idea. Sway said the same thing. Ha ha ha, what's that? We laughed heartily as we soared through the sky, looking down at the forest. Merry Christmas. Even though we didn't fully understand the reason for celebration, those words felt like a festive greeting. And if it's something you taught me, I'll remember it forever. I held on to the pendant around my neck. Snow began to dance in the sky. Soon, the forest would be blanketed in white. Merry Christmas, I whispered softly. After that greeting, he'll always pat my head and hug me tight, a nostalgic memory from a distant past. Afterward. That was Volume 4, Childhood Memories and Silver Bracelet. I may be praising my own work, but I believe it turned out to be a piece I can be proud of. I hope you enjoyed it. The next volume will be Volume 5. Titled Fairy Tale, it will bring an encounter with a new neighbor who has been hinted at but not yet appeared, and after the serious atmosphere of Volume 3 and 4, I'm thinking of going for a more relaxed vibe with an emphasis on the slow life aspect. Please continue to accompany the Hateno family on their journey. End of Volume 4.